earlier. Now, they had received the parcel of weapons from Hanumangarh, to be precise, which is present on India-Pakistan border and falls in Rajasthan. These two had received the parcel of weapons from there and posted to another area in Gujarat from where Dr. Syed Mohyuddin was supposed to receive the parcel, but Gujarat ATS could foil the entire plan. And earlier, Dr. Syed was arrested, and then these two, Azad and Suhail, were arrested. The arrest was followed by the first arrest.
Right. So we also come to know that that two terrorists from UP had recorded videos of specific spots, Warali. So we are talking about the RSS office. We are also coming to know they were also Delhi Azad Mandi and some other Ahmedabad Naroda fruit market. Ahmedabad Naroda fruit market. Now these were the spots which were recorded and there were spot videos which were made of these specific locations. Getting you big updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. Two terrorists recorded and sent videos to Pakistan handler. There is a Pakistan angle confirmed in the Gujarat terror module, viewers. A terrorist sent photos of multiple locations. So I'll just repeat those multiple locations. So these two terrorists recorded and submitted spot videos and photos to Pakistani handler of multiple locations. So one, we come to know it's the RSS office in Uttar Pradesh, then Delhi Azad Mandi. And the third one is Ahmedabad Naroda Fruit Market. These three locations were targeted by these terrorists. They visited those spots, they recorded the videos, and then they sent the photos to their Pakistani handler. I want to go back to Shambhavi. Yes, Shambhavi, I'm coming across to you. Terrorists sent photos of multiple locations, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi Azad Mandi, and in Ahmedabad, the fruit market. They took those videos, they went there, did their due diligence in terms of understanding what the sport is about. Then they sent those videos to their Pakistani handler. Yeah, Shambhavi.
Right, the module seems to be in direct contact with the cross-border handlers in Pakistan, and that clearly shows that they were helping them in the movement and in target selection. And the fact that there were several videos and photos that were shared of several locations in New Delhi as well as one of the locations in Ahmedabad showed that these people, they were targeting Uttar Pradesh, they were targeting the RSS office. And all the materials that have been recovered from here, from this spot, but we are constantly showing you the investigation which is going on by two different ATS and Faridabad crime branch teams. So the module appears to have been in direct contact with the handlers in Pakistan, who were definitely guiding their target selection. The suspects, they recorded surveillance videos of their potential targets. They shared location visuals in real time, and the Naroda fruit market in Ahmedabad and Azad Mandi in Delhi were on their radar. Both are very important to understand. Both are very crowded public spaces, and the recovery of these videos and images during the interrogation will definitely help the agencies to establish a clear cross-border coordination. And now that the investigators are now tracing these fully funding channels and the communication routes where they were using to send the visuals, the surveillance videos, sending data to Pakistan. The Delhi, UP and Gujarat police will now be definitely, apart from the other agencies that have been involved, including the IB and ATS after the recovery of this. This has come out as a major revelation that there was definitely cross-border handling involved.
All right, hold on, Shama, we're getting some big updates coming in, viewers, because Pakistan and Jaish link emerges to the terror plot in Haryana. Let's go ahead and see the next set of breaking updates for you. Union Minister Gujarat Singh has claimed that the attack planned was bigger. I repeat, bigger than even the Bombay blast. This is a huge update coming in, viewers. We're getting these updates because as you can see, that the extent of these planned attacks was very big. Gujarat Singh has said that the entire scale of these attacks, planned attacks, were very huge. I just want to go on and play out what the Union Minister Gujarat Singh had to say.
मोदी जी की सरकार जिन्होंने इतनी सतर्कता से और वहाँ की सरकार ने इसको पकड़ लिया, लेकिन ये तो बॉम्बे ब्लास्ट से भी खतरनाक था। ये 300 डॉक्टर, अभी यात्रा चल रहा था बाबा बागेश्वर का, वो भी बहुत बड़ी संख्या में भीड़ उनके साथ है। उस पे अटैक होता क्या होता, आरएसएस दफ्तर की रैक की। लेकिन सवाल ये उठता है, जब भी पकड़े जाते हैं तो एक ही समुदाय के यानी मुसलमान ही पकड़े जाते हैं, डॉक्टर पकड़े गए हैं। अभी तक कांग्रेस, राहुल गांधी हों, लालू यादव हों, अखिलेश हों, इनका किसी का, ओवैसी हों, किसी का बयान नहीं आएगा। क्या भारत को गजवाए हिंद बनाने की साजिश है? ये दुखद है। इस पर देश के लोगों को चिंता करनी चाहिए।
All right, taking a short break right now, viewers, but do not go anywhere. We will be right back after India's largest terror haul. Suspicion of one of the largest terror haul has been busted.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal.
Viewers, top headline: Jammu and Kashmir police acting on a tip-off from a doctor-turned-JEM operative sees 300 kilograms of explosive material along with 2 AK-47 rifles in Hyderabad. Jammu and Kashmir police arrest 7 terrorists in massive module bust. 14 bags of explosives and chemicals recovered in a room rented by mastermind doctor. Republic Canada accesses more videos of the Parappanagrahara jail. A new video shows how history sheeter's birthday was celebrated. BJP slams Namaz at Bengaluru airport, demands action from Siddaramaiah. AIMIM Chief Asuddin Owaisi takes a sharp jibe, but Tejasvi says, what education will a 9th grade fail Tejasvi provide to the children of Bihar? 2 Navy personnel from Kerala killed in hit-and-run case near Bhopal, speeding unidentified vehicle yet to be traced. Pakistan Navy ship docks in Bangladesh for goodwill visit amid warming tides. Getting some big updates coming in, viewers. A huge Republic news break coming in. A Republic news break keeps getting bigger and bigger. And first on Republic, the biggest crackdown in Jammu and Kashmir post Operation Sindoor. We're getting you some updates coming in because some raids have been carried out. So we're talking about properties being raided. Around 16 properties were raided. 10 individuals were questioned. 23 locations were raided linked to GW's overground workers. 11 SIM vendors raided. 28 places have been cordoned off. So big update coming in. Republic News Break gets bigger viewers, and this is coming in as we see that the biggest crackdown in Jammu and Kashmir post-Operation Sindoor is continuing. Also, just getting you a little background of what has happened so far. What has happened, viewers, is that in one of the biggest counter-terror operations outside Jammu and Kashmir, the Jammu and Kashmir police has busted a major Jaish-e-Mohammed module operating from Faridabad, Haryana, and recovered a huge cache of arms and explosives, including 350 kilograms of explosives, AK-47s, magazines, pistols. We see that this operation was launched after disclosures were made by Dr. Adil Ahmed Rathar. Okay, let's go straight across to Niranjan, our executive editor, is joining us. Niranjan, this is huge coming in, the biggest crackdown happening in Jammu and Kashmir post-Operation Sindoor, and multiple properties raided. Niranjan has all the details for us.
Well, India is on high alert, and let me tell you that as we speak, there are searches being conducted in different parts of the country, not just in Faridabad, not just in Saharanpur, not just in Ahmedabad, but across Jammu and Kashmir. And we have some exclusive details that we have accessed as part of the ongoing crackdown on terror. India has, in the last 3 to 4 days, our different police force belonging to different states have cracked down terror modules. And in Jammu and Kashmir, we have some breaking news now that there has been a search, one of the biggest searches post-Operation Sindoor. Now, as part of the search, we have some details of the raids that have been conducted specifically today. And this is by scale and by the number of locations that have been raided or searched, the largest since Operation Sindoor. First up, the latest info on Jammu and Kashmir, 16 properties have been raided as part of the crackdown on terror. 10 individuals have been questioned as part of the crackdown on terror. 23 locations have been searched, and all of these locations have been linked to overground workers or terror backers and terror associates. So this is a joint coordinated effort that is on, and 11 SIM vendors have been raided. We also had the pictures from Pulwama and other parts of Jammu and Kashmir that were searched. So we're going to put out those pictures as well in just a few minutes. Let me also tell you that 28 places have been cordoned off as we speak. So in Jammu and Kashmir alone, there are ongoing operations in at least 20 to 30 locations simultaneously. And this is one of the biggest crackdowns since Operation Sindoor, post Pahalgam. And I can confirm to you that Shavan, who's also tracking the story closely on the news desk, has spoken to different officials as part of the operations. And we have confirmed that as of now, as of this minute, I'm repeating the numbers because that tells you the large scale. Look at that. Those are pictures from Pulwama earlier today. 16 properties were raided, special jails searched, 10 individuals questioned, 23 locations raided, and all linked to terror backers and overground workers. 11 SIM vendors raided, 28 locations cordoned off in different parts of Jammu and Kashmir. So this is a huge effort underway in Jammu and Kashmir on the back of what is happening in Saharanpur. In Saharanpur, you had an Al-Qaeda-linked terror module that was busted over the weekend. And in Faridabad this morning, you had the police officially confirmed that a large-scale terror plot was being hatched, and they foiled it in the nick of time. You have union ministers who have also responded that the terror attacks that were planned could have been much bigger than the 26/11 attacks. And you had one union minister, Giriraj Singh, who also spoke that some of the locations where these ongoing raids are being conducted and where large war-like terror stores, I repeat, war-like terror stores are being found. For example, in Faridabad, it is also a location where in the last 2 or 3 days, you had a huge rally being conducted. Baba Bageshwar, he conducted a rally in Faridabad over the weekend. So this story is getting extremely big, and I think the direct link to Pakistan has been drawn already by the investigating agencies. Many Jaish-linked terrorists whose pictures have also been broken on Republic TV in the last 2 to 3 hours. They have direct links with Pakistan ISI. They were in touch with handlers there, and they were Jaish operatives. So this is a very, very significant move, and the link also goes back to Jammu and Kashmir, because the Jaish is now increasingly trying to hire educated, radicalized Islamists. Now, according to the details that we've picked up, this is an alarming pattern where they're looking for doctors and engineers, and that is why you are looking at the searches that are ongoing in Kashmir in different locations. This is a sophisticated modules. It appears, prima facie, that Pakistan is getting very, very nervous, trying to desperately push terror and terrorists into India. So these are the details we've picked up. It's one of our top stories today here on Republic TV. Our focus is on that. We'll come back to you. We can go across also to Gursimran. Let me go across to Gursimran. In fact, he'll have more details. And Zeenat is also live. Okay, Zeenat is live. Zeenat has the details. Zeenat, there is a Pakistan link to what is happening in Faridabad. There is a Pakistan link to what is happening in Saharanpur. There is a Pakistan link to what has happened in Gujarat and the Al-Qaeda module that has been busted there. If you can take us through the details of how forces are linking all of this to also some operatives in Kashmir.
Yeah, Niranjan, let's break it here. This is the operation of Srinagar police. It was Srinagar police behind all the arrest, all the details connecting all the dots. This time the Pakistan is taking on board the white-collar professionals. Those are doctors. Doctors not only from the Anantnag, but also from JVC Srinagar. The doctor has been arrested from JVC Srinagar, who was also having the weapon in his possession. Similarly, Srinagar police connected the dots with Shopian, where the
education, how you can motivate somebody on the religious ideology. You may be whatever rank, whatever position, whether vice president or a doctor. So it doesn't matter how the ideology is used to radicalize people. So that's what has been happening here.
Do you see the bigger plot? Because recently India and Pakistan were literally on war after Pahalgam attack, and one such big terror attack can lead to war.
It can lead to war, and I think as long as Pakistan remains under the control of Pakistan army, with Mullah Munir as field marshal, fraud marshal, what more can you expect other than an attack like this? And they are getting encouraged with the way US is encouraging Field Marshal Munir. So I think the world must take note of this, and particularly US must take note of it, that where are you leading India, Pakistan?
Breaking news coming in, viewers. Ahmedabad police carried out extensive cordon and search operations at multiple locations across police district, including areas where a recent encounter took place at the residence of the killed terrorist and their associates. The operation is a part of a sustained effort to dismantle the terror ecosystem, identify and take action against active and inactive terror associates, and eliminate remaining support structures aiding terrorism in that area. So this is a huge coming in mega crackdown on the terror ecosystem across Jammu and Kashmir. I want to go across to my colleague Zeenat is joining us. Zeenat, operation is part of a larger crackdown because we see there's a big crackdown on these terror networks who are trying to revive sleeper cells using educated youth and professionals as facilitators. Now we see that cordon and search operations are also continuing in Avantipura.
See, as I said, that there is a link from the Avantipora, because I mentioned earlier about the Ansar Ghazwatul Hind that was created from the Avantipora's Tral. So again, we are seeing in Avantipora today the raids being carried by the J&K police. They are being carried against the people, the terrorists or the terror associates or those who have been neutralized in joint operations in the recent past. So Avantipora police is targeting again the individuals who have been the backers of terrorists or the terror organizations in the Kashmir Valley. So again, a big crackdown on the terror in Jammu and Kashmir. Avantipora, the South Kashmir in picture, where the homes are being frisked, they are being searched, the people are being questioned, detained, multiple things are being confiscated, they are being asked about multiple inputs. So this is another blow that is coming to the terror organization. But as I said, this is all connected right from Srinagar to Avantipora to Anantnag, Kazigund, Koel, Shopian. Mostly the entire terror network that started from Srinagar has its hub in South Kashmir, where the people or the terror organizations, terror backers, they were involved in the game that actually got its that was zeroed in outside Jammu and Kashmir in Faridabad, where the huge quantity of ammonium nitrate, which is again used for making IEDs, were recovered. So the base is from the valley, which has links outside the valley. But yes, the people or the terror organizations, the terrorists who are sitting across the border, but are the nationals of the Jammu and Kashmir, and also the Pakistani terrorists behind the entire network. This also seems that the Pakistan is trying to revive its terror bells, terror networks, sleeper cells, terror modules, and the backers of their so-called narrative in the valley. They have activated that, because in the recent past, we have seen in the last 2 years, if you take the figures, hardly a local recruitment. The local recruitment has come down now to single digit, which earlier used to be in 3 digits. So that was a blow that was given to Pakistan because of the joint operations that were carried by J&K police with the army and the intelligence agencies. But now we see that the white collar terrorists, the doctors are being used, because they are the professionals where you don't really think that the professionals can be into the terror business. And we see that these white collar terrorists, the weapons have been recovered. They are the part of a bigger conspiracy. The explosives like the ammonium nitrate being recovered, they are renting accommodations to store these kind of explosive.
Is फरीदाबाद कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस जॉइनिंग अस। सत्येंद्र जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए। सबसे पहले आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि जिस तरह से कार्रवाई की गई है, उसमें एक घर है जिसमें एम्यूनेशन मिला है, उसकी नेचर की बात करना चाहूँगा कि एक्सप्लोजिव्स की क्या नेचर है। क्या वो आरडीएक्स था? 350 किलोग्राम आरडीएक्स बरामद किए गए।
जी मैं बताता हूँ, बिल्कुल, थैंक यू। अच्छा, जो ये मैं इसको क्लियर कर दूंगा, अभी हमने क्लियर भी किया था। दिस इज नॉट आरडीएक्स, ये बेसिकली 350 kg प्लस है। दिस इज अमोनियम नाइट्रेट, इट्स एन वाइट पाउडर, इट इज सस्पेक्टेड जो है अमोनियम नाइट्रेट, एंड इट इज इन्फ्लेमेबल मटेरियल। ये एक इन्फ्लेमेबल मटेरियल है अमोनियम नाइट्रेट एंड नॉट आरडीएक्स।
सत्येंद्र जी, ये भी सवाल उठ रहा है कि अगर 350 किलोग्राम की अमोनियम नाइट्रेट मिलता है और साथ ही साथ ये जो डॉक्टर है वो रेंटेड घर में रह रहा था, इसकी जानकारी आपको क्या मिल पा रही कि आखिरकार वो एम्यूनेशन वो ला कैसे पा रहा था, और उसकी मोडस ऑपरेंडाई क्या है? अब तक की मोडस ऑपरेंडाई क्या मिल रहा है आपको?
मैं जैसे आपको मैं स्टेज पे इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि जो है ये पूरी इसमें अभी जो है ऑनगोइंग इन्वेस्टिगेशंस है। बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी हैं कि जो अभी नेशनल सिक्योरिटी को ध्यान में रखते हुए इस स्टेज पे शेयर करना उचित नहीं होगा। तो बाकी जितने भी जो है जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है वो हमने आपको बता दी।
सत्येंद्र जी, एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ी खबर है और देश में हर कोई जानना चाहेगा कि अब तक जो लिंक्स निकल कर आ रहे हैं, क्या आप मानते हैं कि ये इसमें एक मल्टी स्टेट ऑपरेशन की जरूरत है, और साथ ही साथ और ये जो अक्यूज्ड है उसकी क्या लिंक निकल कर आ रही है?
ये बिल्कुल ये मल्टी स्टेट ऑपरेशन है। जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि हमने और J&K पुलिस ने हमने जो है साथ मिलकर ये ऑपरेशन छेड़ा हुआ है, साथ मिलकर कर रहे हैं, तो उसी के अंतर्गत जो है ये कार्रवाई हुई है, राइट।
बट सत्येंद्र जी, क्या आप मानते हैं कि एक तरह से जिस तरह से जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस भी कह रही है कि मेन अक्यूज की पाकिस्तान के लिंक्स भी है, क्या आपके जांच में कुछ वैसे लिंक्स उभर कर आ रहे हैं?
जी जी मैं जैसे मैं आपको बताऊं कि इसके अंदर कई और लिंक्स हैं, जो इनके बाकी लिंक्स हैं उन पे भी काम चल रहा है, तो उसमें भी हम जो है टाइमली आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन शेयर करेंगे, राइट।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि बहुत सारे लिंक्स उभर कर आ रहे हैं इस वक्त। Okay, so you have the Faridabad the Commissioner of Police speaking exclusively to Republic TV. Some of the big takeaways here. Number one, it's about 350 kilogram of ammonium nitrate that has been recovered by the Faridabad police. The second is, it is just not limited to a Pakistan link, but as the Faridabad the Commissioner of Police has now confirmed to Republic TV, that there are multiple links that are now emerging. So we have only scratched the surface at this point in time. That's what it appears from the limited conversation that we've had with the Faridabad police commissioner, who's spoken exclusively to Republic TV, confirming the fact that this is a multi-state operation that is being carried out, and they believe that the national security system would basically be involved in it. So there is a high possibility that in the coming few days that this matter is now going to be investigated by the National Investigation Agency. That big exclusive now coming up. Faridabad police commissioner speaking to Republic TV.
That's right, Shravan. And Shravan, you know, we are getting a lot of information coming in. Of course, the fastest information coming on Republic TV.
सत्येंद्र जी, एक सवाल इसलिए करना चाहूँगा क्योंकि बहुत लोग देख रहे हैं, बहुत लोग जानना भी चाहेंगे। मुझे पता है कि शुरुआत है इन्वेस्टिगेशन की, बट आप जब कहते हैं कि बहुत सारे लिंक्स उभर कर आ रहे हैं, ये लिंक्स की क्या लिंक्स की बात कर रहे हैं, कि किस तरह से आप कह रहे हैं कि मल्टीपल लिंक्स है इसमें?
मैं यही बताना चाहूंगा आपको कि अभी कुछ ये चेन है, इस चेन के ऊपर जो है जॉइंटली हमारा ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। अभी ये खत्म नहीं हुआ है, अभी ये जारी है। तो जो इन लिंक्स के ऊपर जो इनके बाकी जो एसोसिएट्स हैं उनके ऊपर भी कार्रवाई जारी है।
और ये क्या ये मेन अक्यूज वहां रह रहा था, और आखिरी बार वो कब आया हुआ था यहाँ पर?
जी ये रह रहा था, अभी पिछले कुछ दिनों से ही उसने ये काम स्टार्ट किया था। ये टिप ऑफ हमें लगी थी जो एक जॉइंट ऑपरेशन के अंतर्गत हमारे साथ एंड JNK पुलिस के साथ, तो उसके अंतर्गत हमने फिर आगे ये कार्रवाई की थी।
और ये भी कहना बहुत जरूरी है कि पुलिस आज बहुत बड़ा काम आप लोगों ने किया है, तो आपसे इतना ही जानना चाहूंगा कि आपको टिप ऑफ कब मिला और कितने दिन तक इस ऑपरेशन पर फरीदाबाद पुलिस काम कर रही थी?
लास्ट जो है ये लगभग लास्ट 11-12 डेज से हम इसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं, जॉइंटली काम करना और जारी है ये।
तो आप लोग देख रहे थे एक तरह से मूवमेंट हो रही थी?
जी 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 बिल्कुल।
सत्येंद्र जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए। That yet another more details now coming in. If we can put out this, for the last 12 days, this operation was ongoing. It turns out that the main accused, that is the doctor that has been taken into custody, was actually coming to Faridabad, was actually using that rented property to basically store the ammunition. So it appears that from Faridabad, it is now very clear that from Faridabad, that was the hub from where they were basically planning to carry out the attacks, and that is the reason why they were storing the ammunition. Because remember, this is an important component. If at all it is about making a bomb, ammonium nitrate is also actually used. So it is one of the components that was being stocked. Pretty much what we saw during Pulwama, when in one particular gallon where they had put all the explosives put together. So it's a typically a terrorist operation where they've basically used one particular location to put together all the materials which are explosives which have been kept in one particular area, and from there onwards they've essentially started planning as to how they would have carried out this entire attack. So now you've had Satyendra, the Faridabad police commissioner, speaking to us again. Do we have him back?
Well, Shravan, you know, we're getting all these updates coming in where we see that the Hyderabad CP was saying that the operation was undergoing for 12 whole days, and we are still waiting for more information coming in. Back to you, Shravan, because I also want our viewers to understand why this is concerning, because these terror networks were using educated youth and professionals as facilitators. They were trying to build a new line of leadership by using doctors, by using educated professionals. Shravan.
Well, this is, as my colleague Zeenat was also pointing out, the bigger concern coming in, it is white-collar professionals who are now being targeted by the Pakistanis. Let's be very clear, you have a particular dedicated unit. Details of it we are going to put out in a short while from now. We are waiting for an official confirmation to actually come in from our top sources, but it's quite dangerous. The manner in which the Pakistanis are now basically operating, using a dedicated cell within the ISI to basically carry out these plans. And this time it seems that they have given a clear instruction that this is not only going to be limited to Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir it appears to be more of a launch pad, but the idea is to move out of Jammu and Kashmir and target other cities, and that is the reason why the state police across the country are basically looking at every minute detailing, every minute movement that is basically taking place. That is the reason why when the Faridabad police commissioner is basically telling us that over the last 12 days this operation was going on, so it is very clear that the movement of one of the main accused in this particular case was actually being traced by the Faridabad police commissioner and his team, where they eventually found out that they were basically using this place to store the ammunition, store the explosives, which would largely be used later on for carrying out these attacks.
That's right. Shaman getting us the back-to-back updates coming in right now. Shaman, I'm coming back to you right now. And, you know, we were also telling our viewers that this operation is happening in multiple areas. You know, this is happening in different areas. And even the Faridabad CP was saying the same thing, that this operation is across multiple states.
Well, in fact, he has clearly indicated that this is a multi-state operation that is being carried out. While the Jammu and Kashmir police is one of the lead agencies which is carrying out this entire exercise, this entire operation. And that is the reason why earlier today when I spoke to my source within Jammu and Kashmir police, there was a clear indication that this is not limited. These searches or these non-kinetic operations are not being limited just to 3 districts of Jammu and Kashmir, but multiple. We're not putting out the numbers right now because this is an ongoing operation, but clearly this is an intensified, focused operation to basically crack the whip on the terror ecosystem which still exists. And let's be very clear, when you have white-collar professionals who are basically being roped in, it seems that there is a diabolical plan of the Pakistanis, and this is exactly what is now getting exposed. So in the next coming few hours, it's only on Republic TV where you're going to get minute-to-minute update. There is a larger plot which has been uncovered by our security agencies.
That's right. Shaman, before I let you go, just telling our viewers, the highlight of this operation, because it's one of the biggest counter-terror operations which is taking place. We see that even within Jammu and Kashmir, we see that it's the biggest crackdown in Jammu and Kashmir post-Operation Sindoor. So raids happening, overground workers once again being raided and targeted.
Well, in fact, overground workers, roughly about 23 such locations where overground workers and their premises are now being targeted by the Jammu and Kashmir police. In fact, we are being told that certain SIM cards have also been seized here because that is the communication line that they are trying to snap at this point in time. Apart from that, if you look at the number of areas, there are over 23 such locations where you have these kind of searches being carried out. And this is over the last at least 3 to 4 days where this operation is being carried out by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Particularly, you have the Srinagar police really looking at this entire operation at this stage. But there is a separate operation that is, of course, with regards to these terrorists who have been arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as other state polices, for instance, Uttar Pradesh police, and you have Haryana police now getting into action. And clearly, when you have warlike ammunition being found, recovered from Faridabad, there is a clear indication that there are more states, there are more locations where this is basically panning out.
All right, Shaman, thank you for getting those details. We will be taking a short break right now. Much more coming right up, viewers, because we see that it's a huge operation where Jammu and Kashmir police has busted a module of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Faridabad, Haryana. And not just that, we see a multi-state counter-terrorism operation happening simultaneously. We will take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We will continue to be live and breaking.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed.
The nation's most trusted news network enters the world of education, undertaking India's largest college ranking exercise, powered by India's most credible educational portal. Republic Education College Rankings, powered by collegedunia.com.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite.
Viewers, getting you much more coming right up. Jammu and Kashmir police acting on a tip-off from a doctor-turned-jail operative sees kilograms of explosive material along with 2 AK-47 rifles in Faridabad. Stay tuned.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik. This afternoon, our top story remains 350 kilograms of explosives have been recovered in Faridabad in a massive terror bust
Now links to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Pakistan-linked groups are emerging, and this is one of the biggest terror hauls after Operation Sindoor. We'll bring you all the details on this story in just a moment, but as always, let's start this live and breaking bulletin with the headlines. Three terror modules come to light from 3 states. Investigations underway into a larger terror conspiracy. $350 kilograms of explosives, rifle found near Delhi. 2 J&K doctors arrested in the last 15 days. Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh and Haryana terror plots reveal direct links to Pakistan. Sources say terrorists sent videos to Pakistani handlers. Ansar Ghazwa-ul Hind AGH is an affiliate of Al-Qaeda's role emerges in Jammu and Kashmir Police Faridabad operation. Meanwhile, Jammu and Kashmir Police launched the biggest crackdown on terror ecosystem. Raids underway in multiple locations. ISIS recruiter rapist and criminal seen using phones watching television inside Bengaluru jail. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting breaking news update coming in. A major shake-up has been taken place in Bengaluru in the prisons board, where now top officials have been removed and replaced. That's the big Republic impact. Yesterday we showed you visuals of how the Bengaluru prison, inside the Bengaluru prison, ISIS-linked terrorists, Jaish-linked terrorists were using mobile phones unabated and unabashedly. And after that, the Chief Minister and the Home Minister of Karnataka were forced to react. And today, after massive Republic impact, amid massive pressure, the Karnataka government has suspended 2 officials post this massive shake-up. The responsibility for the incident has been fixed on senior officers. Chief Superintendent of Prisons K. Suresh has been immediately transferred. For the first time, an IPS officer will take charge of managing Parapanna Agrahara Central Prison. The government aims to tighten the supervision and restore discipline inside the high security jail. That's the big breaking news development, ladies and gentlemen, that is coming in this afternoon amid massive Republic Kannada impact after ISIS recruiters were seen using mobile phones on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, inside Karnataka's one of the most high security, maximum security prisons. Now a massive shake-up has been ordered, but questions are emerging. The place which is supposed to be a place where terrorists and terror accused are supposed to be away from their entire ecosystem, but yet here they are on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, using mobile phones inside a central prison in Karnataka. Now a top IPS officer has been transferred and an IS officer is now going to take charge of the Karnataka prisons. This is massive Republic Kannada impact. Alright, that's the big breaking news development, ladies and gentlemen, coming in from the state of Karnataka. However, in Delhi, another terror plot has been unmasked. A joint operation conducted by Jammu and Kashmir Police and the Faridabad Police, where they have foiled a major terror plot in Faridabad city. Searches were conducted and a major seizure has been made in Faridabad. The crime branch has arrested 2 suspects named Dr. Muzammil from Al-Faza College and Istaq from Imam of the mosque in the Dhoj village. Now, police have recovered about 83 rounds of assault rifles and 360 kilograms of ammonium nitrate, which is a highly explosive substance which is used for making improvised explosive devices or IEDs. Those are the visuals coming in from earlier today when this massive terror plot in Haryana was foiled in a joint operation by J&K Police and Faridabad Police. Dr. Adil Ahmed, the terror suspect on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, has been arrested. Simultaneously, in Jammu and Kashmir, in various parts, there are search and cordon operations taking place, and a larger pan-India terror conspiracy is emerging over the last 3 days, ladies and gentlemen. That's the big breaking news development.
आतंक के प्रति और खास करके इस्लामिक जिहादी आतंक के प्रति एक बहुत ही नरम और सॉफ्ट कॉर्नर अपनाया है। कर्नाटका की सरकार के द्वारा वहां पर जेल में कैद इस्लामिस्ट जिहादी आतंकवादी को वीवीआईपी ट्रीटमेंट दिया जा रहा है। आप सोचिए और कल्पना कीजिए, 2 विंडो आपकी मीडिया के भाषा में बनते हैं। इसमें एक विंडो पे दिखता है कि टेरर पर हमला किया जा रहा है, जम्मू कश्मीर से लेकर फरीदाबाद तक टेरर पर हमला। और कर्नाटका जहां पर कांग्रेस की सरकार है, वहां पर टेररिस्ट के लिए फोन पार्टी और जलसा। एक तरफ टेरर पर हमला किया जा रहा है, नागरिकों को आतंकवादियों के नापाक मंसूबों से बचाया जा रहा है, आतंकवाद की घटना से पहले आतंकवादी के गर्दन पर हाथ रखकर उसको दबोच कर हम पकड़ने का काम कर रहे हैं। और दूसरी तरफ कर्नाटका की जेल से, जहां पर कंट्रोल कांग्रेस का है, आतंकवादी पकड़ा गया है। उस आतंकवादी के लिए हमला नहीं करती कांग्रेस, उसके लिए वीवीआईपी ट्रीटमेंट और जलसा का आयोजन करती है कांग्रेस। एक तरफ भांडाफोड़ हो रहा है डॉक्टर्स का, आतंकियों के आतंक के डॉक्टर्स का भांडाफोड़ एक विंडो में चल रहा है, और दूसरी तरफ बिरयानी फॉर आतंकवादी कर्नाटका की जेल में चल रहा है। फोन फॉर आतंकवादी कर्नाटका की जेल में चल रहा है। वीवीआईपी सर्विसेज फॉर आतंकवादी कर्नाटका की जेल में चल रहा है। और यही 2 दृश्य आपको दिखाते हैं आज देश के, कि आतंकवाद के प्रति, कानून व्यवस्था के प्रति एक तरफ नरेंद्र मोदी जी और बीजेपी लेड एनडीए अलायंस की क्या सोच है, और दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस पार्टी लेड इंडी गठबंधन की क्या सोच है। और आपको ज्यादा दूर जाने की जरूरत नहीं, मैं एक और तस्वीर दिखाना चाहता हूं। आप लोग 2 विंडोज डालेंगे, उससे पहले ये भी तो 2 विंडो आप देख लीजिए। ये यासीन मलिक, याद है ना यासीन मलिक कौन है? यासीन मलिक वो आतंकी है जो कन्विक्ट हो चुका है, पर वो पहले कन्विक्टेड आतंकी नहीं था। पहले वो वीवीआईपी गेस्ट था मनमोहन सिंह जी के जमाने में। आज उसी यासीन मलिक के गर्दन पर हाथ डालकर उसको कन्विक्ट कराने का काम किया है। तो ये हम दोनों के बीच का अंतर है। एक आतंकवाद पर हमला करता है और दूसरा आतंकवादी को फोन और जलसा करवाने का काम करता है। और हम जानते हैं कांग्रेस का तो इतना सॉफ्ट कॉर्नर रहा है आतंकवाद के प्रति, इतना नरम दिल रहे हैं वो आतंकियों के प्रति, कि कभी वो जेएनयू में अफजल समर्थकों और टुकड़े टुकड़े नारे लगाने वाले लोगों के साथ राहुल गांधी खड़े हो जाते हैं। कभी याकूब मेमन, जिसको सुप्रीम कोर्ट फांसी की सजा देती है, तो उसके लिए पैरवी करते हैं महाराष्ट्र के कांग्रेस के मंत्री। कभी ओसामा बिन लादेन को ओसामा जी और हाफिज सईद को हाफिज सईद साहब, यह कहने का काम कांग्रेस पार्टी करती है। जब बाटला हाउस एनकाउंटर में आतंकी मारे जाते हैं तो सोनिया गांधी बाटला हाउस आतंकियों के लिए फूट फूट कर रोती है, यह काम करते हैं कांग्रेस वाले। और पाकिस्तान से जुड़े हुए आतंकी जो 26/11 के पीछे थे, जो समझौता ब्लास्ट के पीछे थे, उनको भी क्लीन चिट देने का काम अगर किसी ने किया है तो वो कांग्रेस की सरकार और कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने किया है। तो इसीलिए आज कांग्रेस की ये जो नई गारंटी सामने आई है ना, कर्नाटका में कांग्रेस की नई गारंटी है, और वो नई गारंटी का नाम है प्रिजन बना पार्टी हाउस गारंटी। उस नई गारंटी का नाम है कि जेल में होगा जलवा और जलसा मॉडल वाली गारंटी। कांग्रेस पार्टी अपराधी, आतंकी और बलात्कारी को कैसे बचाती है और कैसे उन्हें वीवीआईपी बनाती है, उसका आज प्रमाण सामने आ चुका है। हम तो बेटी बचाओ, बेटी पढ़ाओ, बेटी को आगे बढ़ाओ की बात करते हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी बलात्कारी को वीवीआईपी बनाओ, आतंकी का जलसा कराओ और अपराधियों के लिए पार्टी हाउस बनाओ, इस स्कीम और गारंटी के तहत काम करती है। आज आपने देखा होगा कि जो कर्नाटका के भीतर से, जो वहां पर परपन्ना अग्रहारा सेंट्रल जेल है, वहां से कुछ वीडियोस सामने आए हैं, और मैं आपको एक एक करके वो वीडियोस भी दिखाना चाहता हूं, और वो कौन है जिसके वीडियोस सामने आए हैं उनके बारे में भी बताना चाहता हूं। पहला वीडियो आया है, और वो वीडियो है जुहाद हमीद शकील मन्ना। ये वीडियो है, और इसमें आप देख सकते हैं कि कैसे एक आतंकी जो आईसिस का रिक्रूटर है, उसका नाम है जुहाद हमीद शकील। ये आईसिस का ऑपरेटिव रिक्रूटर, इसका काम था कि भोले भाले नौजवानों को रेडिकलाइज करके उन्हें आईसिस के लिए लड़ने के लिए सीरिया से लेकर बाकी जगहों पर भेजने, और इस लक्ष्य को लेकर कई सारे युवाओं को कर्नाटका से और अलग अलग स्टेट से कम 10 से 15 लोगों को इस आतंकी रिक्रूटर ने रिक्रूट करके विदेश भेजने का काम किया, ताकि वो आईसिस के लिए, इस्लामिस्ट जिहादियों के लिए लड़ाई लड़ सके 2016 और 20 के बीच में। एनआईए ने क्रैकडाउन किया इस आतंकी पर, इसको गिरफ्तार किया, इसके ऊपर यूएपीए लगा है, इंडियन पीनल कोड की गंभीर धाराएं लगी है, वेजिंग वॉर अगेंस्ट द नेशन ये धारा भी लगी है, और ऐसे आतंकी को हाई सिक्योरिटी जोन में रखने की आवश्यकता थी। परंतु आप देख सकते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस आतंकी को मोबाइल फोन का एक्सेस दिया है, टेलीविजन का एक्सेस दिया है, और खुले तरीके से वो जेल में बैठकर वहां से फोन लगा रहा है और लोगों से संपर्क कर रहा है। इसका मतलब यह है कि जो कांग्रेस पार्टी है वो एक तरह से इस आईसिस रिक्रूटर को खुली छूट दे रही है कि वो जेल की सिक्योरिटी से लोगों को रिक्रूट कर सके। तो सोचिए, हम आतंकियों को धर दबोचते हैं, आज देख रहे हैं आप, और जब धर दबोचने के बाद उनको जेल भेजा जाता है तो कांग्रेस पार्टी उनके लिए यहां पर व्यवस्था करती है कि वो अपने आतंकी मंसूबों को और भी प्रखर रूप से अंजाम दे और भी लोगों की रिक्रूटिंग कर सके। यह कांग्रेस पार्टी का असली चेहरा है। इसके बाद एक और वीडियो सामने आया है, और वो वीडियो है, पहले मैं फोटो दिखा देता हूं। यह व्यक्ति है उमेश रेड्डी। उमेश रेड्डी एक कन्विक्टेड सीरियल रेपिस्ट है। सोचिए, हम बेटी बचाओ की बात करते हैं, कांग्रेस पार्टी उमेश रेड्डी जैसे बलात्कारियों को वीआईपी बनाओ की मानसिकता से चलती है। उसके कमरे में टीवी दिख रहा है आपको, उसको दिख रहा है कि वो कैसे फोन पर बात कर रहा है, और उसको मन चाहा खाना वहां पर परोसा जा रहा है, और ये एक कन्विक्टेड रेपिस्ट है। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि इसके ऊपर क्या आरोप लगे हैं। पुलिस ने बताया है कि यह व्यक्ति कम से कम 18 मर्डर और 20 रेप के लिए जिम्मेदार है। एक रेप उसने एक छोटी सी हाई स्कूल जाने वाली बच्ची का किया था, और फिर उसके बाद उस बच्ची का सिर फोड़ दिया था। एक 16 साल की बच्ची का चित्रदुर्गा में रेप और मर्डर किया था। एक 37 वर्षीय विधवा का उसने घर में घुसकर उसके 7 साल के बच्चे के सामने, जो विटनेस है, उसके सामने जाकर रेप किया था, और स्वयं उसने 18 मर्डर्स किए हैं, यह कन्फेशन उसने दिया है, और कई केसेस में कन्विक्ट हुआ है। और जब कन्विक्ट हुआ तो पता है कर्नाटका हाईकोर्ट ने उसके बारे में क्या कहा? कर्नाटका हाईकोर्ट ने कहा कि दिस मैन इज अ डेविल इन मैन्स गार्ब, और जो व्यक्ति डेविल इन मैन्स गार्ब है, यह बलात्कारी। हमने देखा है पश्चिम बंगाल में भी टीएमसी बचाती है बलात्कारियों को, पर कर्नाटका में वीवीआईपी बनाती है उमेश रेड्डी। तीसरा प्रमाण जो सामने आया उमेश रेड्डी और उसके अलावा, वो है तरुण राजू, जो को अक्यूज्ड है गोल्ड स्मगलिंग में रानिया राव, जो अभी पकड़ी गई है एक्ट्रेस, उसके साथ। और रानिया राव का भी किस प्रकार से मंत्रियों के साथ और वहां के प्रशासन के साथ कनेक्शन रहा है, यह सबको पता है। तरुण राजू को भी मोबाइल फोन, वीवीआईपी सर्विसेज, पार्टी करने की परमिशन, क्योंकि तरुण राजू ने 100 किलो गोल्ड की स्मगलिंग की है। तरुण राजू ने 24 कैरेट जो सोना है, लगभग करोड़ों रुपए का सोना है, जो उससे बरामद हुआ था रानिया राव से, उसमें स्मगलिंग करने में उसका पूरा योगदान था। ऐसे व्यक्ति को भी कांग्रेस पार्टी वीवीआईपी सर्विसेज दे रही है। और अब जब आज सुबह यह तय किया गया कि इस पर प्रेस वार्ता की जाए और सवाल पूछा जाए वहां की सरकार से, तो एक और वीडियो सामने आया है, और यह वीडियो भी देखने लायक है। यह बेंगलुरु सेंट्रल जेल का वीडियो है। आप समझेंगे कि किसी नाइट क्लब का वीडियो आपको दिखा रहा हूं, पर देखिए कैसे नाइट क्लब और पार्टिंग जोन कर्नाटका की कांग्रेस सरकार सेंट्रल जेल में ही बनाती है। उसका मैं आपको प्रत्यक्ष प्रमाण देना चाहता हूं। ये जेल है। मनचाहा खाना, दारू, शराब, यह है कांग्रेस का मॉडल। आप देख सकते हैं कि प्रिजन को पार्टी जोन बनाओ और आतंकियों के ऊपर हमला नहीं, उनके साथ जलसा और उनका जलवा बढ़ाओ। यह कांग्रेस का मॉडल है। और सोचिए कांग्रेस ने आज किस दुर्दशा के तहत कर्नाटका को बर्बाद किया है। जेल जो एक हाई सिक्योरिटी जोन है, जहां पर अपराधी रहते हैं, जहां पर खूंखार आतंकवादी को रखा जाता है, जहां पर कन्विक्टेड बलात्कारी होते हैं, वहां पर तो सुरक्षा के नाम पर क्या चल रहा है आपने देखा ही है। जेल के बाहर की भी स्थिति आप लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की देखिए कर्नाटका में। अभी कुछ दिन पहले मीडिया चैनल्स ने रिपोर्ट किया था कि एक 20 साल की महिला रैपिडो बाइक पर जा रही थी तो उसका मोलेस्टेशन कर दिया गया। एक डिलीवरी बॉय जाता है और वो एक ब्राजीलियन मॉडल तो अब पता ही है, राहुल गांधी जी उसके बारे में काफी व्याख्यान करते हैं। ब्राजीलियन मॉडल के घर में जाकर बेंगलुरु में उसके साथ जाकर मोलेस्टेशन करता है। यह अक्टूबर की घटना है। उससे पहले अक्टूबर मिड की घटना है कि 3 लोग बेंगलुरु की महिला के घर में घुसकर उसका गैंगरेप करते हैं। और यह उस दिन गैंगरेप हुआ जिस दिन हमारी बेटियों ने वर्ल्ड कप जीतने का काम किया। उससे पहले बेंगलुरु के एक कॉलेज के मेंस वॉशरूम में एक इंजीनियरिंग स्टूडेंट का रेप होता है। उससे पहले बेलगावी में एक माइनर लड़की का रेप होता है और 5 लोग उसमें गैंग रेप में शामिल होते हैं। उससे पहले एक इजरायली टूरिस्ट और उसके साथ रहने वाली महिला का दिन दहाड़े रेप होता है टूरिस्ट स्पॉट पर, और उसमें भी कुछ गैंग रेप के लोग फरार हो जाते हैं, उनको जल्द से जल्द पकड़ा नहीं जाता है। और फिर हमने देखा है कि बेंगलुरु की सड़क पर सीसीटीवी फुटेज आया था कि किस प्रकार से महिला को मोलेस्ट किया जाता है। और जब जी परमेश्वर होम मिनिस्टर से सवाल किया जाता है कि बेटियां सुरक्षित नहीं है सड़कों पर, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन पूरी तरह से बर्बाद हो चुका है, कोई हिंदू अपनी यात्रा निकालता है तो उसके ऊपर हमला हो जाता है, तो वो कहते हैं कि ये तो छोटी मोटी घटना है, होती रहती है। ये लेवल ऑफ सीरियसनेस है कर्नाटका की सरकार का। और कर्नाटका की सरकार ने लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को न केवल जेल के बाहर भी बर्बाद किया, पर जेल के अंदर भी कोई लॉ एंड ऑर्डर और कानून व्यवस्था नहीं बची है। आज इसका प्रमाण सामने आ चुका है। पर इस पर कार्रवाई करने के बदले, इस पर अकाउंटेबिलिटी के बदले हम क्या देखते हैं कि कर्नाटका की सरकार पूरी तरह से सत्ता की लड़ाई में व्यस्त है। अभी एक रिपोर्ट मैंने देखी है कि डीके शिव कुमार जी और सिद्धरमैया जी दोनों दिल्ली आना चाहते हैं। एक चाहते हैं कि मैं मुख्यमंत्री बना रहूं, दूसरे चाहते हैं कि मैं मुख्यमंत्री की पद पर आसीन हो जाऊं। तो पावर की लड़ाई में पीपल की कोई चिंता नहीं है। पावर की इस लड़ाई में पॉटहोल्स की कोई चिंता नहीं है। पावर की इस लड़ाई में प्रिजन के अंदर क्या हो रहा है, अपराधी किस प्रकार से रखे जा रहे हैं, इसकी कोई चिंता नहीं है। केवल सत्ता की लड़ाई के लिए ये लोग लड़ते रहते हैं और जनता जो है वो त्रस्त है। हमने ये भी देखा है कि ये किस प्रकार से करप्शन वाली सरकार बनी है। आईएनसी का मतलब ही अब इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस नहीं, आई नीड करप्शन हो चुका है। और ये करप्शन का ही कल्यूजन और पूरी तरह से एक नेक्सस है, जिसके चलते सेंट्रल जेल हो या दर्शन का केस हो, जिसमें कि हमने देखा किस प्रकार से वहां पर भी वीवीआईपी फैसिलिटी दी जा रही थी, या कलबुर्गी जेल का केस हो जहां पर वीवीआईपी पार्टी चल रही थी जेल के भीतर। यह पूरा का पूरा करप्शन का नेक्सस है। और इसीलिए आज कर्नाटका में इस सरकार के करप्शन का एक और प्रमाण ये जेल के भीतर वीवीआईपी फैसिलिटीज जो दी जा रही है वो भी है। कर्नाटका में वैसे करप्शन का अगर देखा जाए तो एक नहीं कई आपके सामने किस्से सामने आते हैं। एक तो मूडा स्कैम है जिसमें खुद मुख्यमंत्री इन्वॉल्व है, दूसरा है वाल्मीकि स्कैम जिसमें कर्नाटका के मंत्री इन्वॉल्व थे, पर वाल्मीकि स्कैम में भी किस प्रकार।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the Bharatiya Janata Party there with its press conference coming in very hot and with some serious charges against the opposition over the massive terror crackdown that's taking place in India. Simultaneously, the videos that emerged, which Republic Kannada broke first, about how hardened criminals and terror accused and ISIS recruiters, Lashkar-e-Toiba-linked terrorists were using mobile phones inside a prison in Karnataka. We'll be tracking all the developments, ladies and gentlemen, on that developing story. But in the interim, let me take you through all the other top headlines that we are tracking across Bharat.
Amid growing crisis in the United States due to the ongoing government shutdown that has now entered 40 days, US President Donald Trump said he believed in the ongoing government shutdown is getting close to an end.
It looks like we're getting very close to the shutdown. We'll never agree to give any substantial money or any money to really prisoners, illegals that come into our country. And I think the Democrats understand that. And it looks like we're getting close to the shutdown ending. You'll know very soon. Thank you.
US senators on Sunday reached an agreement to reopen the government after 40 days, signaling an end to the lengthy shutdown. Republican leaders are hoping to hold votes on bills that would reopen the government in January, while also approving a full year funding for several parts of the government.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Polling for the high-stakes by-poll in Jubilee Hills Assembly constituency in Telangana would be held on November 11th, that is tomorrow. The campaign for the by-elections, for which is mirrored of the general elections, came to an end on Sunday. The polling would be held from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. on November 11th and the votes will be counted on November 14th. The Jubilee Hills constituency has 4.01 lakh voters and about 2.08 lakh men and 1.92 lakh women. Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister M.K. Stalin on Sunday announced a statewide protest on November 11th and said that DMK would fight the issue legally and publicly. His attack against the Election Commission's special intensive revision of the voter list, calling it flawed and confusing and dangerous, and he alleged that it was part of a conspiracy to remove genuine voters from the electoral rolls. The Rouse Avenue Court on Monday deferred the order of framing of charges in the Land for Jobs corruption case. The court will pronounce an order on December 4th. The CBI had filed charge sheet against former Railway Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav, Rabdi Devi and Meesa Bharti, Tejasvi Yadav, Hema Yadav, Tej Pratap Yadav and other accused persons. Special judge in the case has deferred the order and has listed the matter now for December 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Army recently conducted exercise Brahmashira, a key component of the Tri-Services Exercise Trishul, which are ongoing, showcasing India's national military prowess and unified power. This exercise embodies Indian Army's decade of transformation and highlights integrated capabilities across land, sea and air with state-of-the-art infrastructure and cutting-edge technology. Here's a report on that exercise.
In the vast expanse of the Run and Creek sector, the Indian Army recently conducted exercise Brahmashira, a testament.
तो NIA
criminals using mobile phones unabated and unabashedly. Now the National Investigation Agency team has begun the probe in the security lapses in the Bengaluru jail. Those are the visuals on your screen. First and exclusive on Republic, where NIA officials and NIA teams are now probing the security lapses in the Bengaluru jail. That's the big Republic Kannada impact, ladies and gentlemen. Just a couple of days ago, Republic Kannada was the first network in the nation to break the videos coming in from the central jail in Bengaluru, where Lashkar-e-Toiba linked, terror accused, ISIS linked terrorist accused were using mobile phones. They were supposed to be under maximum security in a high security prison, but they were using mobile phones on camera. Those visuals went viral. They are undeniable. The Chief Minister of Karnataka and the Home Minister of Karnataka yesterday came out and have ordered an inquiry into the matter because it was undeniable evidence of a major security lapse. In fact, a national security lapse inside Bengaluru's central jail there. And subsequently today the top IPS officer of the in charge of that jail was transferred, Subsequently, now the NIA teams are joining the probe. My colleague Abhishek joins us live on the broadcast with more details on the story. Abhishek, this is a very big development. The National Investigation Agency has now got involved in this sensational case where terror-accused ISIS recruiters, Lashkar-e-Toiba-linked terrorists, were using mobile phones inside under the watch of the administration in Karnataka inside a central jail. How was it possible? What is the significance now? The top cop of that prison has been transferred and the NIA teams now are joining the probe.
Krita, this very clearly shows the lapses within the Parpan Agrahara jail, and with respect to the same incident, the Home Minister of Karnataka, Dr. G. Parmeshwara, has just now spoken to the media stating that not all the videos belong to their government period, and he also mentions that some of the videos were during the BJP government, that was in the year 22 and 23. Some of the videos are as old as 3 to 4 years, and they have set up a new committee, a high-power committee, which probably goes through all the videos that get out of the prison, and also they will make sure all the officers who are involved in these cases will be suspended immediately. With respect to these videos which are already out on social media, as of now, 3 of the officers who were in charge of the Parpan Agrahara jail have been suspended immediately. Some of the necessary actions that have been taken are from henceforth, the superintendent of the jail would be an IAS officer who has much caliber than the superintendent of police. On the other hand, Dr. G. Parmeshwara has also mentioned that the government is making sure to curb all the lapses within the jail department, not only with respect to the Parpan Agrahara, but also throughout the state. They are making sure all the CCTV visuals will be monitored in a headquarter, probably in the same building. This is the Director General of Police of Department of Prisons and Correctional Services. All the CCTVs, around 10,000 CCTVs which are installed in various other parts of the state, will be administered from the headquarters, and this will be done in the next 15 days. A high-power committee will also make sure that none of these instances repeat ever again. At this point of time, we've also questioned him, asking if the BJP alleged that the government is not worried about the safety of people because of the visuals which we have shown to our viewers, where terrorist accused persons were using cell phones within the jail, and the Home Minister has very openly accepted the fact that without the support of the police officers within the jail, this wouldn't have been possible, and they will make sure that all these officers will either be suspended on an immediate basis, and also they will be removed from their duties, is what he has told as of now. When we try to confront him after the press meet, however, he says he is not ready to talk anything about the specific event. However, he mentions that whatever he has briefed in the press conference might have to be considered. At this point of time, Kritar, we shouldn't forget the fact that BJP alleged that the state government, which is led by Congress, is not supporting the people of Karnataka because their officers indeed have handed over mobile phones to the terrorists within the jail, and this is a major issue which the government has to look after as of now.
Thank you so much, Abhishek. That's our colleague right outside the Bangalore police headquarters there, and we're getting fresh visuals, ladies and gentlemen, as the NIA is now joining the probe in a massive security labs inside Karnataka's central prison there. We'll be tracking all the developments coming in on that story as a nationwide larger terror conspiracy is being unearthed, and massive Republic impact after in Karnataka. Now the BJP has also come out and done a press conference. We'll be tracking all the developments, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere because Republic is live and breaking.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Three terror modules come to light from 3 states. Investigations underway in a larger pan-India terror conspiracy. 350 kilograms of explosives, rifle found near Delhi. 2 Jammu and Kashmir doctors arrested in the last 15 days. Gujarat, UP and Haryana. Terror plot reveals direct links to Pakistan, and sources say terrorists sent videos to Pakistani handlers. Ansar Ghazwa-ul-Hind AGS's affiliate Al-Qaeda role surfaces in Jammu and Kashmir Police Faridabad operation. Meanwhile, Jammu and Kashmir Police launched the biggest crackdown on terror ecosystem. Raids underway in multiple locations. ISIS recruiter, rapist, criminal seen using phones and watching television inside Bengaluru jail. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In a joint operation conducted by Jammu and Kashmir Police and Faridabad Police, a major terror attack has been foiled in Faridabad. Searches were conducted and a major seizure was made in Faridabad. The crime branch has arrested 2 suspects named Dr. Muzammil from Al-Falah College and Istaq, the Imam of the mosque in Dhoj village. Now, police has recovered about 83 rounds of assault rifle bullets and ammunitions and 360 kilograms of ammonium nitrate, which is a highly explosive substance used for manufacturing improvised explosive devices, or IED, very frequently used as part of the modus operandi of terror groups operating in India. And this on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, is the biggest pan-India radical Islamist terror plot foiled successfully by joint operations of not just the Jammu and Kashmir Police and Faridabad Police, but of various agencies involved. My senior colleague Zeenat joins us live on the broadcast with more details on this story. Zeenat, search and cordon operations are ongoing across Jammu and Kashmir, and this massive terror conspiracy has been unearthed linked to J&K doctors in Faridabad in a joint operation of the J&K Police. Tell us what is going on, this war-footing mobilization of J&K Police and the massive crackdown on terror that's ongoing.
This is a Srinagar-based operation, a Srinagar-based police operation. Rather, the operation was carried on Thana level by the Srinagar police, where as of now, the 8 people, the 8 terrorists, we can say, have been arrested because one is a Molvi coming from the Shopian. He was working in a madrasa and then he would radicalize the doctors, the white-collar terrorists there. And one of the doctors first who was arrested, he spilled the beans and identified the Molvi who was behind his radicalization. Overall, we are seeing that the 3 doctors have been arrested, 1 Molvi has been arrested, and apart from that, the 4 OGWs who are they are more like the terrorists without weapons, and they are the one who provide the logistic support on ground to the terror networks. Now the question is, these white collar terrorists that the Pakistan is using, how many more have fallen into the fray of this Pak terror network in the Kashmir Valley? We are picking from the sources now that the more doctors have been identified but who are on run, and the efforts are being made to arrest them. Also, all the 8 at present have been lodged in Srinagar-based police stations where they are being questioned, because this is a multi-level probe that is being done. It is spread from Jammu and Kashmir to Haryana to UP. So you are seeing the role of Jammu and Kashmir police, then CIK is there, NIA is there, and other investigating agencies are the part of operation who are still grilling those people who are still under the custody, and they are being charged under the particular section of law like the Arms Act. Then UAPA will be slapped. The further questioning, the grilling, the charge sheets, and so many other things will follow the procedure as far as the arrest of these 8 people are concerned. And how many more arrests will be there in the coming time? That will be a big revelation. Meanwhile, as this ammonium nitrate, which is an flammable substance, that too have been recovered, because the kind of devices that have been recovered from the rented apartment tells you that they were planning.
Yes,
in a
Zeenat.
way,
And,
the
Zeenat,
IDs that are...
We are also getting in more information, Zeenat, from the Faridabad Commissioner of Police, where we exclusively spoke to them and they were giving us exclusive details. And he said that this operation is still underway. So there's a lot more expected, ladies and gentlemen. Let's quickly also listen into that exclusive conversation of Republic with the Commissioner of Police there.
फरीदाबाद कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस जॉइनिंग अस। सत्येंद्र जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए। सबसे पहले आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि जिस तरह से कार्रवाई की गई है उसमें एक घर है जिसमें एम्यूनेशन मिला है, उसकी नेचर की बात करना चाहूँगा कि एक्सप्लोजिव्स की क्या नेचर है? क्या वो RDX था? 350 किलोग्राम RDX बरामद किए गए?
दिस इज नॉट RDX, ये बेसिकली 350 kg प्लस है। दिस इज अमोनियम नाइट्रेट, इट्स एन वाइट पाउडर, इट इज ए सस्पेक्टेड जो है अमोनियम नाइट्रेट एंड इट इज इन्फ्लेमेबल मटेरियल। ये एक इन्फ्लेमेबल मटेरियल है अमोनियम नाइट्रेट एंड नॉट RDX।
सत्येंद्र जी, ये भी सवाल उठ रहा है कि अगर 350 किलोग्राम की अमोनियम नाइट्रेट मिलता है और साथ ही साथ ये जो डॉक्टर है वो रेंटेड घर में रह रहा था, इसकी जानकारी आपको क्या मिल पा रही कि आखिरकार वो एम्यूनेशन वो ला कैसे पा रहा था और उसकी मोडस ऑपरेंडाई क्या है? अब तक की मोडस ऑपरेंडाई क्या मिल रहा है आपको?
मैं जैसे आपको मैं स्टेज पे इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा कि जो है ये पूरी इसमें अभी जो है ऑनगोइंग इन्वेस्टिगेशंस है। बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी हैं कि जो अभी नेशनल सिक्योरिटी को ध्यान में रखते हुए इस स्टेज पे शेयर करना उचित नहीं होगा। तो बाकी जितने भी जो है जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है वो हमने आपको बता दी।
सत्येंद्र जी, एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूँगा क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ी खबर है और देश में हर कोई जानना चाहेगा कि अब तक जो लिंक्स निकल कर आ रहे हैं, क्या आप मानते हैं कि ये इसमें एक मल्टी स्टेट ऑपरेशन की जरूरत है? और साथ ही साथ और ये जो अक्यूज्ड है उसकी क्या लिंक निकल कर आ रही है?
ये बिल्कुल ये मल्टी स्टेट ऑपरेशन है। जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि हमने और J&K पुलिस ने हमने जो है साथ मिलकर ये ऑपरेशन छेड़ा हुआ है, साथ मिलकर कर रहे हैं, तो उसी के अंतर्गत जो है ये कार्रवाई हुई है, राइट।
बट सत्येंद्र जी, क्या आप मानते हैं कि एक तरह से जिस तरह से जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस भी कह रही है कि मेन अक्यूज की पाकिस्तान के लिंक्स भी है, क्या आपके जांच में कुछ वैसे लिंक्स उभर कर आ रहे हैं?
जी मैं आपको बताऊं कि इसके अंदर कई और लिंक्स हैं, जो इनके बाकी लिंक्स हैं उन पे भी काम चल रहा है, तो उसमें भी हम जो है टाइमली आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन शेयर करेंगे, राइट।
सत्येंद्र जी, एक सवाल इसलिए करना चाहूंगा क्योंकि बहुत लोग देख रहे हैं, बहुत लोग जानना भी चाहेंगे। मुझे पता है कि शुरुआत है इन्वेस्टिगेशन की, बट आप जब कहते हैं कि बहुत सारे लिंक्स उभर कर आ रहे हैं, ये लिंक्स की क्या लिंक्स की बात कर रहे हैं कि किस तरह से आप कह रहे हैं कि मल्टीपल लिंक्स है इसमें?
मैं यही बताना चाहूंगा आपको कि अभी कुछ ये चेन है, इस चेन के ऊपर जो है जॉइंटली हमारा ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। अभी ये खत्म नहीं हुआ है, अभी ये जारी है। तो जो इस लिंक्स के ऊपर जो इनके बाकी जो एसोसिएट्स हैं उनके ऊपर भी कार्रवाई जारी है।
और ये क्या ये मेन अक्यूज वहां रह रहा था और आखिरी बार वो कब आया हुआ था यहाँ पर?
जी ये रह रहा था, अभी पिछले कुछ दिनों से ही उसने ये काम स्टार्ट किया था। ये टिप ऑफ हमें लगी थी जो एक जॉइंट ऑपरेशन के अंतर्गत हमारे साथ एंड J&K पुलिस के साथ, तो उसके अंतर्गत हमने फिर आगे ये कार्रवाई की थी।
और ये भी कहना बहुत जरूरी है कि पुलिस आज बहुत बड़ा काम आप लोगों ने किया है, तो आपसे इतना ही जानना चाहूंगा कि आपको टिप ऑफ कब मिला और कितने दिन तक इस ऑपरेशन पर फरीदाबाद पुलिस काम कर रही थी?
लास्ट जो है ये लगभग लास्ट 11-12 डेज से हम इसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं, जॉइंटली काम करना और जारी है ये।
तो आप लोग देख रहे थे एक तरह से मूवमेंट हो रही थी?
जी बिल्कुल।
अभी क्योंकि ये मॉड्यूल है, इस मॉड्यूल के ऊपर काम अभी जारी है, अभी इसके अंदर आगे काम काफ़ी जारी है, तो मैं इसकी बहुत सारी ऑपरेशनल डिटेल्स जो है नेशनल सिक्योरिटी को ध्यान में रखते हुए शेयर नहीं कर सकता।
पहले पुलिस ने नहीं बताई थी क्या सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से वो बात रखी गई थी?
जी हाँ जी, जैसे जो है ऑफकोर्स बिल्कुल मेनली है सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से, क्योंकि अभी हम नहीं चाहते कि इसमें जो आगे के जो ग्रुप्स है, गैंग्स हैं, वो उसके अंदर अलर्ट हो।
सर एक सवाल ये है कि जो बरामद हुआ है वो जहाँ रहता था वहाँ से या जहाँ पढ़ाता था वहाँ पर, वो अगर डिटेल आप।
एक रूम था जो रूम इन्होंने ये रखा था, एक एक्स्ट्रा रूम, उस जहाँ से ये बरामद हुआ।
इनका मकसद क्या था? कुछ ब्लास्ट था या क्या था?
मैंने आपको बताया, मैंने भी बताया कि इसलिए मैंने कहा कि एक वृहद नेशनल सिक्योरिटी को ध्यान में रखते हुए बहुत सारी ऑपरेशनल डिटेल्स हैं जिन्हें इस समय अभी शेयर नहीं किया सर। मैं बताना चाहूँगा ऑपरेशन अभी भी जारी है, जिसके अंतर्गत एक एंटी टेरर मॉड्यूल पे काम करते हुए हमारी दोनों की जॉइंट टीम ने यहाँ पे जो है काम किया, जिसके अंदर एक एक्यूज को पहले यहाँ से पकड़ा गया था जिसका नाम है डॉक्टर मुजम्मल, और इस पे आगे कार्रवाई करते हुए जो है कल जो है रेड्स की गई, और जिसमें रेड्स के दौरान यहाँ पे लगभग 360 kg के आसपास इनफ्लेमेबल मटेरियल है जो कि संभावित अमोनियम नाइट्रेट है। मैं क्लियर करना चाहूँगा कि इट इज़ नॉट RDX, मैं इस बात को क्लियर करूंगा क्योंकि कई जगह ये चल रहा है, तो मैं क्लियर करना चाहूँगा इट्स नॉट RDX, तो ये इनफ्लेमेबल मटेरियल है। इसके अलावा कई और ऐसा सामान जो टेरर एक्टिविटीज़ में जिनका संभावित इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है, जैसे टाइमर्स, लगभग 20 टाइमर्स विद बैटरीज 4, और इसके अलावा कुछ अन्य सामान है जो है यहाँ बरामद किया गया है। साथ साथ ही जो है जो फायर आर्म्स में एक कैरन कॉप राइफल विद 3 मैगजीन्स एंड 83 लाइव राउंड्स, एक पिस्टल विद 8 लाइव राउंड्स, 2 एम्प्टी कार्ट्रिजेज और 2 एडिशनल मैगजीन्स हैं जो इनसे जो है रिकवरी की गई है। और इसके अंदर जो है अभी जो है कार्रवाई जो है दोनों की हमारी जॉइंट पुलिस की कार्रवाई जो है जारी है।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the big controversy and the big haul in Faridabad. But Republic is now getting in more breaking news details from our intel sources, where Pakistan's new strategy for terror has been unmasked, which is doctors as terror assets. Yes, you heard that right, ladies and gentlemen. Exclusive details of the Pakistani terror strategy about using doctors as terror assets in Kashmir. Intelligence sources reveal that ISI is using educated professionals, especially doctors, to evade detection and execute high-impact attacks. The arrested doctors were radicalized at the Sophia Madrasa by the Maulvi, who was personally identified by one of the detained doctors during the interrogation. That's the big breaking news development that we are tracking. My senior colleague Zeenat once again joins us back on the broadcast with more details on the story. Zeenat, do tell us about this new strategy of the ISI of recruiting doctors and educated professionals to fly under the radar of the intelligence agencies, and how this new strategy has been executed at a widespread scale, particularly in the case of Sophia, where this case is coming from.
See, it's true that what we are picking from the sources now because now that recruitment levels, the local recruitment level has come down to single digit, and this year only one local could join the terror outfits. This is a blow. Now what ISI, the Pak-based ISI is doing, they are using the educated professionals, the doctors, the white-collar ones who are very difficult to identify because of the professional challenges that they are, and that is one of the respected lot in any society. Now they are radicalizing that lot. They are being radicalized through the Maulvis, the madrasas that these Maulvis are running, because in this case also the Jammu and Kashmir police has identified and arrested a Maulvi who comes from the Shupran district of South Kashmir. He was the one who was running a madrasa there. He used to radicalize the youth, the doctors there, and one of the doctors who is arrested and is lined with the Srinagar police in one of the police stations in the jurisdiction. That doctor has identified this Maulvi, and then they laid their hand on the other doctors. We are picking further from the sources that one of the doctors who come from the Srinagar-based hospital is on run. We are picking, he also possesses a weapon, and there are multiple such searches being done by the Srinagar police to get hand on this particular doctor. But now this is a very serious and serious trend that is coming up, because once you see the doctors through the lens of terrorists or the terrorist supporters, so it becomes really difficult to trust people in the system, because once you go once you penetrate into the health structure, you have a number of government hospitals, the private hospitals, the students community. So it will be a massive kind of crackdown now, because these doctors, the white collars, too, will be under the radar of Jammu and Kashmir police, the CID, CIK, SIA. So in the coming days, the more names will come forward, or the more faces will be unmasked. But in this case, as we are picking from the sources, that the doctors who have been arrested, they were radicalized by the Shopian Maulvi. And it also tells that the Pakistan is now using the white-collar people, the white-collar terrorists, to run their terror business in the Kashmir Valley.
Thank you so much, Zeenat, for tracking those developments, ladies and gentlemen. That's the inside detail from intel sources coming in about the new modus operandi of the terror groups. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, similarly in Gujarat, in another major crackdown, 3 ISIS operatives have been arrested by the Gujarat ATS. A doctor was amongst the 3 accused who were nabbed, confirming once again what our intel sources are saying to us. And all 3 accused have been preparing Ricin, a very deadly toxin, and scouting crowded public spots as a potential attack site. That's the detail that we are getting in from the Gujarat ATS over the last 6 months. He reportedly, the accused, wrecked Delhi's Azadpur Mandi and Ahmedabad's Naroda Fruit Market and the RSS offices in Lucknow, chosen for their heavy crowds and public activity. The accused is on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, in a massive anti-terror operation. These were one of the 3 ISIS terrorists arrested by the Gujarat ATS yesterday. One of them who happened to be a doctor, which once again confirms what Republic sources are telling us, that ISI strategy, beg your pardon, has been now to target white-collared individuals who are highly educated, most likely doctors who can carry out sophisticated targeted attacks and potentially, in fact, even attempt to fly under the radar of India's security service and anti-terror mechanisms. However, in this massive pan-India crackdown, we first told you about how 350 kilograms of explosives were confiscated in Faridabad. Then we told you about the crackdown that is ongoing in Jammu and Kashmir. And now the Gujarat ATS arresting 3 ISIS terrorists. Let's go on the ground and see what exactly this entire Gujarat ATS case was about with this exclusive report.
In a huge success for Gujarat Anti-Terrorism Squad, 3 terrorists have been arrested from Gujarat itself. Now, if we talk about the entire sequence of this operation and arrest, let me tell you, these 3 belong to Uttar Pradesh and Hyderabad. 2 from Uttar Pradesh to be specific and 1 from Hyderabad, and they were conspiring to execute a huge terror attack. Now, Sayyid Moinuddin, to be precise, is 35-year-old individual who is highly educated and radical in nature. That's what has been informed by Gujarat ATS. He had an MBBS degree from China and was in contact with various foreigners, and to be very specific, the most important one was Abu Khadija, whose location in the preliminary investigation is traced in Afghanistan or Afghanistan-Pakistan border. On the other hand, Syed was also trying to make a very potent poison, that is resin, which is more fatal, even more fatal than cyanide, and raw material was procured from him during the investigation, and other weapons like pistols and 30 cartons were also procured. Now, if we talk about other 2 individuals, during the entire interrogation, they could also trace mobile number and from whom these weapons were collected. So like that, ATS could reach other 2 individuals who belong to Uttar Pradesh. Syed was arrested from Adalaj area of Gujarat, and he was supposed to receive the weapons. On the other hand, other 2 had collected these weapons from Hanumangadi. Now again, this place is placed on the India-Pakistan border in Rajasthan, and that's the other question, that from where these weapons were procured, and these 2 belonging to Uttar Pradesh went there. On the other hand, these 2 were also doing recce of places like Ahmedabad, Lucknow and national capital Delhi as well from last 1 year, and a huge terror attack was to be conspired. Now it is to be seen what other steps are taken and what leads will these 3 provide, and it can help for the national security of India.
In fact, Republic also spoke to the Gujarat ATS, who shared the inside details of the entire operation on how these 3 individuals had in fact been on their radar for the longest of the time. Take a look at what the Gujarat ATS had to say on this case.
Prima facie, it is not clearly seen if they are clearly affiliated to a particular organization, but yeah, the Dr. Moinuddin, he was in touch with one of the radical entity, his handler probably. He believes that he's from Afghanistan. That's how he has been interacting with him. And the person who was in contact with him, who was sent him here, who was promising funding for him to organize on a larger scale, he has affiliation towards ISKP, International Islamic State of Khorasan Province.
So this is a very major point, that they were ready to radicalize more people and recruit and create an organization. That's one of the most important points in this entire operation. So coming back to Syed Moinuddin, it is said about him that he is a degree holder of MBBS from China, and as you pointed out, he was in contact with a lot of foreign nationals. Maybe radical investigation will throw some light. So tell us something more about Abu Khadija, who is traced, his location is traced in Afghanistan or Pakistan-Afghanistan border?
Yeah, the radical entity who I was referring in the previous sentence also, he was named Abu Khatija, as Syed Mohiuddin says. He has shown his affiliation to ISKP. We have not personally seen him, but on the technical analysis and the preliminary investigation in the last 24 hours shows that he's a radical entity who was facilitating all the requests of Mr. Syed Mohiuddin.
And rest both of others are also in alignment with the same organization, or is there any chance, is there any arrows pointing towards the organization?
That we are yet to ascertain, because we've just made his arrest in the morning, early in the morning. We are taking him to custody. We will be getting his remand as much as the Honorable Court seems fit. Post that, we would be able to answer this question.
A very different feature is coming out of this entire operation or sequence. We can say that he was about to make a very potent poison called Ricin. Please tell us about that.
It's called Ricin. So it is a poisonous compound which is highly potent. He had conducted the preliminary preparation process of it. We yet to ascertain where it is and how we could recover from it. How he is going to use it, how he is going to plan it is something which is part of the investigation going forward. But yeah, he accepted that he was in the process of making a compound of such sort.
So how do you look at the further investigation, and are there any chances that you can get more leads to more people who are executing plans or anti-terror activities, and how can these three contribute to further crackdown?
Certainly. Two things. One is their movement, their activity, their analysis. The other is the technical part, which we can find from mobile. We have made elaborate teams. Everyone is working on their particular task, and we are certain that we will be able to bust other affiliate, whosoever is involved in the activity, and whosoever is remotely planning or preparing to be radicalized and radicalize other people will definitely be caught.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Voting for the high-stakes bypoll in Jubilee Hills constituency of Telangana will be held on November 11th, that is tomorrow. The campaigning for this by-election has mirrored the trends of the general election, which came to an end on Sunday. The polling would be held from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. tomorrow, and the votes will be counted on November 14th along with the polling in Bihar. The Jubilee Hills Assembly constituency has about 4 lakh voters, 2.8 lakh of which are men and 1.92 are women. Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister M.K. Stalin on Sunday has announced a statewide protest on November 11th, that is tomorrow, against the Election Commission's SIR, and has said that the DMK would fight the issue legally and publicly. He escalated this attack against the Election Commission's special investigation and special intensive revision of the voter list, calling it flawed, confusing and dangerous, and alleging that it was part of conspiracy to remove genuine voters from the voter list. The Rouse Avenue Court on Monday deferred the order of framing of charge in the Lands for Job corruption case. The court will pronounce the order on November 4th, and the CBI has filed charge sheets against the former Railway Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav, Rabri Devi, Meesa Bharti, Tejaswi Yadav, Hema Yadav, Tej Pratap Yadav and other accused persons. The special judge in the case has deferred the order and has listed the matter for December 4th now. Ladies and gentlemen, Super Typhoon Phunwong, one of the largest and the most powerful storms of this year, is bearing down on the Philippines with winds of over 185 kilometers per hour, a destructive radius nearly the size of an entire nation. Nearly 1 million Filipinos have been evacuated from high-risk areas as torrential rains, flooding and storm surges threat the archipelago nation. The storm, locally called Uwan, comes just days after Typhoon Kalmegi devastated the region, raising concerns about climate change intensifying with these deadly natural events. Here's a quick report on what's going on with this super typhoon.
The Philippines has officially deployed its first BrahMos missile battery from India, a development already prompting concern in Beijing and marking a turning point in Southeast Asia's defense posture. The Philippines signed a $375 million deal with India in 2022 for 3 BrahMos batteries, and the first battery is now operational, positioned in western Luzon. close enough to the South China Sea to alter calculations for Chinese naval planners. The export configuration delivered to the Philippines is a complete land-based battery. It comprises canisterized missiles mounted on transporter-erected launchers, a mobile command and control vehicle with a battery-level fire control computer, a dedicated surveillance and tracking radar, reload and logistics trucks, and the maintenance and support equipment required to keep the unit operational. Each TEL usually carries 2 to 4 missiles. A coastal defense battery will include multiple TELs, so launches, reloads, and relocations can be carried out without exposing the entire unit at once. The export BrahMos has a range of about 290 kilometers and sustains cruise speeds around Mach 2.8 to 3.0. It carries a conventional high-explosive warhead of roughly 200 to 300 kilograms. Mid-course guidance relies on an inertial navigation system updated by satellite signals, while terminal homing is handled by an active radar seeker. The missile flies low over the sea in a sea-skimming profile and executes final phase maneuvers intended to defeat shipboard fire control systems. The combination of high speed, low altitude, and an active seeker shortens the time from detection to engagement and complicates both hard-kill interceptors and soft-kill countermeasures. Although presented as a conventional arms sale, the transfer has layered strategic effects. For the Philippines, it diversifies defense suppliers and provides a mobile standoff strike option that can be repositioned to reduce vulnerability to a first strike. For India, enabling a regional partner to hold surface assets at risk shapes regional deterrence without deploying its own forces. The transfer raises the cost of coercive maritime operations inside the missile's footprint and forces potential adversaries to assign additional assets to suppression, escort, or strike protection roles. What this deployment explicitly means for China is a new set of operational risks. Chinese surface groups operating within or near the northern South China Sea now face a credible rapid strike option that can hold warships, support vessels, and logistic ships at risk while they conduct gray zone operations. Amphibious and replenishment movements through approaches to Luzon and key Philippine ports become more vulnerable to swift precision strikes that compress decision cycles for Chinese commanders. Escort requirements for task groups will grow, diverting destroyer and frigate assets to protective duties and reducing the force available for presence missions. The presence of a Mach 3 class coastal strike system also creates new dilemmas for China's militia and Coast Guard deployments, which have relied on calculated impunity. Those vessels could be exposed to escalatory kinetic risk once legitimate naval platforms are within range. The change for Philippine defense is tangible and tactical. First, the country now feels a credible sea denial node capable of threatening surface combatants, logistics vessels, and auxiliary ships operating inside its exclusive economic zone and along approaches to key ports. Second, the short reaction window inherent to a Mach 3 class weapon increases the burden on opposing ships to maintain layered defenses and complicates forward presence operations by unarmored or lightly armed vessels. Third, by tying the missile battery into coastal defense and maritime domain awareness systems, the Philippines raises its deterrent credibility. Converting surveillance information into a rapid, lethal response is what creates real operational risk for an adversary.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It's 2 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. Viewers, we are tracking one of the biggest terror overhauls in the history. 2,900 kilograms of IED-making material has been recovered. We are tracking this and a lot more. But first, as always, a quick check of the headlines. Three terror modules comes to light from 3 states. Investigation underway into larger terror conspiracy. 350 kilograms of explosives rifle found in near Delhi. 2 J&K doctors arrested in 15 days. Gujarat, UP and Haryana terror plot reveals direct links to Pakistan. Sources say terrorists sent videos to Pakistani handlers. Ansar Ghazwa-ul-Hind, an affiliate of Al-Qaeda, rolled surfaces in J&K Police Faridabad operation. Meanwhile, Jammu and Kashmir Police launched the biggest crackdown on terror ecosystem, raids underway in multiple locations. Major shake-up in Karnataka prisons after Republic expose. 2 officers suspended for security breach at Bengaluru jail. Ladies and gentlemen, sensational details have emerged on nationwide terror plot. It is the biggest ever haul. 2,900 kgs of IED-making material has been found with Pakistani-backed terrorists. In fact, 1 Krinkov rifle has also been seized. Ladies and gentlemen, we are tracking one of the biggest ever terror hauls in recent years. Nearly 2,900 kilograms of IED-making material, enough to cause massive devastation, viewers, has been seized in a major operation targeting Pakistani-backed terror modules. In fact, along with these explosives, forces have also recovered a cache of high-grade weapons, including an AK Krinkov rifle, a Chinese-made pistol and a Beretta pistol as well. These kind of arsenal that is clearly pointing towards foreign training funding and a sophisticated supply network. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a sensational detail that is emerging right now as we track one of the biggest ever terror hauls in the recent years. In fact, sources say that a financial trail of investigation is already underway. In fact, we are also currently focusing on how the funds were routed to these operatives in the first place, who facilitated the movement of such large quantities of explosive materials into Indian territory. In fact, there are chilling details emerging, ladies and gentlemen. Doctors and medical professionals are also being reportedly recruited by these groups, raising red flags as to how deep and diverse this terror network may be. And as we speak, these are sensational details emerging on the nationwide terror plot. It is the biggest ever haul, ladies and gentlemen. 2,900 kilograms of IED-making material has been found with Pakistani-backed terrorists. In fact, 1 AK Krinkov rifle has also been recovered. All right, let's cut straight across to my colleague Zeenat, who's joining me live. Zeenat, this is an extremely worrisome news that we are getting. 2,900 kgs of IED-making material has been seized. In fact, not just this, we have also recovered an AK Krinkov rifle, all of which is pointing towards the larger terror module that is currently under play. Tell us more about this.
More worrisome is the revival of Ansar Ghazwatul-Hind. As since morning I've been talking about that it is the revival of Ansar Ghazwatul-Hind, which was founded by the terrorist Sakir Musa in 2017. He was first with the Hizbul Mujahideen, the homegrown terror outfit, and later he formed this Ansar Ghazwatul Hind, which works on the pattern of IS. So they were having the backing of ISI Pakistan, and 2019 in the month of September or October, he was neutralized in his home district. Today, as we have been talking about these arrests, the recovery that were made, and since morning I've been talking about that Ansar Ghazwatul Hind's revival is there, which is a big and a worrisome problem for the J&K police, for the army and the intelligence network in the Kashmir Valley, who decimated this network long back. But now we are saying that Pakistan is reviving the same network through the funds, through the social media, through its Molvi network, through its OGW network, and this time they have trapped white-collar people, the white-collar terrorists, the doctors, the professionals, the educated one who have a place in the society. But now when a weapon is recovered from the doctor's locker, or this ammonia nitrate has been recovered from the rented place of a doctor, the OGWs have been supporting him, who are the terrorists without guns, but they are the backbone of any terror network on the ground. So this is a worrisome situation, and now we are picking that there are more doctors who have been identified, have been working for this ISIS model in Jammu and Kashmir, and now the hunt is on for them to get arrested. There are multiple teams that have been formed by the Srinagar police. As I have been talking about, this is completely an operation of Srinagar police. They've been doing this operation from their Thana level. When the operation started, the Thana people actually got the links. They tried to connect the dots with the other districts of the Kashmir Valley, and the focus again here remained South Kashmir. From South Kashmir, it is Anantnag to Pulwama to Shopian, where this entire network unfolded, and finally it found its strength somewhere in Faridabad, the UP, and this module was busted. The bigger issue, the bigger challenge for the J&K police is that they should not allow the youngsters, the professionals, or even the innocent ones to fall into that net of the Pakistan. They have been sponsoring terrorism in the Kashmir Valley for the last 3 to 4 decades, which earlier got a big blow. And now there seems a revival where the J&K police have to step in to break the chain.
Absolutely. Well, absolutely, Zina. Do stay with us. Let me also quickly go across to Shambhavi, who's joining me live from Faridabad. Shambhavi, Zina was just telling us how this is a nationwide terror module that now stands exposed. Tell us about where else is this module, getting exposed from. We know that there are raids underway in Faridabad, there are raids underway in Ahmedabad. Tell us more ground details on this.
Well, as per the information, we know that this entire network is expanded to Western UP, Haryana and NCR, and they were planning several explosions all over these states. There were several people arrested, around 7 people arrested in this network, and the 2 terrorists who have allegedly recorded videos and pictures and sent it to handlers, cross-border handlers in Pakistan, showing the possible targets from where they would have, scheduled or planned a blast. And right now, let me please show you, I'm outside Al Falah University. Now, this university is coming up as one of the center points in this entire network, because Dr. Muhammad Mujammil, who was arrested and by whose input we got to know about the 360 kg of inflammable powder that was seized from the location that we are here constantly reporting from. And Dr. Muhammad Mujammil is a senior doctor at this college. This is a college where most of, as per information, several Muslims from Jammu and Kashmir, they come here to study MBBS in this college, and the doctors who are the names that are actually coming up in this entire investigation, most of them, they are related to this college in some way or form. The other very important aspect which is coming forward is Muhammad Mujammil informed the investigating teams about a swift car from which ammunition was recovered, a rifle was recovered, and that swift car is registered to the name of a lady doctor who again works in this college. So Al Falah is coming up as one of the center points in this entire network. where Adil was arrested around 2-3 days ago in Saharanpur in relation to Jaish-e-Mohammed, and he led us to his locker where explosive substances were recovered. There was also rifle recovered, and then he led us to Mohammed Mujammil. Mohammed Mujammil directed the investigating teams to the rented room here in Dauj, and from that room around 360 kg of explosive material. As we are constantly reporting from the ground, we are showing you that the Faridabad crime branch has been at it. They have been constantly searching and investigating the location from 3 different spots they've been doing. But Al-Falah University, this university has come forward, is coming up majorly as one of the major spots in this entire story, when several doctors, and it has also been shown that Jaish-e-Mohammed was planning that the next line of leaders would be doctors, because there are 3 major doctors who are involved, Adil, Mohammed, and the third one, of course, the details are not disclosed yet, because then that would affect the investigation's direction. But these doctors and the card that were registered to a lay doctor, most of them, they are related to this college. So we'll keep the investigation is undergoing. The Faridabad crime branch is currently at the location trying to figure out how did 360 kg of explosive material reach the spot. Who others were involved? Are there other people involved? Is there something else that still needs to be seized? Is there at the location? We'll keep bringing ground updates to
Absolutely, Shambhavi. This is indeed a very, very fast developing story. Zeenat, I would like to go back to you. We are getting to know that there were 30 raids, on the terror network in J&K. Tell us more about these raids and what exactly was seized after this crackdown on the terror module in Jammu and Kashmir.
Yeah, there had been multiple raids. Let's not go into the number thing. There had been multiple raids from the north to the south to the central Kashmir. We have been seeing the Jammu and Kashmir police swing, and they have been in the active role as far as the raids in the Kashmir Valley is concerned. The 10 raids where not only the residents, those who are the terror supporters, are having the links with the terror network on the ground or working as an OGWs, but even the people who have been, or the residents of the Jammu and Kashmir, but are staying across the border along with the family, their relatives were also detained for questioning, and the multiple material was also recovered. And in fact, this is all they are connecting the dots, because once the Srinagar police got its hand on the posters from this doctor, the story actually began from there, and the raids started, because the raids that you were talking about, they've begun for the last 2 days. It was just Saturday and the Sunday where we saw the massive crackdown.
Absolutely. Zina, do stay with us. We are getting another development as we speak. Pakistan's new strategy stands exposed, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this time, doctors are being used as terror assets. In fact, intelligence has revealed that ISI is using educated professionals, especially doctors, to evade detection and execute high-impact attacks. The arrested doctors were, in fact, radicalized at the Shopian Madrasa by the Maulvi, who was personally identified by one of the detained doctors during the interrogation. Now, the Jammu and Kashmir police have intensified a massive crackdown on the terror ecosystem, viewers, conducting widespread searches. The coordinated operations are focused on dismantling the logistical and financial support systems for these terror outfits. In fact, the operation focused on overground workers and terror commanders operating from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, residences of the OGWs and individuals accused under the UAPA who are out on bail have been searched in multiple districts. Let me quickly go back to my colleague Zeenat, who continues to join me live. Zeenat, in fact, as you were telling us, these we are getting to know that this is Pakistan's new strategy, in fact, and this time they are not just targeting any random civilian. They are using professionals, educated doctors, and they are using them so as to avoid detection. Tell us about how, how deep-seated this rot goes.
See, although this is not the first time when the Pakistan is targeting the educated lot. We have seen whether it was the Zakir Musa from the Ansar Ghazwatul Hind, he was a PhD holder, whether we talk about the other educated professionals who later became the part of the terror network. But this time, the doctors, the white-collar ones who have an access to the hospitals, who have an access to the public places, even the hospitals, even the Fauji or the police wala, the local one, they go for inside for the treatment. And whether he was mapping their entire movement and why he was, what made him to join the terror ranks like the Ansar Ghazwatul Hind or being the part of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Again, the question comes, are these terror organizations, have they come under the one ambit to play their role? Because we have been seeing a blow to the terror networks for the last couple of years. The operations have come completely down because the locals have refused to join the terror network. We are seeing the infiltration going up where the Pakistan now pushes more terrorists from the Pak nationals are being pushed by the Pakistan army under that to give them push inside the Indian territory. We have seen the multiple operations along the line of control, IB sector, where the Pakistani terrorists were neutralized. But now, well, all those things failed because we have seen the alertness of the Indian army along the line of control. When everything failed for Pakistan here, so they started mobilizing the white collar, the professionals, the educationists, and those who have a name in the society. This is definitely a bigger thing, bigger part of the investigation, because here obviously a pat goes to Srinagar police for uncovering all this. But again, a challenging situation for the J&K police when you see that the professionals, the educated lot is helping the Pak modules, helping the Pakistan in the Kashmir Valley, carrying these kind of activities, subversive activities. Though the people who have been arrested, they are being booked under the relevant sections of the law. They are being questioned, detained. They are providing more details. With the result, the 2,900 gram this material, the flammable material, was recovered. But the buck does not stop here. There will be more things in the coming time, which will be a worry for the J&K police, particularly those who deal on the front line when it comes to the local issues.
Certainly. Do stay with us. Let me also quickly go across to Shravan Sen, my senior news editor, who's joining me live on this bulletin. Shravan, the Pakistan's new strategy is standing exposed, and this time they're not just targeting any radicalized youth. They are targeting well-established professionals, doctors in fact, and they have been using them as terror assets. How worried should India's security be at this point?
Well, in fact, Iona, the breaking news also now coming in at this stage is the fact that there is a third suspect that the police are basically looking at. If we can put out the breaking news now coming in, there is another doctor that they are basically on the lookout. Sources within Faridabad police as well as Jammu and Kashmir police basically indicating that beyond the 7 arrests that have been made by the Jammu and Kashmir police, they're also looking at a third doctor. So far, 2 doctors. If you look at the list, 2 doctors have been arrested. That is what Jammu and Kashmir police have now confirmed. But we are also picking up that it does not end there. There is another suspect that they are basically looking at. Of course, there is no doubt about the fact that white-collar professionals are now being targeted. And let's also make this very clear, that this is just not limited to Jammu and Kashmir. It now turns out that states like Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, and a few other states which we are not naming at this point in time because this is part of an ongoing security situation, and an operation is already underway. What I've basically been able to pick up from national security agencies is the fact that they are looking at a pan-India operation that is going to be carried out. In fact, in all likelihood, this matter is also going to be further investigated by the National Investigation Agency. A short while back, there is also information coming in that there is also an international network that is under the scanner right now. In fact, perhaps Zenith would be able to put out more information with regards to the operations that have been carried out in Budgam, and that there too we're being told that there is an international network that is largely being probed, and their role in terms of fomenting trouble within Jammu and Kashmir and other states are also being looked at. In fact, as we've been pointing out, that as far as the non-kinetic operations of the Jammu and Kashmir police are concerned, this is not limited to just about 3 districts, but as I picked up from some of my sources in the Jammu and Kashmir police, that these are multiple districts where they're basically looking at an intensified, focused crackdown on the entire terror ecosystem. And this time, it is not only about the overground workers who have been providing help to the terror networks, to the terror groups, but largely they're also looking at other angles.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. We are getting a breaking news that is coming in, ladies and gentlemen. 4 districts in Jammu and Kashmir have been raided. There are multiple multi-state raids that are currently underway as we speak. The raids are underway in Srinagar, Anantnag, Gandarbal and Shopian district. In fact, in Faridabad, there is a joint operation that is currently underway with the Haryana police. In Saharanpur, there's a joint operation currently underway with the UP police. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a big breaking news that we are tracking. As we speak, the Jammu and Kashmir police have in fact busted an interstate and transnational terror module that is linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Ansar Ghazwat-ul-Hind, arresting 7 key operatives, including 2 doctors and a Maulvi. Now, the operation recovered a massive cache of arms and ammunition, nearly 2,900 kilograms, the largest ever terror haul of improvised explosive device material. Shaban, I would like to go back to you. We are tracking these multiple raids that are currently underway in JNK's Srinagar, Anantnag, Gandarbal and Shopian district. In fact, not just this, we are also getting to know that there is also an operation underway with the Haryana police in Faridabad. Tell us more on this.
Well, as I've been pointing out, the operation is ongoing right now. There are 2 different sets of operations that are going on. One, as I've been saying, that these are non-kinetic operations, primarily looking at the terror ecosystem, existing within Jammu and Kashmir. So that could also be part of it. Perhaps Zenith would be in a better position to explain this to our viewers with regards to the non-kinetic operations of the Jammu and Kashmir police, which basically includes searches that have been carried out in the last few days. And that is what we are saying, that this is not limited to just about 3 or 4 districts of Jammu and Kashmir, but several districts in Jammu and Kashmir where they're looking at. Now, apart from these operations, one clear-cut operation that has been carried out, which is a multi-state operation in which there are direct links of Al-Qaeda, Ghazwa-e-Hind. Remember, Ghazwa-e-Hind is once again being revamped, if one may say so, once again being reorganized by the Pakistanis right now. And this time, they've basically given the white-collar professionals the target right now. They've been able to radicalize a few of them, and they are basically part of the revival of Ghazwa-e-Hind. Now, apart from that, remember, this time the target is no longer limited to Jammu and Kashmir. The latest being that this is outside Jammu and Kashmir, certain suburban cities which are being targeted by Pakistan's army as well as the ISI. In a short while from now, Antara, we are going to basically put out more details of which particular unit of the Pakistan Army and the Pakistan ISI is basically being tasked to carry out these activities, because we have got more information about a direct link that is basically emerging with Pakistan's ISI. And as far as Asim Munir is concerned, remember, he would essentially want more trouble brewing in India. A 2-front war is what they're basically aiming at. Let's be very clear, because there are developments that are taking place across our border right now.
Well, absolutely, Shavan, and I would like to go across to Zenith. Zenith, talk to us about these multi-state raids that are currently underway, not just in J&K Srinagar, but also Anantnag, Gandarbal, Shopian, and of course, like Shavan was just telling us, there is also a joint operation that is currently underway with the Haryana police in Faridabad, as well as a joint operation with the UP police in Saharanpur.
Triangular operation on the side. We are seeing the local districts, then we seeing the national region is being touched, and the international as well. Talking about the raid that was conducted by the Badgam police, it was against the Dr. Fai, who is the resident at present of the United States of America. He is running an organization which is backed by the ISI. And if you go back into the pages in the month of April 2025, he was declared here by the local court as a proclaimed offender. Today again, the raids were conducted by the Budgam police in connection with Dr. Fai. So Dr. Fai has always been the supporter of ISI policies and have been talking about atrocities in the Kashmir, and has been declared a proclaimed offender. So again today the searches, because he hails actually from the central Kashmir, Budgam, that gives an edge to the Budgam police to carry raids against him in the Budgam being the actually he hails from there. Then as far as the non-kinetic operation goes, because if you see that the day the weapon was recovered from the locker of the GMC, since then the police has started investigating, and number of raids, I can say it's more than 400 raids that were conducted in the last 2 days. Apart from the local residents that were touched, there were the district, sub-district and the central jail of Srinagar that was checked by the Jammu and Kashmir police to connect the dots as far as the links and how deep the Pakistan again has penetrated this time, because we have been seeing in the last couple of years the structure, the terror modules were decimated by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army. If we take the count of 2021, 22, 23 and 24, we have seen almost 600 terrorists were neutralized in Kashmir alone, and 2025 somewhere around 50 to 60 terrorists were neutralized, and most of the operations were carried along the line of control and IB, where the Pakistani terrorists were neutralized. Because now in the Kashmir Valley, the youngsters, the younger group or the locals, they are refusing to join the terror network because they don't get the kind of support that actually was there. And they have understood the game of Pakistan, that how Pakistan used them as a pawn for the fodder. So now that taking that out now, so they were more dependent on the Pakistani terrorists, but they too are getting neutralized along the line of control. Now what was left, because that has created a vacuum on the ground, because no terror activities, no hit and run, no blast, that in a way is giving an edge to the Indian security forces here to provide a conducive or the normal situation on ground, which definitely Pakistan would not dislike. So in a way they try to involve the educated and the professionals, because it is very difficult now to put to go into the den of these professionals, that whether they are working for the society or they are causes something different. Because one, now that they have been identified, it's not only the game is limited to GMC Anantnag, where the weapon was found, or the 3 of the doctors have been arrested or they've been identified. It is much more than that. As I already pointed out, that many of the doctors who have been identified, they are carrying the weapons, because the beams have been spilled by the people who are in the custody of Jammu and Kashmir police. They have identified more people in their chain. So there is already a hunt that has been launched, and we see the raids. That is one of the after effects of this kind of arrest, that the raids are going on, the search operation is going on to get the hand on those doctors who are the part of the terror. So more arrests in coming time as far as the doctors are concerned, and the revival of Ansar Ghazwatul Hind, which is going to be a bigger issue for J&K police in the valley.
Certainly, Zeenat. Zeenat, we'll keep coming back to you. We are tracking the story very, very closely. It's time to slip into a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side, we'll continue to track this crackdown on terror. The Jammu and Kashmir police have intensified this massive crackdown on the terror ecosystem. We'll be tracking this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity.
The nation's most trusted news network enters the world of education. India's most authentic college rankings, built on data, powered by verified reviews. Republic Education College Rankings, powered by collegedunia.com.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
Three terror modules come to light from 3 states. Investigation underway into the larger terror conspiracy. $350 kilograms of explosives and rifles found near Delhi. 2 Jammu Kashmir doctors arrested in 15 days. Gujarat, UP, Haryana terror plot reveals direct links to Pakistan. Sources say that the terrorists sent videos to Pakistani handlers. Ansar Ghazwa ul Hind is an affiliate of Al-Qaeda. His role surfaces in Jammu Kashmir Police Hyderabad operation. Meanwhile, Jammu Kashmir Police launches the biggest crackdown on terror ecosystem. Raids underway in multiple locations. Major shake-up in Karnataka prisons after Republic expose. 2 officers suspended for security breach at Bengaluru jail. All right, we have visuals coming in from the search operation that are being conducted in the valley. Intelligence sources reveal ISI using educated professionals there. And now these are visuals from Anantnag today. A big attempt, a terror raid that has been foiled, crackdown on terror ecosystem. Anantnag, visuals coming in from Anantnag. And you can see that this is the SOG group of Jammu Kashmir Police, a special operations group that is an important part of all anti-terror operations in the valley. Intelligence sources reveal that ISI is using educated professionals, especially doctors, to evade detection and execute high-impact attacks in India. The arrested doctors were radicalized at the Shopia Madrasa by the Maulvis, who was personally identified by one of the detained doctors during interrogation. We are also getting in pictures of the crackdown from Jammu Kashmir. So these are the raids that are being conducted from the SOG of Jammu Kashmir. Pan Kashmir raid view was in fact in Delhi, near Delhi. Zinat Fazal joins us live on the broadcast, tracking this story very, very closely. Zinat, well, we are getting in live visuals from Anantnag. Tell us more about this raid, please.
Last 3 days, we have seen these kind of raids in Avantipora, in Badgam also. So they're just trying to crack the terror network in Jammu and Kashmir. As far as the details of the case related to the ammonium nitrate is concerned, it has not any link with it, because this is more like they are trying to get hold on the OGW network in the Kashmir Valley, or if there are more supporters in Jammu and Kashmir, or it is more like a message, a louder message coming from the J&K police that do not support the terror networks, otherwise you too will be named and shamed and you will be booked under the law. So it is also to keep the terrorists on the run, to flush the terrorists out from the dens. So we are seeing a massive crackdown in the Kashmir Valley as far as the terror network investigation is going on.
Visuals, live visuals coming in from Anantnag viewers, and Zinat is getting us more detail. Now, Zinat, of course, this is a big message and a crackdown right in time, and we have to appreciate the work of the agencies behind this and the police action. But the fact that how the terror networks are continuing to change their modus operandi, now they are targeting educated professionals. And it is the doctors who are on targets, who they are using for their nefarious designs.
See, that is what I've been saying, Rakshita, that this is a worrisome thing for the all security agencies, from J&K Police, Army to IB, RAW, all other people who are working on ground to establish a peaceful situation. For them, this is going to be a challenge, because it's not someone OGW who has a tainted past, but now those who are being zeroed or who are being the J&K Police is pointing at, they are the white collar people, where now the comes whom you are going to pick and how correct your information is going to be, so that you are able to dismantle that network, the white collar network of terrorism in the Kashmir Valley. So that is what is the worrisome. Plus, as J&K Police has also confirmed our news break, that it is the Ansar Ghazwatul Hind with Jaish-e Mohammed. So this is again a revival, I can say, because covering the Kashmir for around 2 decades now. This is the 19th year of my being in journalism. Now seeing that the revival of Ansar Ghazwatul Hind, where the terror commander Zakir Musa was neutralized in 2019, who worked for this Ghazwatul Hind for around 2017 to 2019. So for around 2 years, he was carrying their activities, but finally he too was neutralized post abrogation of Article 370. And since then, there was no terrorist or the terror organization who showed its affiliation with the Ansar Ghazwatul Hind. Now, all of a sudden, we are seeing the revival of the outfit, because Ansar Ghazwatul Hind, we all know that is backed by the Pakistan ISI. So in a way, or in a overtly, we can say that Pakistan is reviving the same module that was there during 2016, when we saw the Burhan agitation, in which Kashmir remained shut for around 6 months, when Burhan Wani, the Hizbul Mujahideen commander, was neutralized, and there were the hartal calls that were given by the late Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani, and Kashmir came to an halt for around 6 long months. And then the offspring, or the offshoot of the Burhan agitation, was Zakir Musa. We have seen the sloganeering in favor of Zakir Musa. We saw the black flags in Jamia Masjid during Friday congregational prayers. That got stopped post 2019. Now the revival in the form where the 2,900 kilograms of ammonium nitrate is being recovered, which is again used for making IEDs. It is definitely a worrisome position. Then the Molvis, there had been a crackdown. If you go and turn the pages, they have seen that there had been a massive crackdown on the Falayam Trust, which is again backed by these terror outfits. They were banned under MHA, and then many of the Molvis who were radicalizing the people, they've been arrested, they've been booked under UAPA, PSA was slapped. So many activities are conducted post-application of 2019 by the J&K Police, along with the other security agencies, the intelligence network on the ground, and with the result, the local recruitment had come down. But now, if you see, the same pattern is getting revived. So police definitely must be working on these inputs and these networks now, that where all they have the wires connected, where all the dots, they must be connecting the dots, because the people or the terrorists or the white collar people who are in the custody of Srinagar police, the investigation must be going on, because what we are picking, it's not only the NIA, but rather the CIK, CID, SIA, all the wings of the J&K police, along with the NIA has a bigger role in such cases, because the case now, apart from Jammu and Kashmir, it has gone into the multiple places like Haryana, UP, where everything is going to come under one umbrella or under one ambit, to see that what more lies that needs to be unfolded, what more is there that can help all the forces on the ground to destabilize Pakistan in the Kashmir Valley.
Right, very well pointed out there. What has been going on, viewers, is an attempt once again to revive the terror network in the valley. And we see post Pahalgam what has happened, viewers. We've seen the crackdown has only intensified, and now we see that there are new ways that these terror outfits are attempting to, from different parts of the country, they are trying to catch hold of these doctors. It's a network of doctors that have been under scanner. 4 terror backers. They have given logistics and safe houses. And we are getting in these visuals from earlier today in Anantnag. This is the Jammu Kashmir Police Special Operations Group that conducted this operation in Anantnag. And these are the this is just part of the crackdown that is in fact underway across Jammu and Kashmir. Searches are being carried out in multiple districts of Jammu and Kashmir, and not just in Jammu and Kashmir, but in different cities in the country. Just like in Faridabad, that lies in the national capital region, there's an arrest of a doctor that has taken place, and many such. We were just showing you that map where we showed you that from where all these suspects have been in fact apprehended from. And 300 kgs of explosive. This is not a small amount, viewers. Ammonium nitrate, arms, 20 timers, they've all been recovered from Hyderabad. 360 kilograms of ammonium nitrate, arms, bomb-making equipment, all have been now found out. And in fact, Arawat also joins us live on the broadcast for more. Arawat, well, from Anantnag to different parts of the country, to Srinagar also, as Ziyad was telling us, there are multiple raids. There is a drive that has been conducted. In the latest, we see visuals from Anantnag, that what happened earlier today. Tell us more what you are picking up from your sources.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen the raids are going on not only here in the Srinagar, but we have seen the raids were also conducted in North Kashmir's Baramulla and also in the South Kashmir's Anantnag, where we have seen that the suspected persons who are having the links with the terrorist organization, whether it's Jaish or Lashkar. Also, we have seen the handlers who are having the links with the commanders who are operating from the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. We have seen that the residential areas of these terrorist handlers have been searched during from the last couple of days. We have seen from the North, Central and South Kashmir, the raids are being conducted by the Special Operation Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police Wing, and also they have been joined by the Central Reserve Police Force. Also, we have already seen that during the search, some electronic gadgets were also seized for the questioning, and then after we have seen, if we'll talk about the ongoing operation which we have seen, which started from the Ahmedabad, where we have seen that the doctor have been arrested by the Joint Security Forces, and a huge kg of arms ammunition have been recovered from them. Also, so far we have seen that the Jammu and Kashmir Police has confirmed it, and also they have shared the details of the ongoing operation, and also that the 7 persons have been involved in the Ansar Ghazwatul Hind and the Jaish-e-Mohammed module who have been arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Also, there are the multiple locations across the Kashmir Valley where we have seen during the morning hours where the search were carried out by these joint security forces. Also, there is possibility that as of now the investigation is going on. We have also been told from the senior police official from the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they have told that there are more links possible, and these links are being verified by the various security agencies. Also, we have seen the recovery which have been made from the doctors, and also we have seen that the investigation have been started by the joint security forces, and also from the Kashmir to Ahmedabad, we have seen that the multiple search operations are taking place to witness how this operative was going on, and also the links from the ISIS and the Jaish-e-Mohammed is also being verified by the joint teams of the Jammu and Kashmir Police and other paramilitary security forces. As we have seen, you can see there the visuals which have Republic has accessed. These are the visuals of the morning when we have seen that the search were carried out in the South Kashmir's Anantnag district. Also, these are the residential areas of the persons who are having the terror links and other kind of links which is related to anti-national activities. Already we have seen the Kashmir Valley, Jaish-e-Mohammed have also planted some habitats in the valley, and also we have seen the helpers of these terrorists which are known as
Just stay on with us. Just stay on with us. We have more breaking news coming in on the Terror Network, viewers. What we are getting to know is that there are some exclusive details now emerging of the Pakistan ISI network that is using its US links, American links now for stirring these activities in Kashmir and beyond. US-based activist network could be active in Kashmir. Crackdown on network linked to Ghulam Nabi Fai. Now, Ghulam Nabi Fai is a group backed by ISI, and it also backed, remember, Fai backed Yasin Malik's group recently, and the raids are now going on in Budgam to crack down on Ghulam Nabi Fai. And that is the breaking news we have right now. This is the more updates on the separatist leader Ghulam Nabi Fai. And we have visuals coming in on those raids that were conducted late in the night. These are the visuals, viewers, first and exclusive on Republic TV. Republic TV getting you the first inputs on this big story that we're tracking, the crackdown against terror, the Pak ISI terror network that is trying to again revive the nefarious activities, those evil terror groups in the valley and beyond, as they are planning more attacks in India. It is the fight against terror, and you see the part of the crackdown, these raids that are continuing from Budgam to Anantnag to Srinagar to many other areas that includes the national capital region. Zeenat joins us live on the broadcast from Zeenat. We have the latest visuals when Budgam police cracked down on separatist Ghulam Nabi Fai's network in Jammu Kashmir. Tell us more details about this individual, please.
See, Rakshita, we are seeing that another raid being carried by the Budgam police. As I said, this is not specific only to the local network or to the national, where they are spreading their wings. Now we are seeing the raids being carried by the Budgam police, and this time they are targeting once again the proclaimed offender, Dr. Ghulam Nabi Fai, who is now living in the United States of America, but have been the resident of Budgam. He is a separatist, basically. He has been backing the policy of JKLF, which is again a banned organization, and also he has always been a terror sympathizer. As far as the police crackdown in Budgam is concerned, it is against the Dr. Fai, the separatist cell unveils its ISI ties here in the Kashmir Valley in central Kashmir. So proclaimed offender Dr. Fai in crosshair this time, and the Budgam police raids on his Pak-sponsored supporters here. So this time the raid was carried by the Budgam police. As far as the supporters of the Dr. Fai are concerned, Dr. Fai has been a great sympathizer of the ISI. He has been getting the funding for the so-called Kashmir cause from Pakistan. He has a links with the JKLF, and in 2025 April, but local court here declared Dr. Fai as a proclaimed offender. So as I said earlier also, that this is not limited to the Kashmir Valley, where the raids were carried by the Jammu and Kashmir police or its counter wing or its other wings. We are also seeing the strings being carried to other places of the country, and also they are touching the wings with the Dr. Fai, who is again a supporter of Pak policies in Kashmir, who has been generating funds from the NISI to keep the so-called Kashmir cause alive. So once again, Budgam police was seen in action, where they carried the raids against those who have been supporting the policies or supporting the mindset of the Dr. Fai in Budgam. The visuals that we are beaming here shows the action of the Budgam police, where they are carrying the raids against those who have been the supporter of Dr. Fai policies in the valley.
Right, Zeenat. Well, that is, viewers, that is the latest update in part of the crackdown of what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir. Viewers, fight against terror continues, and in the latest we have the crackdown against this US-based separatist who has been working with the ISI. You see that there are multiple locations that now are being raided by the Jammu Kashmir police, and the individual named Ghulam Nabi Fai is backed Yasin Malik's group recently as well, and now raids are going on in Budgam also, and from Budgam to Anantnag to different other districts. Several districts in Jammu Kashmir are being now raided. The Budgam police has struck at the heart of the ISI-funded Kashmiri American Council head Dr. Fai, who's been declared a proclaimed offender. And Budgam cops have raided the sympathizers, Dr. Fai's sympathizers, those in connection with Dr. Fai, linked to the JKLF propaganda, JKLF, that is Yasin Malik's organization. Viewers, many thanks, Zeenat and Arawat, for joining us. For the moment, we will keep a close eye on the updates from Kashmir on this story that we're closely tracking. Viewers, let's take a look at the other stories from across the country now.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Polling for the high-stakes by-poll to Jubilee Hills Assembly constituency in Telangana would be held on the 11th of November. Campaigning for the by-polls, which mirrored a general election, came to an end on Sunday. The polling would be held from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin announced a statewide protest on the 11th of November and said that the DMK would fight the issue legally and publicly. He escalated his attack against the Election Commission's special intensive revision of the voter list, calling it flawed, confusing, dangerous and alleging it was part of a conspiracy to remove genuine voters. The Rouse Avenue Court deferred the order on framing a charge in land for job corruption case. The court will pronounce an order on the 4th of December. CBI had filed charge sheets against former Railway Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav, Rabri Devi, Meesa Bharti, Tejasvi Yadav, Hema Yadav, Tej Pratap Yadav and other accused. Special judge in this case deferred the order and listed the matter for the 4th of December. And viewers, this is the big Republic TV expose impact that is coming in on Karnataka viewers. The NIA team has reached the CCB office and NIA team is probing the security lapse in Bengaluru jail. Now, ISIS recruiter has been given a mobile. NIA team is probing the security lapse. So we've been tracking the story for the past 48 hours for you viewers. How an ISIS recruiter and a rapist, a serial rapist, history sheeters, they've all been given privileges. They have a mobile phone. They have all what they want to eat. They have you can see a party is going on, it seems, to the right side of your screens. This is a jail, viewers. And this is Republic TV's expose. How these criminals, these history sheeters, have been given a VVIP treatment in the Agrahara jail of Karnataka, of Bengaluru. And this is the breaking news we have right now. The NIA team, the National Investigation Agency, now has reached the Bengaluru CCB office. There's reaction coming in. Listen in.
BJP is alleging that you are giving a VVIP treatment to the inmates in Parappan Agrahara jail, sir. Sir, BJP is alleging that you are giving a VVIP treatment to the inmates in Parappan Agrahara jail, sir. Sir,
Well, Abhishek joins us live on the broadcast from Abhishek. Well, clearly we can see that G. Parmeshwara does not have any answers for what has happened. Republic TV and Newsbreak has now led to the impact that, the NIA now is probing the matter.
Rakshna, is very clear that when we try to confront Dr. G. Parmeshwara, he says that whatever he speaks in the press conference will be the last words and he's not ready to answer to any questions of the Republic TV, because we wanted to question him if he is willing to take up the responsibility of the lapses in the Parappan Agrahara jail. On the other hand, he also had mentioned during the press conference that these videos belong to 22 and 23 and this weren't of his government. And also he mentioned only 2 of the videos were from the tenure after their government took over. But the question was, if a terrorist who is undergoing trial in the Parappan Agrahara, who is undergoing punishment in the Parappan Agrahara, gets the access to a mobile phone, it is directly a matter of national conflict and the national importance and the failure of intelligence in the state of Karnataka. And also, they might be hacking plan to do whatever thing they wanted to throughout the country. This point of time, Dr. G. Parmeshwar didn't want to answer on that. But on the severity, the National Investigation Agency has already started their work within Bengaluru. They have already started their work in the Central Crime Branch, so that is CCB of Bengaluru, and they are expected to move to other places as well. On the other hand, we have also been informed by one of the resources that NIA will also be visiting Parappan Agrahara and various other places which have been connected to the alleged accused using the mobile, and to they will also be interrogating the persons who have been in touch with the people, the inmates of Parappan Agrahara. So we will obviously have to wait and see what might happen in a couple of days. But 3 officials who are related to the jail have now been suspended from the immediate effect. A high power committee will be reinstated or formed, so that none of these incidents repeat in the next future, is what Dr. G. Parmeshwara, the Home Minister of Karnataka, has mentioned. And also some of the persons who, the officials who completed 5 years of tenure in one particular jail will be transferred to another jail is what Dr. G. Parmeswara has mentioned. But will all these words come into existence? Will all these words be truth in the next 15 days is the point of question for which the time will have to answer, and we will have to wait for until then. Rakshita.
Right. Many thanks, Abhishek, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Viewers, with that, we slip into a very, very short break. But our big story for the day, the crackdown against terror network continues. Viewers, Republic TV breaking all the latest updates from Jammu Kashmir as police launched the biggest crackdown on the terror ecosystem as raids underway in multiple locations.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध MDH गरम मसाला
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed
Welcome back, viewers. Now, the Indian military is conducting the Trishul exercise 2025, and this is it is a complex operation involving the three services: the Air Force, the Indian Navy, and the Indian Army. And it took place in Rajasthan, Gujarat, and in the North Arabian Sea that showcased the country's military capabilities. Over 30,000 personnel participated, utilizing 20 to 25 surface and subsurface assets, including amphibious platforms, over 40 aircraft with ground-based assets. Exercise aimed to enhance operational synergy, integrate joint standard operating procedures, and validate the military's preparedness. All right, Ishan joins the live in the broadcast from Ishan. Well, the tri-services drill was one of a kind this time. And tell us more details, what all has unfolded so far.
The tri-services exercises began on 3rd of November this year, and it is one of the largest exercises that has taken place after Operation Sindoor. This exercise has spanned all the way across from Rajasthan to Gujarat to the Arabian Sea and in the northeast areas as well. Multiple units and brigades of the Indian Armed Forces are taking part in it, and this particular exercise, there was a clear focus on coastal warfare and amphibious drills. We have seen footage come out of these drills wherein landing platforms and LPDs were used to land equipment and men on the Saurashtra coast of Gujarat. This was a clear indication to our neighbor Pakistan that all actions being taken are being monitored, and all actions of the Pakistani army, since they had started development of developing infrastructure in the Sir Creek region. Now, the Sir Creek region is a marshy area, and we have seen a lot of the hovercraft and the landing platform and shallow watercraft of the Indian Navy come into close coordination.
Okay, right. Of course, we will continue to get more details. Thanks so much, Ishan, for joining us with the details. Viewers, time for a very, very short break. But on the other side, we get you the biggest ever crackdown against the terror network in the valley that continues. Jammu Kashmir police is now conducting raids in several districts. We'll get you the latest on that.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz.
The nation's most trusted news network enters the world of education. Introducing India's largest college rankings, driven by data, defined by credibility, designed for students and parents to make informed choices. Republic Education College Rankings, powered by collegedunia.com.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
राजा और प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-service.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching live and breaking at 3 p.m. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, India is on high alert. This after there were multiple raids that were conducted that resulted in major terror plots being foiled. Number one in Haryana, in Gujarat, and also in the state of Uttar Pradesh. All of them have been linked in some way or the other, correlating to the major terror plot that has a Pakistan link to it. We'll get you all that and much more on this edition, but first a quick check of the headlines. Three terror modules come to light from 3 states. Investigation underway into the larger terror conspiracy angle. .350 kg explosives and a rifle found near Delhi to Jammu and Kashmir. Doctors have also been arrested in nearly 15 days. Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh and Haryana terror plot reveals direct links to Pakistan. Sources say terrorists had sent videos to the Pakistan handlers. Ansar Ghazwa-ul-Hind, an affiliate of Al-Qaeda, role surfaces in Jammu and Kashmir Police Faridabad operation. Meanwhile, as terror module is busted in several states, Jammu and Kashmir Police launched the biggest crackdown on terror ecosystem. Raids underway in multiple locations. Major shake-up in Karnataka prison after Republic expose 2 officers suspended for security breach at Bengaluru jail. All right, starting this edition with the breaking news that's coming in. The raids on the houses of Jammu and Kashmir nationals operating from Pakistan, that is the JNOP terrorist handlers and broader guides, continued for the third consecutive day in the district of Bandipora in Jammu and Kashmir. Notorious terrorist handlers included Hashir Pare, Hamid Bania and Jamil Langra. Now, digital devices, documents and incriminating materials have been seized. Operations coordinated with CIK and local SOG units. We learned that no arrest has been reported so far, but the questioning is currently underway. So these are the major details on the crackdown that is currently underway in the valley in Jammu and Kashmir. And this is related to the crackdown on a terror network in the valley, which had also spread its tentacles to other states. Zeenat, my colleague, is joining me live on the broadcast on that note. Zeenat, please share us more details about the raids that are currently underway.
The visuals that we are beaming here comes from the Bandipora district here in the Kashmir Valley, where again the terror handlers who have been targeted by the Bandipora police includes the one who have been the part of the broader network as far as the infiltration is there, as far as the logistical support is there, and then how you actually connect the infiltrator with the local guide with his arms and ammunition. So they work as a supply chain and they work as a module to help the infiltrators to have their base in the valley. So they are the three individuals who presently are living in Pakistan along with the family, but Bandipora police was seen in an action where they targeted the ones because they are the listed ones, the listed criminals and having a tainted and the history cheaters. One of them has been identified as Hashir Pare, who's a notorious handler and is linked to the cross-border infiltration. The Bandipora, that is one of the shortest route for the infiltration from the Gurez sector. They are the one who takes care of the cross-border infiltration. The another one is Hamid Banai. He's the key facilitator for arms smuggling as well as the logistical support that he provides to the handlers on the ground. Then there is Jamil Langra. Again, he is a border guide aiding terrorist movement. See, the terrorists cannot make their movements there because they are new to the landscape unless and until you have the border guides to take care of them or to facilitate their movement or able to help them to reach their location safe and sound. So they are the people who have been working with the terror modules for a very long time and to facilitate the movement of the Pak national, Pak infiltrators in the Kashmir Valley. So you see the visuals that we beam, although there are 4 windows, one from the Bandipora, then Anantnag, Pulwama and Avantipora, that covers the 3 districts of the South Kashmir and the one comes from the North Kashmir.
Right, absolutely. Zeenat, stay with me because we're getting in more details of the terror attack that has spread not just to Jammu and Kashmir but also to Uttar Pradesh and Haryana. Now, this one is from Faridabad, where news broke in this morning about how there were nearly 2,500 kg of suspected explosive devices that were recovered from another house in Faridabad. Faridabad police and Jammu and Kashmir police have been conducting raids at this house since morning. Muzammil had rented this house. The same person who is a terror suspect who has today been arrested, he had rented the house in Faridabad 3 months back. The second house is in Fatehpur Taga village. The Fatehpur Taga village is nearly 4 kilometers from Dhauj. Now, Dr. Muzammil had rented his house. Dr. Muzammil is a terror suspect here who had rented his house from a Maulana. And the police took the Maulana into custody this morning as well. These are the explosive details that we have on the broadcast. Shambhavi is joining us live from Faridabad. Shambhavi, what's the live action that's happening on ground zero? Just a few moments back, we saw how the Haryana police team were there at the spot. They were conducting searches. What is the update on ground right now?
Well, we were at the Dhauj village right now, and we were there where constantly since morning the Fatehpur crime branch has been conducting searches, been investigating and making sure that nothing is left out, because there was at Fatehpur Dhauj there was a home which was rented by Muhammad, and he has stored several kgs, around more than 360 kgs of inflammable substance. And now, just 4 kilometers away from Fatehpur Dauj, Fatehpur Taga village, another rented room has come up in the investigation, where around 2600 kg of explosive material, that includes the inflammable powder, the chemical liquid, wires, timers, everything that usually goes in the making of IED. And we are right now outside Al Falah University, because this university has been coming forward as one of the major points in this entire investigation, because several people who are now suspects, who have been arrested by the investigating agencies, are associated with this college in some capacity. Like the same person, Muhammad Mujammil, who rented not one but now 2 rooms, as we know. One is in Fatehpur Dauga and the other one is at Fatehpur Taga. And both these places had rooms in which he stored several kgs of explosive materials, the ingredients that usually goes in the making of IED time bombs. And he used to teach here, as he is a senior doctor here who used to work here. And he also used a swift car in this entire operation that he, along with other accused, are trying to carry out. There was a swift car involved from which a rifle was recovered, and that swift car is registered to the name of a lady doctor who again is associated with this college, Al Falah College. So there are three locations been coming forward in this investigation. One is the Fatehpur Dauga village, the other one is the Al Falah College, and the third one, which has now come up, is the Fatehpur Taga.
Right, Shambhavi, thank you very much for getting us those details. Meanwhile, we also spoke to the Faridabad Commissioner of Police, where giving us exclusive details, he said that the operation is still underway. Listen in.
फरीदाबाद कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस जॉइनिंग अस। सत्येंद्र जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए। सबसे पहले आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि जिस तरह से कार्रवाई की गई है, उसमें एक घर है जिसमें एम्यूनेशन मिला है, उसकी नेचर की बात करना चाहूँगा कि एक्सप्लोजिव्स की क्या नेचर है? क्या वो आरडीएक्स था? 350 किलोग्राम आरडीएक्स बरामद किए गए?
दिस इज नॉट आरडीएक्स, ये बेसिकली 350 kg प्लस है। दिस इज अमोनियम नाइट्रेट, इट्स एन वाइट पाउडर, इट इज ए सस्पेक्टेड जो है अमोनियम नाइट्रेट, एंड इट इज इन्फ्लेमेबल मटेरियल। ये एक इन्फ्लेमेबल मटेरियल है अमोनियम नाइट्रेट एंड नॉट आरडीएक्स।
सत्येंद्र जी, ये भी सवाल उठ रहा है कि अगर 350 किलोग्राम की अमोनियम नाइट्रेट मिलता है और साथ ही साथ ये जो डॉक्टर है वो रेंटेड घर में रह रहा था, इसकी जानकारी आपको क्या मिल पा रही कि आखिरकार वो एम्यूनेशन वो ला कैसे पा रहा था और उसकी मोडस ऑपरेंडाई क्या है? अब तक की मोडस ऑपरेंडाई क्या मिल रहा है आपको?
मैं जैसे आपको मैं स्टेज पे इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा कि एक जो है ये पूरी इसमें अभी जो है ऑनगोइंग इन्वेस्टिगेशंस है। बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी हैं कि जो अभी नेशनल सिक्योरिटी को ध्यान में रखते हुए इस स्टेज पे शेयर करना उचित नहीं होगा। तो बाकी जितने भी जो है जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है वो हमने आपको बता दी।
सत्येंद्र जी, एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूँगा क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ी खबर है और देश में हर कोई जानना चाहेगा कि अब तक जो लिंक्स निकल कर आ रहे हैं, क्या आप मानते हैं कि ये इसमें एक मल्टी स्टेट ऑपरेशन की जरूरत है? और साथ ही साथ और ये जो अक्यूज्ड है उसकी क्या लिंक निकल कर आ रही है?
ये बिल्कुल ये मल्टी स्टेट ऑपरेशन है। जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि हमने और जे&के पुलिस ने हमने जो है साथ मिलकर ये ऑपरेशन छेड़ा हुआ है, साथ मिलकर कर रहे हैं, तो उसी के अंतर्गत जो है ये कार्रवाई हुई है। राइट।
बट सत्येंद्र जी, क्या आप मानते हैं कि एक तरह से जिस तरह से जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस भी कह रही है कि मेन अक्यूज की पाकिस्तान की लिंक्स भी है, क्या आपके जांच में कुछ वैसे लिंक्स उभर कर आ रहे हैं?
जी मैं आपको बताऊं कि इसके अंदर कई और लिंक्स हैं, जो इनके बाकी लिंक्स हैं उन पे भी काम चल रहा है, तो उसमें भी हम जो है टाइमली आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन शेयर करेंगे। राइट।
सत्येंद्र जी, एक सवाल इसलिए करना चाहूंगा क्योंकि बहुत लोग देख रहे हैं, बहुत लोग जानना भी चाहेंगे। मुझे पता है कि शुरुआत है इन्वेस्टिगेशन की, बट आप जब कहते हैं कि बहुत सारे लिंक्स उभर कर आ रहे हैं, ये लिंक्स की क्या लिंक्स की बात कर रहे हैं कि किस तरह से आप कह रहे हैं कि मल्टीपल लिंक्स है इसमें?
मैं यही बताना चाहूंगा आपको कि अभी कुछ ये चेन है, इस चेन के ऊपर जो है जॉइंटली हमारा ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। अभी ये खत्म नहीं हुआ है, अभी ये जारी है। तो जो इस लिंक्स के ऊपर जो इनके बाकी जो एसोसिएट्स हैं उनके ऊपर भी कार्रवाई जारी है।
और ये क्या ये मेन अक्यूज वहां रह रहा था और आखिरी बार वो कब आया हुआ था यहाँ पर?
जी ये रह रहा था, अभी पिछले कुछ दिनों से ही उसने ये काम स्टार्ट किया था। ये टिप ऑफ हमें लगी थी जो एक जॉइंट ऑपरेशन के अंतर्गत हमारे साथ एंड JNK पुलिस के साथ, तो उसके अंतर्गत हमने फिर आगे ये कार्रवाई की थी।
और ये भी कहना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि पुलिस आज बहुत बड़ा काम आप लोगों ने किया है, तो आपसे इतना ही जानना चाहूँगा कि आपको टिप ऑफ कब मिला और कितने दिन तक इस ऑपरेशन पर फरीदाबाद पुलिस काम कर रही थी?
लास्ट जो है ये लगभग लास्ट 11-12 डेज से हम इसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं, जॉइंटली काम करना और जारी है ये।
तो आप लोग देख रहे थे एक तरह से मूवमेंट हो रही थी?
जी 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 बिल्कुल।
अभी क्योंकि ये मॉड्यूल है, इस मॉड्यूल के ऊपर काम अभी जारी है, अभी इसके अंदर आगे काम काफ़ी जारी है, तो मैं इसकी बहुत सारी ऑपरेशनल डिटेल्स जो है नेशनल सिक्योरिटी को ध्यान में रखते हुए शेयर नहीं कर सकता। पहले पुलिस ने नहीं बताई थी क्या सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से वो बात रखी गई थी? जी हाँ जी, जैसे जो है ऑफकोर्स बिल्कुल मेनली है सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से, क्योंकि अभी हम नहीं चाहते कि इसमें जो आगे के जो ग्रुप्स है, गैंग्स हैं, वो उसके अंदर अलर्ट हो।
सर एक सवाल ये कि जो बरामद हुआ है वो जहाँ रहता था वहाँ से या जहाँ पढ़ाता था वहाँ पर, वो अगर डिटेल आप।
एक रूम था जो रूम इन्होंने ये रखा था, एक एक्स्ट्रा रूम, उस जहाँ से ये बरामद हुआ।
इनका मकसद क्या था, कुछ ब्लास्ट था या क्या था?
मैंने आपको बताया भी ये बताया कि इसलिए मैंने कहा कि एक वृहद नेशनल सिक्योरिटी को ध्यान में रखते हुए बहुत सारी ऑपरेशनल डिटेल्स हैं जिन्हें इस समय अभी शेयर नहीं किया सर। मैं बताना चाहूँगा ऑपरेशन अभी भी जारी है, जिसके अंतर्गत एक एंटी टेरर मॉड्यूल पे काम करते हुए हमारी दोनों की जॉइंट टीम ने यहाँ पे जो है काम किया, जिसके अंदर एक एक्यूज को पहले यहाँ से पकड़ा गया था जिसका नाम है डॉक्टर मुजम्मल, और इस पे आगे कार्रवाई करते हुए जो है कल जो है रेड्स की गई, और जिसमें रेड्स के दौरान यहाँ पे लगभग 360 kg के आसपास इन्फ्लेमेबल मटेरियल है जो कि संभावित अमोनियम नाइट्रेट है। मैं क्लियर करना चाहूँगा कि इट इज़ नॉट RDX, मैं इस बात को क्लियर करूंगा क्योंकि कई जगह ये चल रहा है, तो मैं क्लियर करना चाहूँगा इट्स नॉट RDX, तो ये इन्फ्लेमेबल मटेरियल है। इसके अलावा कई और ऐसा सामान जो टेरर एक्टिविटीज़ में जिनका संभावित इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है, जैसे टाइमर्स, लगभग 20 टाइमर्स विद बैटरीज 4, और इसके अलावा कुछ अन्य सामान है जो है यहाँ बरामद किया गया है। साथ साथ ही जो है जो फायर आर्म्स में एक कैरन कॉप राइफल विद 3 मैगजीन्स एंड 83 लाइव राउंड्स, एक पिस्टल विद 8 लाइव राउंड्स, 2 empty cartridges और 2 एडिशनल मैगजीन्स हैं जो इनसे जो है रिकवरी की गई है। और इसके अंदर जो है अभी जो है कार्रवाई जो है दोनों की हमारी जॉइंट पुलिस की कार्रवाई जो है जारी है।
This was about the massive terror plot that was busted in Haryana. Similarly, in Gujarat, in another major crackdown, there were 3 ISIS operatives who were arrested by the Gujarat ATS. A doctor was among the 3 nabbed accused. All 3 of them have been accused and have been preparing for ricin, a deadly toxin. Now, what we do know so far is that there are nearly 4 to 5 places in which the terror plot was planned. Number 1, of course, is Faridabad, the latest that has come today, wherein in a major terror plot that was foiled, the Jammu and Kashmir police had arrested a suspect from Faridabad. Now, second was in Ahmedabad in Gujarat, where developments started taking place from past 2-3 days, where doctors were arrested for planning ricin attack. Now, ricin is a deadly poisonous substance, which we learned that doctors these are the ISIS module and ISIS operatives who were there in disguise of doctors working in Ahmedabad and planning the ricin attack. Meanwhile, my colleague Swarnali had also filed a report from Ahmedabad. Let's first take a listen into that.
In a huge success for Gujarat Anti-Terrorism Squad, 3 terrorists have been arrested from Gujarat itself. Now, if we talk about the entire sequence of this operation and arrest, let me tell you these 3 belong to Uttar Pradesh and Hyderabad. 2 from Uttar Pradesh to be specific and 1 from Hyderabad, and they were conspiring to execute a huge terror attack. Now, Sayyid Moyuddin, to be precise, is 35-year-old individual who is highly educated and radical in nature. That's what has been informed by Gujarat ATS. He had an MBBS degree from China and was in contact with various foreigners, and to be very specific, the most important one was Abu Khadija, whose location in the preliminary investigation is traced in Afghanistan or Afghanistan-Pakistan border. On the other hand, Syed was also trying to make a very potent poison, that is resin, which is more fatal, even more fatal than cyanide, and raw material was procured from him during the investigation, and other weapons like pistols and 30 cartons were also procured. Now, if we talk about other 2 individuals, during the entire interrogation, they could also trace mobile number and from whom these weapons were collected. So like that, they could ATS could reach other two individuals who belong to Uttar Pradesh. Syed was arrested from Adalaj area of Gujarat and he was supposed to receive the weapons. On the other hand, other two had collected these weapons from Hanumangadi. Now again, this place is placed on the India-Pakistan border in Rajasthan, and that's the other question, that from where these weapons were procured, and these two belonging to Uttar Pradesh went there. On the other hand, these two were also doing recce of places like Ahmedabad, Lucknow and national capital Delhi as well from last 1 year, and a huge terror attack was to be conspired. Now it is to be seen what other steps are taken and what leads will these three provide, and it can help for the national security of India.
Meanwhile, we also spoke to the Gujarat ATS who had to share sensational revelations and details about the ISIS module that was busted in Gujarat. Take a look.
Prima facie, it is not clearly seen if they are clearly affiliated to a particular organization, but yeah, the Dr. Mohyuddin, he was in touch with one of the radical entity, his handler probably. He believes that he's from Afghanistan. That's how he has been interacting with him. And the person who was in contact with him, who was sent him here, who was promising funding for him to organize on a larger scale, he has affiliation towards ISKP, International Islamic State of Khorasan Province.
So this is a very major point, that they were ready to radicalize more people and recruit and create an organization. That's one of the most important points in this entire operation. So coming back to Syed Mohyuddin, it is said about him that he is a degree holder of MBBS from China, and as you pointed out, he was in contact with a lot of foreign nationals. Maybe radical investigation will throw some light. So tell us something more about Abu Khadija, who is traced, his location is traced in Afghanistan or Pakistan-Afghanistan border.
Yeah, the radical entity who I was referring in the previous sentence also, he was named Abu Khatija, as Syed Mohyuddin says. He has shown his affiliation to ISKP. We have not personally seen him, but on the technical analysis and the preliminary investigation in the last 24 hours shows that he's a radical entity who was facilitating all the requests of Mr. Syed Mohyuddin.
And rest both of others are also in alignment with the same organization, or is there any chance, is there any arrows pointing towards the organization?
That we are yet to ascertain, because we've just made his arrest in the morning, early in the morning. We are taking him to custody. We will be getting his remand as much as the Honorable Court seems fit. Post that, we would be able to answer this question.
A very different feature is coming out of this entire operation or sequence. We can say that he was about to make a very potent poison called Ricin. Please tell us about that.
It's called Ricin. So it is a poisonous compound which is highly potent. He had conducted the preliminary preparation process of it. We yet to ascertain where it is and how we could recover from it. How he is going to use it, how he is going to plan it is something which is part of the investigation going forward. But yeah, he accepted that he was in the process of making a compound of such sort.
So how do you look at the further investigation, and are there any chances that you can get more leads to more people who are executing plans or anti-terror activities, and how can these three contribute to further crackdown?
Certainly. Two things. One is their movement, their activity, their analysis. The other is the technical part, which we can find from mobile. We have made elaborate teams. Everyone is working on their particular task, and we are certain that we will be able to bust other affiliate, whosoever is involved in the activity, and whosoever is remotely planning or preparing to be radicalized and radicalize other people will definitely be caught.
Swarali is joining us live from Ahmedabad. Swarali, you got that big information, the terror plot that was busted in Ahmedabad, in Gujarat. What are the updates as far as the case is concerned? Do we know what was the larger plan, the larger plot that these terrorists were planning to hatch, and how far has the investigation reached?
Indefinitely, Gujarat ATS has foiled the larger terror conspiracy, and as and when the investigation is moving forward, we are getting more updates. And today, as such, the update, there's a big update that Azad, one of these three terrorists, went to Jammu and Kashmir, stayed there for 1 week, and Jammu and Kashmir, various places were also done, like Reiki was done in the places of Jammu and Kashmir. Now this is the fourth in the list. Earlier there were Lucknow, Ahmedabad, Delhi, and now and even the major places like Azad Mandi from Delhi, RSS in Uttar Pradesh, and Naroda Fruit Market from Ahmedabad, and now Jammu and Kashmir is also joined in the entire list. And this comes in the times when there is also terror bust in Jammu and Kashmir. 350 kgs of explosives have been recovered, and at the same time such a terror plot and 3 terrorists has been nabbed in Gujarat. And it has now, it's to be seen what investigation reveals, because there is a major chemical warfare was planned in the coming years, because Dr. Saeed was in contact with Abu Khadija, who was traced in Afghanistan. So investigation will tell us more.
All right, so thank you very much for getting us those details. There are international links that have also now come into the fore, and we are tracking that story very closely and questioning if there was a larger terror plot that was into the works. Thank you very much, Swarali, for getting us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's also have a quick check of all the other stories that are making headlines. This is Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Polling for the high-stakes bypolls to Jubilee Hills Assembly constituency in Telangana would be held in November 11th. The campaigning for the bypolls, which mirrored a general election, came into an end on Sunday. The polling would be held from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. on November 11th, and the votes will be counted on November 14th. Now, the Jubilee Hills Assembly constituency has 4.01 lakh voters, over 2.08 lakh men and over 1.92 lakh women. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin on Sunday announced a statewide protest on November 11th and said that the DMK would fight the issue legally and publicly. He escalated his attack against the Election Commission's special intensive revision of the voter list, calling it flawed, confusing and dangerous, and alleging it was a part of a conspiracy to remove genuine voters. The Rouse Avenue Court on Monday deferred the order on framing a charge in the Land for Job corruption case. The court will pronounce an order on December 4. CBI has filed charge sheets against former Railway Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav, Rabri Devi, Misa Bharti, Tejasvi Yadav, Hema Yadav, Tej Pratap Yadav and other accused. Special judge in the case deferred the order and listed the matter for December 4th. And that's all that we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking, ladies and gentlemen. The big story, however, remains on how India has been on high alert after there were multiple terror plots that were busted in different states. Also, after the break, we'll be getting you the details of how once upon a time, the most secure jail in Karnataka, in Bengaluru, has now given VVIP treatments for an ISIS recruiter, a rapist and a history cheater.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला। बार। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area.
Three terror modules comes to light from 3 states. Investigation underway into larger terror conspiracy. 350 kilograms explosives rifle found near Delhi. 2 J&K doctors arrested in 15 days. Gujarat, UP and Haryana terror plot reveals direct links to Pakistan. Sources say terrorists sent videos to Pakistani handlers. Ansar Ghazwa Hind, an affiliate of Al-Qaeda, rolled surfaces in J&K police Faridabad operation. Meanwhile, Jammu and Kashmir police launched the biggest crackdown on terror ecosystem, raids underway in multiple locations. Major shake-up in Karnataka prisons after Republic expose 2 officers suspended for security breach at Bengaluru jail. Ladies and gentlemen, tracking one of the biggest stories that we are in this bulletin, UK-based terror handler Muzammil Ayub's name has emerged in the investigation. Shopian police conducting searches at places linked to Muzammil Ayub in Shopian. Ayub, ladies and gentlemen, is a Pakistani handler. These raids on the houses of J&K nationals operating from Pakistan, terrorist handlers, border guides continued for the 3rd consecutive day in the district of Bandipora. Now, notorious terrorist handlers including Hashir Pare, Hamid Bania, Jamil Langra. Digital devices, documents and incriminating materials have also been seized in these operations, viewers. Operations coordinated with the CIK and local SOG units. What we are getting to know is that no arrests have been reported so far, but the questioning is currently underway. There are raids underway at 4 districts: Bandipora, Pulwama, Anantnag and Avantipora. Visuals of which are on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. These are the raids in connection to the larger terror plot. Now, Muzammil Ayub, who is a UK-based terror handler, has emerged as a key figure in the ongoing investigation into this terror module, which has been linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Ansar Ghazwatul Hind. Now, Ayub is believed to be a Pakistani handler who has been operating from UK, and his name has in fact surfaced during the interrogation of the arrested suspects, including Dr. Muzammil Ahmed and Istaq, the imam of a mosque in Dodge village. In fact, these investigations also indicate that Ayub's network had cross-border links with Pakistan-based terror outfits, and he was reportedly receiving funds and instructions from his handlers in Pakistan. This is the big breaking news that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. There are raids currently underway. This currently is on the UK-based terror handler Muzammil Ayub, whose name has now surfaced in this investigation. In fact, Shopian police is conducting searches at places linked to Muzammil Ayub in Shopian. Ayub, remember, viewers, is a Pakistani handler. Now, the raids on the houses of J&K nationals operating from Pakistan is underway. It has entered its 3rd consecutive day, in fact. The notorious terrorist handlers, including Hashir Pare, Hamid Bania and Jamil Langra,
Zeal Rainwear, India's largest rainwear, हाजीपुर मॉड्यूलर एक्सपोर्ट्स फैक्ट्री लग रही है. पटना में आरके इंडस्ट्री मैन्युफैक्चर ऑफ रॉल्फ लॉरेन शर्ट्स, आपको मालूम है. बेगूसराय आदित्य बिरला ग्रुप की इंडस्ट्री लग रही है, मधुबनी में मॉडलेना आरपीएम फैब लुधियाना बेस्ड इंडस्ट्री आ रही है। बिहार बिस्कुट इंडस्ट्री का फूड प्रोसेसिंग में बहुत बड़ा केंद्र बन गया है। तो मुझे बताना जरूरी है, ब्रिटानिया इंडस्ट्री हाजीपुर पटना में, सोबिस्को बिस्किट सिकंदरपुर पटना में, अनमोल बिस्किट किशनगंज में, प्रमाणम कुरकुरे स्नैक्स एएफपी, वरुण बेवरेजेस बेगूसराय और कोको कोला कंपनी का बेगूसराय बक्सर में आ गया। बेगूसराय बक्सर में सज्जाद, हमारे कंस्टिट्यूंसी में बिस्कुट काफी आया है, देख रहे हो कि नहीं देख रहे हो? हैं?
बिल्कुल सर।
तो ये मैंने सीधा बता दिया। तेजस्वी जी, थोड़ा तो होमवर्क किया कीजिए। बिहार में एक भी फैक्ट्री नहीं आई, क्या मतलब है इसका? और अभी जो मेरे पास आंकड़े हैं, आपकी जानकारी के लिए 1.18 लाख करोड़ रुपए का एमओयू साइन किया गया है। उसमें काफी एग्जीक्यूट हो रहा है। ये सब क्यों हो पाया, और ये बताना भी जरूरी है, क्योंकि बिहार का वातावरण आतंक, अपराध और खौफ से फ्री हुआ। इसलिए इन्वेस्टमेंट हुआ, लोग आए, इन्वेस्टर्स आए और आगे और आएंगे। तो ये एक बात मुझे रिकॉर्ड को स्ट्रेट करना था। बाकी सारी बातें आप जानती हैं, लेकिन हम लोग जो जीत रहे हैं 20 साल के बाद भी, इसका सबसे बड़ा कारण क्या है? ट्रस्ट फैक्टर। और आज जब मैं यहां हूं तो प्रधानमंत्री ने कितनी सभाएं की, गृह मंत्री ने कितनी की, भाजपा के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने कितनी की, आपको बताया जाएगा। डिटेल्स हम आपको दे देंगे। लेकिन जो सबसे बड़ी बात है, प्रधानमंत्री ने रोड शो किया, अमित शाह जी ने रोड शो किया, माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने रोड शो किया, कई और नेताओं ने रोड शो किया। मैं पटना में अपने प्रधानमंत्री के साथ उनके रोड शो में था। आपने टीवी पर देखा होगा। 11 साल से वो देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं। मेरे लोकसभा के चुनाव में भी वो आए थे और मेरे ऊपर चुनौती थी कि हमें कोशिश करनी है कि उससे संख्या आगे बढ़े। वो भी बहुत ऐतिहासिक हुआ था। और मैंने पूरे रूट में मैं एक एक दुकानदार के घर गया, दुकान पर गया था पानी में भीगते हुए कि आपको आना है, निमंत्रण दिया था। मतलब क्या भीड़ आई थी भाई, हम लोग अवाक रह गए। प्रधानमंत्री की लोकप्रियता ये क्यों है कि नीतीश जी के साथ साथ प्रधानमंत्री से लगाव, कि इन दोनों की जोड़ी बिहार के विकास को आगे बढ़ाएगी। ये एक बहुत बड़ी बात जो मैं आपको कहना चाह रहा था। तो एक तीसरी बात कहनी है, यह चुनाव जंगल राज बनाम सुशासन का है। और मैं बड़ी जिम्मेदारी के साथ कहना चाहता हूं कि श्रीमान तेजस्वी जी अपने पिताजी की विरासत को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं दोनों क्षेत्रों में, भ्रष्टाचार में और कुशासन में और खौफ में। मैं अगर ऐसा कहूं कि तेजस्वी यादव प्रिजाइड्स ओवर द जंगल राज लेगेसी ऑफ हिज फादर स्टिल। ये मैंने पटना में कहा था। यहां मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि लालू प्रसाद चारा घोटाले में 32.5 साल की सजा उनको 4 केसेस में मिल चुकी है, 4 सेपरेट केसेस। वो बेल पर हैं, वो तो बेल प्रक्रिया होती है कानून की, कहीं अपील में मामला है, लेकिन ही इज कन्विक्टेड फॉर 32.5 years इन 4 सेपरेट केसेस ऑफ फॉर्डर स्कैम, बिटुमिन स्कैम उसमें भी हुआ। तेजस्वी यादव जमीन के, रेलवे के जमीन के घपले में जो होटल दिया गया, उन पर 420 का आरोप बन चुका है दिल्ली के एंटी करप्शन कोर्ट में, सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद। बाकी उनकी मां वगैरह का है, उन पर मैं ज्यादा नहीं बोलूंगा। तो जनता क्या इसको देखती नहीं है क्या? हा? देखती है जनता कि बिहार के विकास का रास्ता क्या है। और आज मुझे गर्व है कि नीतीश जी के 20 साल पूरा हो गए। भ्रष्टाचार के प्रति उनका रुख बहुत स्पष्ट होता है और जब हमको छोड़कर गए और दोनों बार जब वो लालू परिवार से बाहर आए तो उन्होंने कहा कि भ्रष्टाचार का जवाब नहीं दिया जा रहा था। याद होगा, ये सारी बातें उठी की थी। मैंने और स्वर्गीय सुशील मोदी ने इसको उठाया था। तो ये बिहार का एक रिकॉर्ड। दूसरा, जिस तरह से वोट के लिए घुसपैठियों का मान मर्दन करते हैं ये लोग, इस बार एसआईआर में जो निकले हैं तो बहुत लोग वही हैं ना जिनका कोई लोकेशन नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, डॉक्यूमेंट्स नहीं था, उनके नाम काटे गए। उस पर हायतवा मचाते हैं ये लोग। तो जंगल राज और घुसपैठिया। जंगल राज को हम लोगों ने चुनाव में भी एक्सप्लेन किया, आज आपके सामने रखना चाहते हैं। जंगल राज का मतलब क्या होता है? खौफ, डर, अपहरण, भ्रष्टाचार और कार्रवाई का अभाव, इसे कहते हैं जंगल राज। जहां अपहरण किए हुए मामले में अपहरण की रकम की वसूली का निर्णय मुख्यमंत्री के घर पर होता है, इसे कहते हैं जंगल राज। तो जनता ने देखा और उनको लगा कि विश्वास तो फिर यही करना पड़ेगा। मुझे याद है कि ये मैं आपके सामने शेयर करना चाहता हूं। मेरी कंस्टिट्यूंसी में एक सुदूर इलाके में एक सेमी विलेज इलाका है, वहां बेलदार लोग रहते हैं। तो वहां मेरी सभा थी, तो मैं गया वहां पर। कुछ उनकी समस्या भी थी, तो मैंने तुरंत म्युनिसिपल कमिश्नर से बात किया, उसको सॉर्ट आउट किया। कुछ पानी में लीकेज की बात थी। तो मेरी अपनी भाषा भोजपुरी है और मैंने बड़ी संख्या में महिलाएं थी, कहा तो नहीं सब वोट देवा कि ना हमरा? तो मुस्कुराई सब। देबुआ कमवा तो ही सब कर बहू। देखिए, बहुत बड़ी बात है, काम आप ही लोग करोगे। ये जो एलिमेंट ऑफ ट्रस्ट है ना, कि ओनली नीतीश कुमार लेड एनडीए गवर्नमेंट एंड नरेंद्र मोदी लेड कैन डिलीवर, ये बिहार को एक बहुत बड़ा ट्रस्ट है। इसलिए बड़ी संख्या में ओबीसी, ईबीसी, बाकी कम्युनिटी, जिस तरह से पैसा पहुंचा है महिलाओं को, आजीविका दीदी। एक बात मैं आपसे और कहना चाहूंगा, ये बस रिकॉर्ड की बात मैं कह रहा हूं, कोई कैंपेन का मटेरियल नहीं है। महिलाएं इतनी बड़ी संख्या में जो वोट दे रही हैं और वोट देने आ रही हैं, इसका कारण क्या है? थोड़ा सा मैं रिकॉर्ड आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं कि नीतीश जी की सरकार ने जो महिलाओं के लिए काम किया है, मैं उसको जरूर आज, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, जस्ट रिकॉल वैल्यू के लिए मैं रखना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने महिलाओं के लिए क्या क्या काम किया। ये बहुत बड़ी बात। नंबर 1, बेटियों को साइकिल दिया स्कूल जाने के लिए, आपने देखा होगा। आज वो बेटियां आज मां बन चुकी हैं, 2005 की बात कर रहे हैं। म्युनिसिपल बॉडी, ग्राम पंचायत में 50% रिजर्वेशन दिया बेटियों के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए। सरकारी नौकरी में 35% रिजर्वेशन दिया। ये सब मैं जो हुआ उसकी बात कर रहा हूं। आई एम नॉट मेकिंग एनी न्यू अनाउंसमेंट एट ऑल। बिहार की बेटियों की बिहार की पुलिस में रिजर्वेशन दिया गया। और बाकी आजीविका दीदी का तो बात आप जानते ही हैं, मैंने बताया 1 करोड़ 21 लाख महिलाएं। तो आप जो भी पत्रकार, हाँ, जो शराब की बंदी हुआ उससे जो गांव में असर हुआ वो भी महिलाओं ने देखा है, डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस में। तो ये जो टोटल महिलाओं ने नीतीश कुमार एनडीए सरकार का काम देखा है, इसीलिए नीतीश जी की एक लोकप्रियता बढ़ी है इस बार। मैं देख रहा था, बहुत बातें कही गई, नीतीश जी की लोकप्रियता काफी बढ़ी कि काम तो नीतीश बाबू ने ही किया है, उनको हम वोट देंगे। और काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है, उन्होंने खाना खिलाया, इन्होंने बाकी काम किया, तो हमारा काम बोला है। और ट्रस्ट की डिलीवर यही लोग करेंगे। तो मित्रों, मैं आपसे इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि बहुत प्रभावी कैंपेन रहा, अच्छी अंडरस्टैंडिंग रही। आज मैं आपको एक धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि हर रैली में प्रधानमंत्री के एनडीए के नेता लोग रहे और हर रैली में नीतीश कुमार में बीजेपी के लोग रहे। मैं रिपीट करूं, नरेंद्र मोदी की हर सभा में एनडीए के नेता रहे, जेडीयू के नेता रहे और नीतीश जी की हर सभा में रहे। फिर हमारे चिराग पासवान जी, हमारे जीतन राम मांझी जी, हमारे उपेंद्र कुशवाहा, इन सबों के क्षेत्र में बीजेपी के लोगों ने काम किया, उन लोगों ने काम किया। तो मैं अपने पटना साहिब लोकसभा में बड़े निचले स्तर पर काम कर रहा था, तो पूरे एनडीए के हर घटक दल के पदाधिकारी कस के लगे हुए थे। हाँ, और वहां तो क्या फूट गठबंधन है, पटक चलिए अब पूनावाला ने तो नई बातें कह दी, लेकिन वहां गठबंधन नहीं था, वहां सही में फूट बंधन था। लास्ट तक लगभग 10 सीटों पर फ्रेंडली फाइट हो रही है, लास्ट तक। तो ये है टोटल कहानी। तो पूरा कैंपेन एनडीए का यूनाइटेड, एकता, एक लक्ष्य, राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर एक नेता, प्रदेश स्तर पर एक नेता, नरेंद्र मोदी, नीतीश कुमार।
तस्वीरों को दिखाइए। देखिए, पुलिस की टीम जो है, अभी भी गाड़ियां निकली है, टेम्पो में सामान बरामद हुआ है और ऐसे में अब यहाँ पे भारी संख्या में यहाँ पे पुलिस बल भी मौजूद है। यानी पूरी तरह से यहाँ पे बात करें, माहौल जो है काफ़ी ज़्यादा तनावपूर्ण भी हो गया। अगर हम मुजम्मिल के पहले घर की बात करें, वहाँ पे जब मीडिया की टीम भी दिखाने पहुँची थी तस्वीरें, तो वहाँ पे कुछ गाँव के लोग थे जो विरोध कर रहे थे और यहाँ पे भी भीड़ आपको साफ तौर पर गाँव वालों की नज़र आ रही होगी, ग्रामीणों की। और ये तस्वीरें देखिए अपने आप में ये बता रही है कि आखिर काफ़ी ज़्यादा जो टेरर मॉड्यूल का एक भंडाफोड़ तो हुआ है, लेकिन किस तरह से आउटस्कर्ट्स को जो है निशाना बनाया गया, वहाँ पे जे ठिकाना बनाया गया। फरीदाबाद से ठीक कुछ किलोमीटर की दूरी पे अगर आप आएंगे, अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी आउटर एरिया में 4 किलोमीटर के दायरे में ये पूरा खेत का एरिया है, पूरा खेत का एरिया है। यहाँ से आप जाएंगे मात्र 3 किलोमीटर में अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी है और वहाँ से आप आगे अंदर आएंगे तो यहाँ पे ये गांव जो है, ये गांव फैला हुआ है, एक धौज का गांव और ये दूसरा गांव। तो यानी अलग अलग जगहों से बरामद तो हो ही रही है चीज़ें, लेकिन 4 किलोमीटर के दायरे में ये पूरी तरह से उन्होंने ठिकाना बनाया। ठिकाना भी सोच समझ कर बनाया कि कैसे जो खेत खलियान वाले इलाके हैं, जो एकदम आउटर इलाका है, लेकिन साथ ही साथ देश की राजधानी दिल्ली से जो सटा हुआ है, ये भी ध्यान में रखा गया कि एक तो हो आउटर एरिया जहाँ पे ज़्यादा नज़र ना जाए और देश की राजधानी दिल्ली से सटा हो, और इस पूरे इलाके को निशाना बनाया गया। और ऐसे में देखिए एक बहुत बड़े टेरर मॉड्यूल का पर्दाफाश जो है वो जम्मू कश्मीर और फरीदाबाद पुलिस ने किया है। कई यहाँ पे महिलाएं भी हैं। आप लोग यहाँ पे, आप लोग को कभी भी ऐसा अंदाज़ा लगा? कुछ भी नहीं है। कभी आप लोग को ऐसा लगा कि ऐसा कुछ हुआ होगा?
कुछ भी ना होगा, कुछ भी ना है इसमें, कुछ भी
कभी नहीं लगा कि ऐसा
कुछ हमने आज तक देखो ही ना, कुछ भी ना ही ना, कुछ भी ना हमने देखो ही ना, दिखायो कि ना, कुछ भी ना भाई, हमने ना देखो।
कुछ लोग आते थे ऐसे रात में, लगता था कि कभी ऐसा,
हमने कब तक दुनिया निकला है कुछ पता ना।
आप लोग सुबह से शाम तक रहते हो?
हाँ,
ओके।
Well, that was a report coming in live from Faridabad, where there were raids underway at Muzammil's household. Ladies and gentlemen, remember this particular person has been is one of the key accused in the terror module case. Muzammil Ayub is a UK-based terror handler who has been linked to this terror module bust across India.
अंदर जाने की भी हम संभवतः कोशिश करेंगे जहां से इस विस्फोटक को बरामद किया गया। और आपको बता दूं कि तकरीबन 50 से भी ज़्यादा ऐसी बोरियां अंदर से रिकवर की गई है और एक बंद कंटेनर में उस विस्फोटक को यहां से ले जाया गया है। और संभवतः उस बंद कंटेनर की जब हम बात कर रहे हैं, ताकि किसी भी तरीके की पैनिक ना, उसका खास तौर पर ध्यान रखा गया है।
कंटेनर में ऐसा क्या कुछ है जतिन?
देखिए, कंटेनर बुलाया गया और पुलिस के द्वारा वो कंटेनर बुलाया गया, क्योंकि विस्फोटक को यहाँ से रेजिडेंशियल इलाके के बीच से लेकर जाना वो अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज था। दूसरा, आप ये पूरी लोकेशन देखिए, इस खेतों की तस्वीर मैं लगातार सुबह से दिखा रहा था। सामने आपको वो घर नजर आ जाएगा जहाँ पे कपड़े।
Let me cut straight across to my colleague Shambhavi, who's also joining me live. Shambhavi, these are the live visuals coming in from Faridabad, where there were raids underway at Muzammil's hideout. In fact, tell us about what more is happening on the ground. What else has been recovered in this particular raid?
Well, we'll show you the house from which the recovery has been made. Now, just a few minutes ago, Faridabad Crime Branch has left from the spot, and there has been constantly investigation going on here, and they're trying to recover what more can be recovered from here. And this is the place, this is the rented spot from where more than 360 kg of material, of explosive material was discovered. And we'll also show you the room. We'll show you how most of this material that was actually taken was they were trying to hide it with the hay here. You can see there's a very small room that Muzammil actually rented from the owner of this house to store all the explosive material. 3 months back, he came to this place and he said that he'll be using this room for storage of personal belongings. But then he was allegedly using this room to store more than 360 kgs of explosive rifles, AK-47 rifles. And we'll also show you the house completely, because there are several rooms in this house. This is like an independent builder house, and you can see that in some part, I think that you can see a stove here, a gas cylinder that which he could possibly use for making of the timer bombs. And then there were other from another location, more than 2,600 kilogram of explosives and other material which usually goes in the making of a timer bombs has been discovered. So there are two prime locations. One is in Faridabad Dhauja and the other one is in Faridabad Taga. This is Faridabad Dhauja, and this is exactly the same room from where the Faridabad crime branch has been since morning conducting searches in teams, and this area till now, let me tell you, till more than 5 to 10 minutes ago was completely cordoned off. We were not allowed inside, and there were extensive searches going on. But now we are showing you the exact spot from where the material, explosive material has been seized. Let me also show you the rest of the house. Now this is where, actually, this is the place from where you enter, and this is the moment you enter the Hauja village. This is the house, and this is the first room to the right. We'll also show you the other parts of the room, and there are other families who live here. So if there are 4 rooms, the 3 other rooms are occupied by 3 different families, and the one room that we showed, that was rented by Muzammil to store the explosive material that is now said to be more than 360 kgs. We'll also take you upstairs and show you the area that was also used, because we from the far corner of the village, we were constantly showing you the team that has collected here, and they were holding some kind of meeting. There were extensive searches going on in this. This is the terrace part of the house from where 360 kgs of explosive was discovered. This is, and we can also see that there's a lot of hay involved. So it is possible that to hide even the 5 liters of the liquid explosive that was recovered from here, and 360 kgs of the flammable powder that was recovered in 8 large bags and 4 small bags, and each bag weighed somewhere around 20 kgs to 40 kgs. And it is possible that hay was used to actually hide it, to make sure that nobody actually gets it. And we'll also take you downstairs now, and we'll try to see if we can contact the families who are there around. Because as I told you, there are 4 rooms in this house, one of which was rented by Muzammil to store more than 350 kgs of explosive powder. Now this is another room. This is another room which is rented by another family here. Does this family or these people have any connection with Muzammil or even this entire network, terror network? This is still being investigated. This is one of the 4 rooms, apart from the room that was actually used to. This is another of the room. Now, as you can see, there were families here, but they have shut the door. because they don't want to be bothered with questions. And I'm sure because Faridabad Crime Branch and other agencies have been here since morning. They must have investigated, they must have inquired and interrogated the families here. And this is another one of those rooms. So we've showed you a total of 4 rooms, including this is the entrance. Let me again show you. This is the entrance from where you can enter the house. And towards your right, the first room towards your right is the room which was used to store the explosive material, which would have been again used to make timer bombs and plan blast all over the nation in several cities, because in several states the investigation is being carried out, including the western UP, Haryana and NCR. We'll also show you the house from outside, because this is actually a little bit in the interior when you actually enter the village. It is on the latter, on the pretty interior part of the house, which would be usually not be susceptible in the usual course. So we see that this was the room, this was the exact house that Mohammed Muzammil used to rent and store and even possibly make the timer bombs or collect the ingredients that would actually come to use in the timer bombs. That they would again, the investigation goes on to where were they planning these blasts, what were the points, but we know that the terrorists have recorded videos and pictures and have sent to cross-border handlers. Back to you.
Absolutely, Shambhavi. This in fact is a huge crackdown on this. In fact, if you could tell our viewers who are just tuning in, the Muzammil Ayub is a UK-based terror handler. If you could tell our viewers as to, what exactly was he involved in, because the reports that are coming in initially suggest that Ayub was involved in radicalizing and recruiting individuals into this vast terror network that has now come to the fore.
Right, because as per the information that we have, Jaish-e-Mohammed was planning that the next line of leaders would be the educated doctors, and we've also been showing you reports from Al-Jahal College here, which is an MBBS college, and most of the people, it is being said that mostly Muslims from Jammu and Kashmir, they come here to study MBBS, and there were the doctors that have been involved in this case. They're still being interrogated, or even the accused in this matter, they are in some way or the other related to this. So this was a huge group. Two people have been arrested till now. The third person is absconding. The 2 doctors we know, which started with Dr. Adil, who was first arrested from Saharanpur in relation to him promoting Jaish-e-Mohammed in Srinagar. There were posters, and from which we actually moved on to Adil's locker, from where explosives and rifle was recovered. From Adil, the investigators got the name of Mohammed Muzammil, who again gave the investigators the location of exactly this house that we are just showing you, the room in which he used to store. He used to store 360 kgs of explosives and also rifles, multiple AK-47 rifles. This is one location that he used a rented room in Fatehpur Doga, and just 4 kilometers from here in Fatehpur Taga, there's another room from which around 2,600 kgs of explosive has been recovered, which includes the inflammable powder, the liquid, the wires, the timers, and everything that usually goes in the making of a timer bomb. Back to you.
Absolutely, Shambhavi. Do stay with us as we continue to get in more details from the story. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, first pictures of recoveries made at Muzammil's residence are out. We'll be tracking the story and a lot more. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes.
The nation's most trusted news network enters the world of education. Introducing India's largest college rankings, driven by data, defined by credibility, designed for students and parents to make informed choices. Republic Education College Rankings, powered by collegedunia.com.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 4 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Isha Vincent. Let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. 3 terror modules come to light from 3 states. Investigation underway into a larger terror conspiracy. $350-kilogram explosives rifle found near Delhi. 2 Jammu and Kashmir doctors arrested in 15 days. Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh and Haryana terror plot reveals direct links to Pakistan. Sources say terrorists sent videos to Pakistani handlers. Ansar Ghazwal Hind, an affiliate of Al-Qaeda, role surfaces in Jammu and Kashmir Police Faridabad operation. Jammu and Kashmir, meanwhile, launches the biggest crackdown on terror ecosystem. Raids underway at multiple locations. Major shake-up in Karnataka prisons after Republic exposure. 2 officers suspended for security breach at Bengaluru jail. The Faridabad terror plot was a major conspiracy foiled by the Jammu and Kashmir police in coordination with the Intelligence Bureau and Faridabad police. Now, the operation led to the recovery of around 350 kilograms of explosives suspected to be ammonium nitrate, an AK-47 rifle and a large cache of ammunition from a rented accommodation in Dauj village in Faridabad. The explosives were stored in 14 bags weighing around 100 kilograms, along with 84 live cartridges, timers and 5 liters of chemical solution. A total of 48 items suspected to be used for assembling improvised explosive devices were also seized. The investigation revealed that the terror module was linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Ansar Goswami and had cross-border connections with Pakistan's ISI. The module was allegedly involved in identifying and radicalizing individuals, raising funds, procuring arms and ammunition. In fact, the police have arrested 7 people so far, including doctors and medical students, and are also probing the involvement of other individuals and organizations. Over the next couple of minutes, we're going to take you through the entire plot. And remember, this is a plot which is no longer limited to Jammu and Kashmir. In terms of the investigation, the arrest that was basically taken place from Faridabad, that is a doctor who was employed at the Al-Falah University, and a second doctor who has also been taken into custody by the Jammu and Kashmir police. As far as Ahmedabad is concerned, a separate operation has been carried out, and this was by Gujarat ATS over the last few days, where 2 doctors have been arrested. It largely points towards what many are calling a white-collar jihad conspiracy that was being busted by the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as other state police, including Gujarat ATS. On your screens right now, the details of the entire operation that has been carried out. And over the last 1 month itself, multiple operations have been carried out, which has essentially led to several arrests and a pattern that has essentially emerged of white-collar professionals who have been involved in it. We're also getting at more breaking news right now with regards to the team that has led the Operation Mahadev to kill perpetrators of Operation Pahalgam massacre, were behind busting India's largest terror plot. Team that was led by IG Kashmir VK Birdi, DIG Rajiv Pandey and SP Cargo Operations Tanveer Dar Act Faridabad case. In fact, we are getting in latest images coming in from Faridabad, where the operation is still underway. Let's first put across. These are the latest images coming in from Faridabad as the operation is underway.
लगा दिया गया ताकि किसी को अंदर भनक ना हो। अंदर सफेद रंग की जो बोरी जिसकी तस्वीर अभी मैंने आपको दिखाई, वो बोरी रख दी गई। उस बोरी के अंदर 2563 किलो विस्फोटक था, वो रखा था। हालांकि इतनी बड़ी संख्या में विस्फोटक क्यों था, ये अब इन्वेस्टिगेशन का हिस्सा है। और ये घर आप जो मेरे पीछे देख रहे हैं, कल जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस जिस घर में पहुंची थी, वहां से 360 किलो विस्फोटक बरामद किया गया। दोनों की दूरी महज 4 किलोमीटर। 4 किलोमीटर फरीदाबाद की एक जगह, जहां पर 2 जगह पे विस्फोटक मिले हैं और उन विस्फोटक को तकरीबन 2900 किलो जो विस्फोटक है वो तैयार रखा गया था। क्या इसका इस्तेमाल करना था, वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन का हिस्सा है। एक रिपोर्ट हमने तैयार की है ताकि आप इस मामले में और गहनता से समझ पाएं कि आखिरकार प्लानिंग किस तरीके से थी, कैसे जायज का कनेक्शन निकलकर सामने आया। ये रिपोर्ट आप देखिए।
Well, in fact, my colleague Jatin was basically showing you. In fact, we're going to put that image once again. In fact, Jatin just now showed us those bags, 14 bags that were basically used to store the ammunition. These are white bags in which ammonium nitrate was basically kept. 350 kilogram of ammonium nitrate that has been recovered by Faridabad police. In fact, you see multiple teams of Faridabad police and now central intelligence agencies also at the spot. We'll try and get you our largest team on the ground, getting us the latest updates coming in from multiple locations in Faridabad. Now, this location that you see on your screen, this is the very place where this doctor, again back on your screen, Dr. Muzammil Ahmad Shakil, who has been taken into custody by the Jammu and Kashmir police, had rented an accommodation in Faridabad. This was in Dauj village where he had rented this place. It turns out that he wasn't really staying there, but largely using this as a logistical hub. In fact, it was from this very place where they were basically keeping all the arms and ammunition. AK-47 has also been recovered. We have also accessed the pictures of the recoveries that have been made by the Faridabad police as well as Jammu and Kashmir police. My colleague Shambhavi is there at the spot getting us the latest details. We'll try and go across to also Soumya and Jatin, all right now on our screens right now, getting us the latest information. Shambhavi, in fact, you visited Al-Falah University a short while back. Did you manage to speak to anyone? What more details are you picking up? And also move around, give us a sense of what can you see?
Yes, definitely. We are just outside the house from where the recoveries have been made of more than 360 kgs of all the material that would be then used to make timer bombs. And we'll show you, this is the second house when you enter the village. And this is, we'll show you the exact room from where the recoveries have been made, and also the presence of a lot of hay. Now, a lot of hay has been cleared out after the Faridabad crime branch left. But we'll show you that this hay that was used to hide the material, this is the room. This is the exact same room from where the recoveries have been made. You can see the presence of a stove and a gas cylinder.
एक घर बिल्कुल गांव के बिल्कुल आउटस्कर्ट्स में, और दूसरी सबसे बड़ी वजह कि आखिरकार इस घर को क्यों चुना गया, उसके पीछे रीजन ये है कि बिल्कुल सुनसान खुले इलाके के बीच में ये घर जो है वो बना हुआ है। दो तरफ से आप बिल्कुल ओपन देखेंगे ताकि इस घर के अंदर किसी भी तरीके की मूवमेंट हो, किसी को इस बारे में भनक ना लगे। थोड़ी देर पहले कुछ लोग जो स्थानीय यहाँ पर खड़े थे उनसे हमने बात करने की कोशिश की। लोगों का यही कहना था कि उनको नहीं पता है कि इस घर के अंदर इतना बड़ा विस्फोटक आखिरकार क्यों रखा गया, कौन है मुजम्मिल। वो 4 किलोमीटर दूर लोगों ने सुबह जब खबरें देखना शुरू
just basically coming in, what you see on your screens right now, our reporter on the ground, this is the very location where the recoveries have essentially been made. My colleague...
This is a house, there are 4 different rooms. 4 different rooms, and this is a room, one room where some material was stored, and this is allegedly the another room which was used for storing of the material. So a total of 360 kgs of explosives have been recovered from this room. So you can see that there are 4 different rooms in this house, and one of the rooms that we initially showed you was a room that was rented by Muhammad Muzauddin, and this room allegedly had some more material. This is what we are picking up from the other families who used to stay. So there are 3 separate families that actually stay here, and although they are refusing to talk, because I'm sure because this morning Faridabad crime branch has been here for extensive investigation, so they must definitely have been interrogated. We'll also take you to the terrace, because for the longest time, for more than 2.5 hours when you are here, when you're bringing the ground reports from here, a team of Faridabad crime branch was here conducting searches and also investigation, and this is the terrace part of the house from where the explosive has been recovered. So this actually is owned by landlord, and there are 3 rooms, 4 rooms, out of which 3 rooms have been owned by 3 different families, and one small room that we showed you, that was rented by Muzauddin, who again is connected, who used to work in the Al Falah University, and it is said that a lot of Muslims from Jammu and Kashmir, they come here to...
Shambhavi, if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
One of them. Yes.
Shambhavi, take a breath. Meanwhile, just ask your camera person to just take you through, show us the visuals. I'm going to try and help our viewers understand what's really happening. What you could do over the next couple of minutes for the benefit of all our viewers to basically understand where exactly is this? Where is it located? How far is it from an urban area? Because it seems that the larger plan was to basically carry out the attack in some of the urban areas. It seems that this was basically used as a logistical hub. We'll go full frame back with those visuals coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, we are showing you the visuals of the same very place from where Dr. Muzammil was operating. This is the place which it appears there were 3 rooms. One room, as my colleague Shambhavi was pointing out, that is where the 14 bags were basically kept. These 14 bags contained ammonium nitrate, 350 kilogram. That's a huge amount of ammonium nitrate that was being stored there. It is one of the components that is largely used in bomb making. So it is suspected that that was the larger plan. Now, what you see on your screens right now, a dilapidated house, so that not much gaze on this very place. So this was done in a very different manner. We'll try and see if we can go back to those visuals. Yeah, that's the visual that you see right now of inside the home of Dr. Muzammil, who was staying there. In fact, coming and going is what Faridabad Commissioner of Police did actually tell us a short while back, that in order to avoid the gaze of the police, what he was essentially doing is that he had just rented that place, was using it as a logistical hub, keeping all the items that they were basically procuring from different parts. Now, the investigation that they're essentially doing, they were basically doing to try and find out where the ammunition was coming in from. Now, my colleague Shambhavi there, right inside that very house where the ammunition was recovered earlier today. Over to you, Shambhavi.
Right, 14 bags is very clearly mentioned have been recovered from here, and because we want to show you the location, how far this is when we enter Faridabad, and also there was definitely an attempt made to hide as much as possible, hide the 360 kgs of explosives, which include the powder, the liquid, the timers, the wires, and everything that usually goes in the making of a bomb. And we'll show you from outside. So this, as far as you can see, there's mostly land which is owned by the locals. We were speaking to the locals here, and there's mostly the land, and in the middle of it stands this house, this 4 bedrooms house, one of the rooms which was rented by Muzaddin, and this stands right in the middle of this very huge land, which again, as I mentioned, is owned by the people here, locals living here. And the Al Falah University, we were talking about the Al Falah University, it has also come up that during the interrogation, Muhammad named a Swift car, told the investigators about a Swift car from which a rifle was recovered. And that car is registered to the name of a lady doctor who again is associated with the Al Falah University. So there are 3 prime locations here which has come out in the center of this entire terror bust. One is this Fatehpur, Faridabad, Doga. The other one is the Fatehpur Tagas, where another room was rented by Muhammad, where around 2,600 kg explosives have been recovered. And the third is the Al Falah College. Now, as investigations being carried, more and more connection with the college is coming up. Back to you.
As you were pointing out, there are multiple locations which are of interest to the police right now. One, of course, what you're seeing on your screens, this is the house which was rented by Dr. Muzammil, who happens to be one of the main accused. The other happens to be Al Falah University, from where my colleague Soumya is going to join us in a short while from now. Only Republic Media Network spread across all vital locations from where this information is basically coming in. Al Falah University is also the university in which one of the accused was basically employed. It almost looked like that there was a cover that was basically given to them. Their handlers, who are basically based out of multiple countries, for instance, in United Kingdom too. For more details on Al Falah University, I'm joined by Soumya. Soumya, I want you to move around, show our viewers more about this university. What was this university? What does this university essentially look into? How exactly Dr. Muzammil was basically linked into? And then I'll go across to Gursimran, getting us more details about the UK link that has emerged. First to you, Soumya.
Yes, well, see, currently I'm outside this Al Falah University, where this particular individual who has been arrested by the Jammu Kashmir police and the Faridabad police in a joint operation. He was a doctor here, practicing as a doctor here. As we speak, there's a unit that has entered 5 to 10 minutes back of Jammu and Kashmir police, along with the fleet of Faridabad police, and is the guards here present here are saying that the investigation is still underway. Hence, the movement of media personnel within the university campus has been completely prohibited. However, just 5 to 10 minutes back, we had a unit of Jammu and Kashmir police entering this particular campus with a fleet of Faridabad police, because the police at this moment is still looking at the angle from the national security purpose, and they are searching for the angles as to how this particular individual had access to explosives of these amount and this huge amount of cache and ammunition. So all of this has to they have to be clear on this part as we speak. Hence the police unit is still here in sight at this moment. We are picking up these details. Back to you.
More breaking news now essentially coming in about the significance of Al Falah University. Sources that I've spoken to a short while back indicated that perhaps Dr. Muzammil, who was basically employed with Falah University, was basically using one of the premises or one of the rooms in the university to store weapons. That's what they're also looking at. I'll go across to Gursimran till the time you get more details on it, Soumya. Gursubran, it's the UK link that's coming in with regards to the park handler. We are putting out the breaking news now, the breaking news coming in of Al Falah University. First, quickly to you, Soumya. Are you picking up more details with regards to whether at all the university campus was actually being used to store weapons? Is that the reason why Jammu and Kashmir police now at Al Falah University?
Yes, see, as we speak, as I just mentioned, just 5 to 10 minutes back, we had a huge fleet of Faridabad police along with a unit of Jammu and Kashmir police entering this particular premises of Al Falah University. They are working on the angles as to how this particular individual, this doctor, had access to ammunitions these amounts. So they are working on these angles. Hence, they are at this moment speaking to the authorities concerned. Hence, the movement of media personnel has completely been restricted inside the university. More number of guards have been employed here as we speak. They're not letting us speak to the doctors employed here inside because the police has just reached here to further their questioning rounds with the authorities present here. Back to you.
Soumya, give it a shot. Try speaking to more people inside to give us a sense of how this university was essentially being used by them to carry out this nefarious plot. Let me go across to my colleague Gursubran, getting us the latest details. Gursubran, a UK link has also emerged, one of the Pakistani handlers operating from United Kingdom. In fact, he was in touch with some of the suspects. What more details are you getting?
Yes, Shopian police is investigating that matter that regards to its Muzammil Ayub, who is a UK-based person, and he's the one who was trying to revive terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. He has been actively involved by carrying, first what was happened, Shawan, he was trying to radicalize the youth using the social media. Then the issue was taken up with the Ministry of Information and Technology, and his X account was withheld in India after the requisition that was made by the government of Jammu and Kashmir, the Home Department of Jammu and Kashmir. But despite that, he did not stop his activities, and he was trying to lure the youth of Shopian district into terror ranks because he has some of the relations in Shopian and he was trying to use them. But Shopian police has now cracked the whip. They are now investigating his forward and backward linkages. At least a dozen houses have been raided today by the Shopian police with regards to the involvement of Muzammil Ayub. And what we are getting to know that there is going to be an intensified crackdown that will also come in days to come, because what Muzammil Ayub is doing, sitting in the United Kingdom, he is trying not only to run an anti-India propaganda, but is trying to radicalize youth to join the terror ranks, to carry out the activities that are subversive to the unity of India. So keeping that in view, a major crackdown has been launched by the Shopian police. We are told that the SSP of the Shopian himself was part of this operation that was carried out, and also some of the key details, that is with regards to some of the chats and the communication that Muzammil Ayub has made with a few of his assets that he calls in Shopian, that is also being is under scanner, and few of those who were in touch with them on bail in connection with the terror activities, they were behind bar, but on bail their requisition for the cancellation of their bail has also been put forward by the Shopian police.
Well, I'm getting in more details right now. We'll try and see if we can get across to Gursubran as well as Zeenat. Zeenat, we'll try and get her also, because I'm told that there is a third arrest. We'll try and get her. We'll try and get Zeenat right now to get us the breaking news coming in with regards to a third arrest that has been made. Third doctor arrest, if I may correct myself here. There is a third doctor that has been taken into custody. Gursubran, are you picking up any details? Because it seems that all three were working in tandem. The third doctor, which happens to be a female doctor, was on the run. Latest information coming in that she has been arrested. A female doctor has been taken into custody by the Jammu and Kashmir police. What's the link that is emerging, Gursubran?
Yeah, it's Dr. Shaheen. What we are getting to know has been placed under arrest. See, this was a larger plot because third name was not divulged earlier by the Haryana police as well. They said that they are still searching for one of the accused doctor, but now it is surfacing that Dr. Shaheen has been placed under the arrest. She is being questioned with regards to the role that has been placed. So now another doctor has surfaced. More details are awaited, but for now this is only surfacing that a doctor named Shaheen has been placed under arrest. So this is a larger conspiracy that, like we have mentioned earlier, that on the lines of Hizbul Mujahideen now. Similar is with Jaish and Ansar Ghazwatul Hind, which is one of the offshoots of Al-Qaeda in Jammu and Kashmir, floated by Zakir Musa when he got differences from the Hizbul Mujahideen, and then he floated this offshoot of Al-Qaeda in Jammu and Kashmir. This was once again trying to recruit on the same modus operandi, that is to get the educated youth to lead the terror leadership in Jammu and Kashmir, because the way the foreign terrorists have been wiped out, their immediate motive was to actually get the leadership in Jammu and Kashmir, and that's why these doctors became their target, and they were radicalized, they were given money and every possible support by the terror handlers sitting across the border so that they can carry forward this propaganda and the agenda of terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, Shavan.
Well, that's the big news now coming in with regards to the arrest that has been made. Dr. Shaheen, a resident of Lucknow. So now another city basically comes into the picture. From Uttar Pradesh, two locations which are key to this entire operation. One is in Saharanpur. In fact, we'll try and see if we can go across to our stringer in Saharanpur and play out that report that we got a short while back of the report that came in from Saharanpur. And now as far as Lucknow is concerned, that's where Dr. Shaheen belongs from, and they were all together part of this entire operation. So Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Shaheen, these are the two doctors. A third doctor has now been taken into custody. Also, Zeenat is joining us live from Srinagar. Zeenat, it is only expanding right now. The investigation, the ambit of the entire investigation only widening with every passing minute. Are you picking up more from the Srinagar police that there are more links? Because when I spoke to the Faridabad police commissioner this morning, he had basically indicated that not just Pakistan link, there is an international link that is basically emerging. Anything similar that you are hearing? Zeenat, can you hear me? Zeenat, if you can hear me.
Shravan, as you can see, the kind of raids or the blow that was given to the terror sympathizers in the Kashmir Valley, because this has not remained only to the Kashmir Valley. We are seeing that
we seem to have lost that link with Zeenat. We'll try and go back to Zeenat in a short while from now. Let me just quickly get an update from Shambhavi if there has been further movement there, because it seems that it is only changing every passing minute. Shambhavi, did you manage to speak to anyone within the Faridabad police? Because a short while back, they had basically indicated that the national security agencies are also going to step in, including as far as IB is concerned, as well as the National Investigation Agency. We seem to have lost the line again with Shambhavi. If I can just bring in Gursimran because he's got more details. Gursimran, when I spoke to the Faridabad police commissioner, he had indicated that not just Pakistan, there is a larger international ring that is in operation. Ghulam Nabi Fai, his house was also raided in Jammu and Kashmir. Then you're telling me that Ayub's residence was also searched in Budgam. What is the international link that is basically emerging right now?
See, Shavan, what is happening that after the Operation Sindoor, we have seen that the inflow of the Pakistani terrorists has gone drastically down. And with Operation Mahadev, the top leadership of the Pakistani-based terror groups, they have completely been wiped out. Now what is happening that those on the behest of the Pakistani ISI, since everyone in Pakistan is under the scanner of the Indian agencies, now they are trying to activate their foreign assets, be it the Fai you have mentioned that his house was raided in Budgam, of the Muzammil Ayub house was raided in Shopian. The reason behind this is that they are actively trying to radicalize the youth of Jammu and Kashmir to join the terror ranks. They are trying to funnel the money into the Indian side. We have seen day before yesterday only there was an arrest that was made of Mohammad Arshad. What he was one of the those who were part of a larger nexus, that is a narco terror module. What it was doing, it was funneling the money inside Jammu and Kashmir through the Hawala channels. Then a couple of days ago, it was to be very precise 6 days ago, there was a raid by the Enforcement Directorate. That was on the Hizbul Mujahideen's network of Hawala money. How one of the former ministers of Jammu and Kashmir, Babu Singh, along with the two other associates, he was actually channeling that money from Pakistan to Dubai, Dubai to Saudi, and then Saudi to Jammu and Kashmir. This money was rotating. So this is one of the routes that the international links that you have mentioned, that how this entire money was being moved to Jammu and Kashmir, and after the sales of the narcotics, the money was moving back to the Pakistan so that it can reach to the terror handlers.
Right. Thank you very much, Gursimran. A story that we'll be tracking very closely. Largest team of reporters getting us the biggest story of the day. Taking you through what else is making news at this hour.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Ahead of the massive protest of students in the university campus over the demand for Senate elections, police personnel have been deployed at all gates of the Punjab University. Students have been demanding that the university administration announces the long-pending Senate elections to reconstitute the 91-member Senate. Tripura Chief Minister Manik joins others in participating in Sardar at 50 Unity March in Agartala. As per the central government's plan, many programs are currently being held across the country on the occasion of the 150th birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. BJP in Karnataka has raised objections to the offering of namaz by a group of individuals at the Bengaluru airport premises, flagging security concerns. Karnataka BJP asked whether Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and his Cabinet Minister Priyank Kharge approve of the same.
On 6 Stories at 6 this evening, a 3-part breakdown of India's mega crackdown against Pakistan's terror ecosystem. A massive Jaish-e-Mohammed terror module bust in Faridabad has opened a Pandora's box across India. From Gujarat to Uttar Pradesh to Jammu and Kashmir, the forces go all out. We'll also get you the latest details of the VVIP jail in Bengaluru and how the Siddaramaiah government has now sprung into action after Republic Kannada's mega expose. All this and a lot more at 6 p.m. this evening with me, Ayana Mitra.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area.
$3,200 kilograms bomb-making chemical seized near Delhi. Rifle found in woman doctor's car. Four doctors arrested in 4 days with chemicals, rifles. This is the face of white-collar terror that Pakistan is trying to push. 3 terror modules come to light from 3 states. Investigation underway into large terror conspiracy. Anti-terror operations launched in multiple districts of Jammu and Kashmir. Big crackdown on terror ecosystem. Major shake-up in Karnataka prisons after Republic expose. 2 officers suspended for security breach at Bengaluru jail. Right, we start with breaking news coming in, viewers. Republic TV has yet again confronted Ajit Pawar on the land scam in which his son Parth Pawar is embroiled in. And Republic TV is going to play out that sequence as we confront Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, in the Pune land scam case.
अजित पवार सर, ये एमएडी एंटरप्राइज का जो एलएलपी है वो सरकारी ज़मीन कैसे, वो पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस को काम पे लगाया गया क्या, मिसयूज़ किया गया? सर आपके बेटे का नाम आ रहा है, आपका बेटा इस एमएडी एंटरप्राइज से जुड़े हुए.
मी त्यामध्ये सोमवारी मी मुंबईला बोललो, मी पुण्याला बोललो, मी बारामतीला बोललो. आता ह्याबद्दलची चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यावर आम्ही उत्तर देऊ.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस का
चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यानंतर बोलीत. सारखा सारखा तो विषय मला बोलायचं कारण नाही. मी आपल्या राज्याच्या राजधानीत बोललोय. माझ्या पुण्यामध्ये पालकमंत्री आहे म्हणून तिथं बोललोय.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस काम पे नहीं आना क्या, मिसयूज नहीं किया गया पॉलिटिकल.
यामध्ये
आप उप मुख्यमंत्री है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर है. अजित पवार सर, ये एमएडी एंटरप्राइज का जो एलएलपी है वो सरकारी ज़मीन कैसे, वो पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस को काम पे लगाया गया क्या, मिसयूज़ किया गया? सर आपके बेटे का नाम आ रहा है, आपका बेटा इस एमएडी एंटरप्राइज से जुड़े हुए.
मी त्यामध्ये सोमवारी मी मुंबईला बोललो, मी पुण्याला बोललो, मी बारामतीला बोललो. आता ह्याबद्दलची चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यावर आम्ही उत्तर देऊ.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस का
चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यानंतर बोलीत. सारखा सारखा तो विषय मला बोलायचं कारण नाही. मी आपल्या राज्याच्या राजधानीत बोललोय. माझ्या पुण्यामध्ये पालकमंत्री आहे म्हणून तिथं बोललोय.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस काम पे नहीं आना क्या, मिसयूज नहीं किया गया पॉलिटिकल.
यामध्ये
आप उप मुख्यमंत्री है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर है. अजित पवार सर, ये एमएडी एंटरप्राइज का जो एलएलपी है वो सरकारी ज़मीन कैसे, वो पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस को काम पे लगाया गया क्या, मिसयूज़ किया गया? सर आपके बेटे का नाम आ रहा है, आपका बेटा इस एमएडी एंटरप्राइज से जुड़े हुए.
मी त्यामध्ये सोमवारी मी मुंबईला बोललो, मी पुण्याला बोललो, मी बारामतीला बोललो. आता ह्याबद्दलची चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यावर आम्ही उत्तर देऊ.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस का
चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यानंतर बोलीत. सारखा सारखा तो विषय मला बोलायचं कारण नाही. मी आपल्या राज्याच्या राजधानीत बोललोय. माझ्या पुण्यामध्ये पालकमंत्री आहे म्हणून तिथं बोललोय.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस काम पे नहीं आना क्या, मिसयूज नहीं किया गया पॉलिटिकल.
यामध्ये
आप उप मुख्यमंत्री है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर है.
Focus back to the big story, viewers. It's a big crackdown, significant crackdown on the terror network. Authorities have foiled major terror plots in Haryana, in Gujarat, in Saharanpur, and in Haryana's Faridabad, viewers, just next to the national capital. A plot to carry out a Pulwama-like attack has been busted with explosives and arms that have been seized, 360 kilograms of explosive, viewers. In Gujarat, the Anti-Terror Squad has arrested 3 suspects, including a Hyderabad doctor, for planning terror attacks using Ricin poison and firearms. The suspects had links to Islamic State Khorasan Province and received arms via drones from Pakistan. Meanwhile, in Saharanpur of Uttar Pradesh, police arrested several individuals suspected of involvement in terror activities, although details remain scarce on that. Now, these operations highlight the ongoing efforts to combat terrorism and prevent attacks in India. Viewers, a major terror plot that has been foiled. And in fact, talking about the Faridabad terror plot, it was a big conspiracy that was foiled by the Jammu and Kashmir police in coordination with the Intelligence Bureau and Faridabad police. The operation led to the recovery of around 350 kilograms of explosives, suspected to be ammonium nitrate, and AK-47 rifles, and a large cache of ammunition from a rented accommodation in Dhauj village of Faridabad, that is in NCR. The explosives were stored in 14 bags weighing around 100 kilograms, along with 84 live cartridges, timers, 5 liters of chemical solutions. A total of 48 items suspected to be used for assembling improvised explosive devices, that is IEDs, have also been seized. The investigation has also revealed that the terror module was linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed terror group and the Ansar Ghazwat ul Hind, and had cross-border connections with Pakistan's ISI. The module allegedly involved in identifying and radicalizing individuals, raising funds and procuring arms and ammunition. The police have also arrested 7 people so far, including doctors and medical students, and are also probing the involvement of other individuals and organizations. All right, now we will show you where all the raids have been conducted, viewers. It's a pan-India operation, not just pan-Jammu and Kashmir. Just take a look at this map, viewers. This is the pan-India plot that has been, in fact, this is a pan-India raid. Now, Faridabad, Haryana, doctor at Al-Falah College has been arrested. We showed you the pictures of the seizure and the doctor himself as well. Then another raid happened in Gujarat. In Ahmedabad, doctors arrested for planning Ricin attack. It's a chemical that is used, viewers. Very, very dangerous modus operandi of this terrorist. Now, in Saharanpur of Uttar Pradesh, this is in western Uttar Pradesh, Al-Qaeda operative has been arrested for terror plot. This is an anti-terror drive that has been carried out. And today we see in Jammu Kashmir over 30 raids and searches across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir have been carried out in Srinagar, in Anantnag, in Shopian, and other districts also. These raids continue to be carried out. The search operations are also underway as we speak in the valley, viewers. So this is, of course, the biggest story that we're tracking. And we have a report filed by my colleague Shambhavi from Faridabad, the spot from where the suspect was apprehended, the recoveries were made.
Well, we'll show you the house from which the recovery has been made. Now, just a few minutes ago, Faridabad Crime Branch has left from the spot, and there has been constantly investigation going on here, and we're trying to recover what more can be recovered from here. And this is the place, this is the rented spot from where more than 360 kg of material, of explosive material was discovered. And we'll also show you the room. We'll show you how most of this material that was actually taken was they were trying to hide it with a hay here. You can see this is a very small room that Muzammil actually rented from the owner of this house to store all the explosive material. 3 months back, he came to this place and he said that he'll be using this room for storage of personal belongings. But then he was allegedly using this room to store more than 360 kgs of explosive rifles, AK-47 rifles. And we'll also show you the house completely, because there are several rooms in this house. This is like an independent builder house, and you can see that in some part, I think that you can see a stove here, a gas cylinder that which he could possibly use for making of the timer bombs. And then there were other from another location, more than 2,600 kilogram of explosives and other material which usually goes in the making of a timer bombs has been discovered. So there are 2 prime locations. One is in Faridabad Dhauja and the other one is in Faridabad Taga. This is Faridabad Dhauja, and this is exactly the same room from where the Faridabad crime branch has been since morning conducting searches in teams, and this area till now, let me tell you, till more than 5 to 10 minutes ago was
Shambhavi joining us live along with our network of reporters. We will go to them one by one. But first, Shambhavi, you brought us those visuals from Faridabad, the storage facility. Tell us, what all have you gathered, and the people you spoke to, what have they told you?
Well, this is indeed a very major breakthrough by the Jammu and Kashmir police and Faridabad crime branch, which they've busted a huge network of terror. And we have also just showed you the location from where 360 kgs of explosive was recovered on the intel of Muhammad Mujahideen. And he was the one. This has actually happened in a cycle. There were several inputs. There were several raids which led the Faridabad crime branch and the Jammu and Kashmir police here to this point. There were three major locations in Faridabad right now that is tied to each other in a way in this entire terror network. The Faridabad Dhauga, where this is the place, one room rented and the 360 kgs of explosive was recovered. The second location is at Faridabad Taga, which is around 4 kilometers away from here, where another room was rented and around 2600 kgs of explosive was recovered, which included all the material that usually goes in the making of a timer bomb. And the third location is the Al Falah College. Now, this college has been coming up as one of the major places connecting this terror network, because the accused that have been arrested in this case, the terrorists that have been arrested in this case, they are related to this college. The first one being the Ayub. Ayub is a senior doctor in Al Falah College, and he was the one who gave us the input that he has stored these around 360 kgs at this place.
Just stay on with us. We have the phone conversation Republic had with the Faridabad Commissioner of Police. Listen in, viewers.
फरीदाबाद कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस जॉइनिंग अस। सत्येंद्र जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए। सबसे पहले आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि जिस तरह से कार्रवाई की गई है, उसमें एक घर है जिसमें एम्यूनेशन मिला है, उसकी नेचर की बात करना चाहूँगा कि एक्सप्लोजिव्स की क्या नेचर है? क्या वो आरडीएक्स था? 350 किलोग्राम आरडीएक्स बरामद किए गए?
दिस इज नॉट आरडीएक्स, ये बेसिकली 350 kg प्लस है। दिस इज अमोनियम नाइट्रेट, इट्स एन वाइट पाउडर, इट इज ए सस्पेक्टेड जो है अमोनियम नाइट्रेट एंड इट इज इनफ्लेमेबल मटेरियल। ये एक इनफ्लेमेबल मटेरियल है अमोनियम नाइट्रेट एंड नॉट आरडीएक्स।
सत्येंद्र जी, ये भी सवाल उठ रहा है कि अगर 350 किलोग्राम की अमोनियम नाइट्रेट मिलता है और साथ ही साथ ये जो डॉक्टर है वो रेंटेड घर में रह रहा था, इसकी जानकारी आपको क्या मिल पा रही कि आखिरकार वो एम्यूनेशन वो ला कैसे पा रहा था और उसकी मोडस ऑपरेंडाई क्या है? अब तक की मोडस ऑपरेंडाई क्या मिल रहा है आपको?
मैं जैसे आपको मैं स्टेज पे इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा कि जो है ये पूरी इसमें अभी जो है ऑनगोइंग इन्वेस्टिगेशंस है। बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी हैं कि जो अभी नेशनल सिक्योरिटी को ध्यान में रखते हुए इस स्टेज पे शेयर करना उचित नहीं होगा। तो बाकी जितने भी जो है जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है वो हमने आपको बता दी।
सत्येंद्र जी, एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूंगा क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ी खबर है और देश में हर कोई जानना चाहेगा कि अब तक जो लिंक्स निकल कर आ रहे हैं, क्या आप मानते हैं कि ये इसमें एक मल्टी स्टेट ऑपरेशन की जरूरत है? और साथ ही साथ और ये जो अक्यूज्ड है उसकी क्या लिंक निकल कर आ रही है?
ये बिल्कुल ये मल्टी स्टेट ऑपरेशन है। जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि हमने और जे&के पुलिस ने हमने जो है साथ मिलकर ये ऑपरेशन छेड़ा हुआ है, साथ मिलकर कर रहे हैं, तो उसी के अंतर्गत जो है ये कार्रवाई हुई है। राइट।
बट सत्येंद्र जी, क्या आप मानते हैं कि एक तरह से जिस तरह से जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस भी कह रही है कि मेन अक्यूज की पाकिस्तान के लिंक्स भी है, क्या आपके जांच में कुछ वैसे लिंक्स उभर कर आ रहे हैं?
जी मैं आपको बताऊँ कि इसके अंदर कई और लिंक्स हैं, जो इनके बाकी लिंक्स हैं उन पे भी काम चल रहा है, तो उसमें भी हम जो है टाइमली आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन शेयर करेंगे। राइट।
सत्येंद्र जी, एक सवाल इसलिए करना चाहूंगा क्योंकि बहुत लोग देख रहे हैं, बहुत लोग जानना भी चाहेंगे। मुझे पता है कि शुरुआत है इन्वेस्टिगेशन की, बट आप जब कहते हैं कि बहुत सारे लिंक्स उभर कर आ रहे हैं, ये लिंक्स की क्या लिंक्स की बात कर रहे हैं कि किस तरह से आप कह रहे हैं कि मल्टीपल लिंक्स है इसमें?
मैं यही बताना चाहूंगा आपको कि अभी कुछ ये चेन है, इस चेन के ऊपर जो है जॉइंटली हमारा ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। अभी ये खत्म नहीं हुआ है, अभी ये जारी है। तो जो इस लिंक्स के ऊपर जो इनके बाकी जो एसोसिएट्स हैं उनके ऊपर भी कार्रवाई जारी है।
और ये क्या ये मेन अक्यूज वहां रह रहा था और आखिरी बार वो कब आया हुआ था यहाँ पर?
जी, ये रह रहा था, अभी पिछले कुछ दिनों से ही उसने ये काम स्टार्ट किया था। ये टिप ऑफ हमें लगी थी जो एक जॉइंट ऑपरेशन के अंतर्गत हमारे साथ एंड JNK पुलिस के साथ, तो उसके अंतर्गत हमने फिर आगे ये कार्रवाई की थी।
और ये भी कहना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि पुलिस आज बहुत बड़ा काम आप लोगों ने किया है, तो आपसे इतना ही जानना चाहूँगा कि आपको टिप ऑफ कब मिला और कितने दिन तक इस ऑपरेशन पर फरीदाबाद पुलिस काम कर रही थी?
लास्ट जो है ये लगभग लास्ट 11-12 डेज से हम इसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं, जॉइंटली काम करना और जारी है ये।
तो आप लोग देख रहे थे एक तरह से मूवमेंट हो रही थी?
जी बिल्कुल।
All right, my colleague Zeenat is joining us live on the broadcast from Srinagar. Zeenat, well, this is a massive terror plot. The amount of explosives is something that cannot be taken lightly at all. We've seen this is a Pulwama-style attack that could have been carried out from Gujarat. We see terror accused are actually now sending in videos of different important buildings and locations in the national capital to the handlers in Pakistan. And now what we are learning is that the same a team that had carried out Operation Mahadev has busted this big terror network. Tell us more details, please.
See, the major tragedy definitely has been averted because of the timely action or the timely raids that were carried by Jammu and Kashmir police. The way they connected dots from the GMC Anantnag, and then those leads took them to Faridabad, where this ammonium nitrate, which is used usually for making IEDs, the big network was busted, and also it has given a lead to the JNK police that even the white-collar people cannot be out of radar. So one has to work very hard to identify those who are the part of the terror business when they are one of the professionals before the eyes of the law or before they are in the public sector. So in this public sector where where usually the jawans of the JNK police, the army, they walk in at times for the treatment. So this could have been more dangerous when you see the weapons being recovered from the lockers of these professionals. Definitely this has also given a bigger lead as far as the Ansar Ghazwatul Hind revival in the Kashmir Valley is concerned.
Right, Zeenat, we have another report coming in from Saharanpur. I'm told from Uttar Pradesh Anti-Terrorist Squad. The ATS has revealed details of a subversive plan involving Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent operative Bilal Khan, who has been acting under the instructions of his Pakistani handlers to carry out violent jihad, the attacks on Indian soil. Take a look at this report filed by my colleague Gaurav.
इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं सहारनपुर के अम्बाला रोड पर, जहां पर स्थित है फेमस मेडिकेयर हॉस्पिटल। ये वो हॉस्पिटल है जहां से 7 तारीख को डॉक्टर आदिल को जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस आई थी और अपने साथ हिरासत में ले गई थी। डॉक्टर आदिल पर आरोप था कि उन्होंने मोहम्मद के पोस्टर जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर चिपकाए थे, जिसके बाद ATS और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने इनको फेमस मेडिकोज हॉस्पिटल से गिरफ्तार कर लिया था। गिरफ्तार करने के बाद अपने साथ जम्मू कश्मीर ले गई थी, जिसके बाद अगर देखा जाए तो हमारी यहाँ के डॉक्टर से बात हुई। डॉक्टर का कहना है कि उनका आचरण अच्छा था, लेकिन अगर देखा जाए तो डॉक्टर आदिल बहुत काबिल डॉक्टर हैं, लेकिन उसके बाद उन्होंने ऐसी हरकतें करी है, इस चीज का यहाँ के किसी भी स्टाफ को मालूमात नहीं थी। इस बारे में कोई भी जानकारी यहाँ के पूरे स्टाफ में किसी को नहीं थी। जिसके बाद कुछ दिन बाद डॉक्टर आदिल की शादी थी और डॉक्टर आदिल जम्मू कश्मीर चले गए थे। शादी के बाद यहाँ के 3 स्टाफ भी वहां पर गए थे और कुछ दिन जम्मू कश्मीर में रहे थे, जिसके बाद ATS और खुफिया विभाग की टीमों ने उनसे जानकारी जुटाना चालू कर दिया है। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि यहाँ की जो डॉक्टर हैं, उन डॉक्टरों का ये कहना है कि डॉक्टर आदिल ऐसे हो सकते हैं, उनको भी इस बारे में जानकारी नहीं थी और उन्होंने डॉक्टरों के कहने पर एक रूम था जो डॉक्टर उनको दिलवाए थे, वो रूम उन्होंने नहीं लिया था। उसके बाद उन्होंने अपनी मर्जी से सहारनपुर के मानक में एक रूम लिया था जहाँ पर वे रह रहे थे, लेकिन इसके बारे में भी डॉक्टरों को कोई जानकारी नहीं थी।
And not just in Saharanpur, not just Srinagar, not just Faridabad. In Gujarat, another major crackdown has been carried out. 3 ISIS operative viewers have been arrested by the Gujarat Anti-Terrorism Squad. A doctor was among the 3 nabbed accused. All 3 have been accused of preparing Ricin, a chemical, a deadly toxin, and scouting crowded public spots as potential attack sites. Over 6 months, this man reportedly wrecked Delhi's Azadpur Mandi. It's a very, very crowded market, viewers. Ahmedabad's Naroda fruit market as well, and the RSS office in Lucknow that were chosen for their heavy crowds and public activity as potential targets for the terror attacks, viewers. And now I'd like to go All right, my colleague has got some reactions from the police on the same. Listen in.
Prima facie, it is not clearly seen if they are clearly affiliated to a particular organization, but yeah, the Dr. Mohyuddin, he was in touch with one of the radical entity, his handler probably. He believes that he's from Afghanistan. That's how he has been interacting with him. And the person who was in contact with him, who has sent him here, who was promising funding for him to organize on a larger scale, he has affiliation towards ISKP, International Islamic State of Khorasan Province.
So this is a very major point, that they were ready to radicalize more people and recruit and create an organization. That's one of the most important points in this entire operation. So coming back to Syed Mohyuddin, it is said about him that he is a degree holder of MBBS from China, and as you pointed out, he was in contact with a lot of foreign nationals. Maybe radical investigation will throw some light. So tell us something more about Abu Khadija, who is traced, his location is traced in Afghanistan or Pakistan-Afghanistan border.
Yeah, the radical entity who I was referring in the previous sentence also, he was named Abu Khatija, as Syed Mohyuddin says. He has shown his affiliation to ISKP. We have not personally seen him, but on the technical analysis and the preliminary investigation in the last 24 hours shows that he's a radical entity who was facilitating all the requests of Mr. Syed Mohyuddin.
And rest both of others are also in alignment with the same organization, or is there any chance, is there any arrows pointing towards the organization?
That we are yet to ascertain, because we have just made his arrest in the morning, early in the morning. We are taking him to custody. We will be getting his remand as much as the Honorable Court seems fit. Post that, we would be able to answer this question.
A very different feature is coming out of this entire operation or sequence. We can say that he was about to make a very potent poison called Ricin. Please tell us about that.
It's called Ricin. So it is a poisonous compound which is highly potent. He had conducted the preliminary preparation process of it. We are yet to ascertain where it is and how we could recover from it. How he is going to use it, how he is going to plan it is something which is part of the investigation going forward. But yeah, he accepted that he was in the process of making a compound of such sort.
So how do you look at the further investigation, and are there any chances that you can get more leads to more people who are executing plans or anti-terror activities, and how can these three contribute to further crackdown?
Certainly. Two things. One is their movement, their activity, their analysis. The other is the technical part, which we can find from mobile. We have made elaborate teams. Everyone is working on their particular task, and we are certain that we will be able to bust other affiliate, whosoever is involved in the activity, and whosoever is remotely planning or preparing to be radicalized and radicalize other people will definitely be caught.
Farali getting us those inputs on the story from Ahmedabad. Farali, well, this is a very serious, this is a crackdown on doctors who are using chemicals. The Ricin toxin that has been recovered, and also very importantly the targets that they identified from Delhi to Lucknow, and of course in Gujarat as well. Tell us more details, please.
Gujarat ATS, and there is a constant movement because there are several developments in this entire story. So let me tell you about the developments that the ATS has informed us that Dr. Syed Mohyuddin was supposed to receive crores of worth rupees to expand and recruit and radicalize more and more people and execute a large terror conspiracy, and he had received a certain part of that amount. He had received some funds, but the exact amount is not yet revealed. On the other hand, as we are talking about the locations which were recce to execute these terror plans or plots, if we are talking about Delhi, Lucknow, Ahmedabad, and Jammu and Kashmir. One of the terrorists, Azad, went to Jammu and Kashmir, stayed there for 1 week, and several locations were videographed, and these were sent to their handlers in Pakistan. Now, there's one common point in several operations and arrests that have been made by the ATS, made by Gujarat or Saharanpur or Jammu and Kashmir, that they are well-educated and highly radicalized people. Even Dr. Syed Mohyuddin is an MBBS holder from China and is in contact with several foreign handlers, one traced in Afghanistan-Pakistan border, that is Abu Khadija. And he is one who is funding this entire operation, and from him only he was supposed to receive crores of rupees. Now the common points over here are that Delhi was a common location, which was all the proofs and recce and videographs were collected for Delhi Azad Mandi. And the same is reflected in Jammu and Kashmir's case, wherein Delhi was at target. So this is very dangerous, and a huge plot has been foiled by ATS, but more information is on way because investigation is going on.
Right, Surali, of course, a big seizure there, and Ricin especially is a very, very poisonous substance. We will keep a close eye on those developments, and also we'll go back to Jammu, Gursimran, but that's all the time right now in this edition that we have. Viewers, on the other side, we continue to get you the big updates on this rolling coverage on the anti-terror operations that continue in the valley, in Jammu, Kashmir and beyond. Exclusive details only on Republic TV. And also, Republic TV confronts Ajit Pawar on the land scam case. Republic TV gets you the exclusive input. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with that more.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर मसाला। सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही paneer masala, delicious, healthy, every day.
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for staying with us here on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen. One of the biggest terror operations are being conducted as we speak, not just in the national capital region, in Faridabad, Saharanpur, Uttar Pradesh, Ahmedabad, Gujarat, and across at least 30 locations in Jammu and Kashmir. 3,000 kilograms of IED in what could be one of the biggest strikes that were planned. Here are the headlines this evening on Republic. Pakistan's handlers in India, included doctors, planned India's biggest strike. Multi-city raids, at least 3 modules busted in 3 days. Doctors, they passed off as doctors in medical institutes, trained professionals, collected IEDs, 3 tons of IEDs in the national capital region. Police call it Pakistan's white-collar terror module, a plan to simply hire educated professionals to try and avoid detection. In Gujarat, another doctor who planned a Ricin attack. He, along with 2 aides, arrested in Ahmedabad. RSS office in Uttar Pradesh was on Pakistan's terror radar. Gujarat doctor and his 2 associates had recce'd the RSS office, sent videos to Pakistan. And look at that, pictures from inside a so-called high-security jail. We'll show you an ISIS recruiter. That is him, Shakil Manna, who was given a mobile phone inside a so-called high-security prison in Bengaluru. And that's the sequence of Ajit Pawar getting grilled by Republic TV. Every question asked to Ajit Pawar. As he gets cornered, he walks away. Full sequence in just a few minutes. Just to give you a little bit of context, ladies and gentlemen, when the Pulwama attack was carried out by Pakistani terrorists, now in the Pulwama attack, 250 kilograms of RDX, 250 kilograms of explosives were used. In this particular case, 2,900 kilograms, almost 3 tons of explosives were recovered from this doctor and his module that was operating from Faridabad, just outside the national capital region. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 tons of explosives that were found in the police raids. Let's show you the pictures. This was the arms and ammunition. Let's show you the hideout, because these were just arms and ammunition, just a little bit of what they had. But inside their hideout, where Shambhavi, our correspondent, was, 3 tons of explosives were found. 2,900 kilograms were recovered from their hideout in Faridabad in the national capital region. A strike that could have been 10 times more powerful than the Pulwama attack, ladies and gentlemen, and that is why this terror recovery just outside the national capital region, just outside Delhi, is extremely critical. And they were doctors, practicing professionals who are gathering explosives outside Delhi. Let me go across to Shambhavi. And before I go across to Shambhavi, let me also show you a map of where these operations are currently ongoing, ladies and gentlemen. Across India, it's not 1, 2, 3, several locations. In Faridabad, in the national capital region, a doctor at Al Falah University arrested. He, his girlfriend / partner and others were involved in a terror module directly in coordination with Pakistan. In Ahmedabad, Gujarat, yesterday, you had another doctor who studied in China, returned from China, and was in Gujarat to recce as part of his operation. And he had recce'd several locations in Gujarat as well. He was caught with his aides in Banaskantha. That was Dr. Syed. And this is Saharanpur, Uttar Pradesh, where Friday, Saturday, there have been developments where an Al-Qaeda-linked terrorist was arrested. He was arrested for plotting an attack. He was directly in link with Al-Qaeda operatives. Now, as we speak, the links are all going back to Jammu and Kashmir and Pakistan. In Jammu and Kashmir, Pakistani proxies and those who are handlers for Pakistan, those who were coached by Pakistan, those who were in links with Pakistan. For example, Ghulam Nabi Fai, he's an ISI agent who lives in America, but with his associates in Kashmir, was trying to coordinate aspects of this entire terror plot. Now, those searches are also on in different parts of Jammu and Kashmir. I'm going across straight to our correspondents right now from across India. We're going across to Jammu and Kashmir, where Zeenat is joining me live along with Gursimran. Shambhavi is in Faridabad and Swarali is in Gujarat. So we have the entire length and breadth of this story covered in the next 20 minutes. Let's go across first up to Shambhavi, because that's where the arrest has happened today. In Faridabad, just outside the national capital region, Shambhavi, 3,000, that's 2,900 tons, kilograms, roughly 3 tons. We know what that can do. Now, were they planning the biggest ever strike? In terms of what they have recovered, can you tell us a little bit more about how significant this discovery is?
Definitely, the plan was worse than what we have seen ever. And even when Republic spoke to Giriraj Singh, he has also said that this was worse than the Mumbai blast. And the fact that the Bageshwar Dham Yatra was going on here, we can imagine if they would have been successful in carrying out this blast, the blast that they have planned with 360 kgs of explosives here, and just 4 kilometers away from here, 2,600 kgs of explosives that have been recovered, a total of 2,900 as you pointed out. That would have been way worse. And the other aspect, that surveillance videos of several locations in Delhi as well as one of the locations in Ahmedabad was also being sent over to cross-border handlers in Pakistan as probably the prospective, the targets where they could have planned, whether they were planning the crowded places in Delhi, the crowded markets, or they were planning the surveillance team, what they were actually planning with so much, because the amount that has been recovered, 2,900, that is a lot of explosives, and that would have been more than enough to not just carry this out in one place, but in several places, and large-scale blast. And also a series of raid, a series of intel has helped the Jammu and Kashmir police, and Faridabad crime branch has led both these teams here, because when it started with Adil, who was earlier arrested in Saharanpur 2-3 days ago in relation to a separate issue that was promoting Jaish-e-Mohammed in Srinagar through posters. That is what led us to this recovery, because that led us to another doctor, Dr. Ayub, and he pointed us towards these two places that he rented 3 months ago, saying that he'll use this room as a place to store his personal belongings. And now, until now, the name of the third doctor was not being disclosed, because the police was saying that would affect the investigation's direction. But now that third name of Dr. Shahid has come forward. She has been, she is the third accused, and she has been interrogated since morning, and she is the woman on whose name the car that has also been recovered by the Faridabad crime branch on the intel of Dr. Ayub. Both these doctors are related to Al-Falah University, just 3 kilometers away from here. And this is the latest the three hotspots in the story.
Okay, stay with me. Let me go across to the next breaking aspect. You mentioned a woman doctor. Now, that woman doctor has become interesting. In all of these terror modules that have been discovered, that have been busted, they're all medical professionals, showing a new pattern by Pakistan, trying to employ, trap educated youth. And these are pictures of the different terror modules in different states that were busted. But the role of a female doctor is now in question. Zeenat and Gursimran joining us with those updates. Zeenat, to you first. Quickly, if you can take us through, we don't have the picture of this female doctor, but if you can tell us a little bit about who she is and how she is linked to this entire module in Faridabad.
The sources within the J&K police is that this is the lady who has been a friend with Dr. Muzammil, who was studying who was a part of this Al-Falah place, and where they were together, and the vehicle there from the ammunition and the arms have been recovered. The vehicle belongs to the lady. The lady hails from the Lucknow, and presently being questioned by the joint interrogation team. So this is what we are picking from the sources within the J&K police, because police here is not only investigating the one angle of the plot, but rather the multiple angles are being thoroughly scanned and searched, and the police is trying to connect the dots about this plot or the tragedy that has been averted, because had there been any lapses, then it would have turned into a disaster. Now the question comes whether this ammonium nitrate, which was recovered from his place, were they planning to use this for making IEDs in and around Delhi or other place, or they were planning to transport it to Jammu and Kashmir, because Jammu and Kashmir has a history of these kind of attacks, whether it was the Letpora attack, the Pulwama attack, where a car laden, the explosive laden vehicle rammed into the CRPF convoy, with the result some more than 40 soldiers then lost their life, or they were planning something very major. Because see what happens post this Pahalgam attack, there have been multiple searches at different levels. The army had been doing the searches, the CIK, CID, NIA has been camping in the Kashmir Valley, because we have been seeing in the past also that the many terror modules were busted, and how the Srinagar police, because I have been continuously mentioning that this is the operation of the Srinagar police, because they were the one who started these investigations at the Thana level. Although such leads are usually come from the top, but here we need to appreciate the ground staff who were able to crack this case and get hand on the GMC Anantnag locker, where from the weapon was recovered, and that really alerted the entire force, and everybody started chipping in as far as to uncover the entire module.
Zeenat, be with me, because I'm getting in a breaking news. The first picture is now emerged. I'm going across straight to that. Please stay with me. I'm going full frame to that picture that is emerged of what they refer to as the white powder. They refer to it as a white powder, but explosive material. It's not white powder. We'll just change that explosive material that was recovered. This is an exclusive image for the first time. Exclusive picture that is coming in from Faridabad, the raids that took place there. This is explosive material. I repeat, explosive material seized from Faridabad. A part of the recovery. This is just a part of the recovery, a picture that we saw. Let's go across to Shambhavi. Quickly getting in a word from her while we stay on this picture. Okay, we'll move on, and we'll come back to this aspect in just a bit, because I'm getting in some more breaking news update right now of a crackdown that includes Ghulam Nabi 5. Security agencies have intensified a crackdown. Let's move across to that. Ghulam Nabi 5 is a US-based Pak ISI agent. He's a Pakistani ISI agent, and Republic had confronted him outside the White House a few years back. And it's a clear link. And those are pictures of the raids in Budgam, in Kashmir, where Ghulam Nabi 5, his network was raided. Let me go across to Gursimran with that angle. Gursimran tracking the angle of Ghulam Nabi 5, who's a known agent of the Pakistan ISI. Quickly, Gursimran, if you can summarize the role of Ghulam Nabi 5 and why after all these years he's suddenly in the spotlight again.
See, Niranjan, there are two aspects. There are two persons that are still under the scanner of the security forces. That is Ghulam Nabi 5, operating from the United States of America, an asset of the ISI that is trying to radicalize the youth in Budgam in central Kashmir to join the terror ranks and also to carry out subversive activities. The second name is Muzammil Ayub, who is from the Shopian district, and today the houses of his network, they were also raided by the Shopian police, and also many of his assets that are trying to activate themselves, those who have a past history of being terrorist, being part of the terror modules, that is also is being looked into. Reason being that they were out on bail. They used to get in touch with the Ayub Muzammil, and then they were trying to carry out subversive activities. Even Shopian police has moved an application to cancel bail of 13 such accused that are still on the bail. So an overall crackdown is being done, because apart from the work that has been done by the Kashmir Zone Police, especially from the team that was part of Operation Mahadev, that actually avenged the massacre of a Pahalgam terror attack by killing 3 Pakistani terrorists. That includes the IG Kashmir, Vidhi Kumar Birdi, Deputy Inspector General of the Central Kashmir, Rajiv Om Prakash Pandey, and the SP of the operations, that is Cargo, Tanveer Dar. This team has once again cracked this one of the biggest case, and what we are getting to know that there are still many links. Only 8 arrests have been made, what we are being told, but there is a larger conspiracy that is behind this, that from where this explosive came, because it was locally procured, but how it reached locally. That angle is also being probed.
Gursimran, those are pictures of the raids in Badgam, by the way. Those are pictures of the raids in Badgam. Gursimran, stay with me because I have to quickly go across to Saharanpur, where I have our correspondent also joining us live. Because the Uttar Pradesh, we spoke about Faridabad, Kashmir, we spoke about Ahmedabad. I'm going across to Saharanpur. Swarali, I'm coming to you. I'm going to UP now, where the Uttar Pradesh Anti-Terror Squad, or the ATS, has revealed details of another plot involving the Al-Qaeda module in the Indian subcontinent, which is referred to as the AQIS. An operative called Bilal Khan was allegedly acting on the instructions of a Pakistani handler, and he was arrested in Saharanpur. A terror plot was also foiled in Saharanpur. I'm going across to Saharanpur. Gaurav is joining us. Gaurav ji, हमें बताइए, ये जो सहारनपुर में इसको अरेस्ट किया गया है बिलाल को, क्या इसका लिंक कुछ मिल रहा है कश्मीर या फरीदाबाद या अहमदाबाद जो प्लॉट है उसमें क्या लिंक है उसका?
डॉक्टर आदिल को गिरफ्तार किया गया, जो कि 7 तारीख में गिरफ्तार किए गए, जिसके बाद से जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस सहारनपुर आई। उसके बाद उनको हिरासत में लेकर के जम्मू कश्मीर चली गई थी, जहाँ से उसके बाद उनसे पूछताछ की गई। पूछताछ के बाद अगर देखा जाए तो बहुत सारी उसके हाथ लगे। उसके बाद से सहारनपुर से खुद के लोगों से जांच करने बराबर डॉक्टरों से जांच की जा रही, डॉक्टरों को बताया जा रहा है, उनसे जानकारी दी जा रही है। उनकी बात की जाए तो हमारी आज डॉक्टरों से बात हुई है। डॉक्टरों का कहना है कि उन्हें किसी प्रकार का संदेह आदिल पर नहीं हुआ था, लेकिन उसके बाद भी अगर देखा जाए तो जिस प्रकार की बातें आदिल के बारे में हो रही है, देशद्रोह के आरोप उनके ऊपर लग रहे हैं, इसको देखते हुए वे कह रहे हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं अगर ऐसा कुछ मामला सामने आता है तो वे देश के साथ हैं।
हाँ जी, सिमिलरली हमारे साथ बने रहिए, क्योंकि गुजरात में जो हुआ है वो इसका सिमिलैरिटी है फरीदाबाद में, इसीलिए मैंने पूछा आपसे। गुजरात में there is a doctor who was arrested in Gujarat, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday the Gujarat ATS held a news conference. Three operatives in Gujarat. One of them, a doctor who's based in Hyderabad, went to China, studied medicine, came back, and he was wrecking targets in Gujarat. They had wrecked several targets, including in UP, in Gujarat, and they had sent these videos allegedly to handlers in Pakistan. Swarali is joining us with those details. I think his name is Dr. Syed. Dr. Syed, who was arrested yesterday. If you can tell us more details about the Gujarat module, Swarali.
Yes, that's true. Dr. Syed Mohyuddin, who is a major terror accused, he has a MBBS degree from China. And let me tell you, he was about to make this potent poison called Ricin, which is 6,000 times more potent than cyanide. And there are possibilities that he might have used it in a huge terror conspiracy. Because on the other hand, other two terror accused had done Reiki across the states like Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir and Gujarat. To be very specific, in Ahmedabad, Naroda Fruit Market was recognized and scanned totally. In Delhi, Azad Mandi in Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow's RSS office was scanned. And in Jammu and Kashmir, Azad, one of the terror accused, stayed there for 1 week, and a lot of places were scanned, and these videos and photographs were sent to their handler in Pakistan. Now, on the other hand, very important information, and it's today's update, that Dr. Syed Mohyuddin was supposed to receive crores of money for expanding and recruiting and expanding this terror organization and to execute a huge terror plot, but it was foiled in time. According to the ATS, he had received some part of this entire fund, but before he could receive another part of this big sum, the terror plot was foiled.
We spoke to the Gujarat ATS, quickly getting in that response that came in from the Gujarat ATS as well. Here's what they said while detailing out this plot in Gujarat.
Prima facie, it is not clearly seen if they are clearly affiliated to a particular organization, but yeah, the Dr. Mohyuddin, he was in touch with one of the radical entity, his handler probably. He believes that he's from Afghanistan. That's how he has been interacting with him. And the person who was in contact with him, who was sent him here, who was promising funding for him to organize on a larger scale, he has affiliation towards ISKP, International Islamic State of Khorasan Province.
So this is a very major point that they were ready to radicalize more people and recruit and create an organization. That's one of the most important points in this entire operation. So coming back to Syed Mohyuddin, it is said about him that he is a degree holder of MBBS from China, and as you pointed out, he was in contact with a lot of foreign nationals. Maybe radical investigation will throw some light. So tell us something more about Abu Khadija, who is traced, his location is traced in Afghanistan or Pakistan-Afghanistan border.
Yeah, the radical entity who I was referring in the previous sentence also, he was named Abu Khatija, as Syed Mohyuddin says. He has shown his affiliation to ISKP. We have not personally seen him, but on the technical analysis and the preliminary investigation in the last 24 hours shows that he is a radical entity who was facilitating all the requests of Mr. Syed Mohyuddin.
And rest both of others are also in alignment with the same organization, or is there any chance, is there any arrows pointing towards the organization?
That we are yet to ascertain, because we have just made his arrest in the morning, early in the morning. We are taking him to custody. We will be getting his remand as much as the Honorable Court seems fit. Post that, we would be able to answer this question.
A very different feature is coming out of this entire operation or sequence. We can say that he was about to make a very potent poison called Ricin. Please tell us about that.
It's called Ricin. So it is a poisonous compound which is highly potent. He had conducted the preliminary preparation process of it. We are yet to ascertain where it is and how we could recover from it. How he is going to use it, how he is going to plan it is something which is part of the investigation going forward. But yeah, he accepted that he was in the process of making a compound of such sort.
So how do you look at the further investigation, and are there any chances that you can get more leads to more people who are executing plans or anti-terror activities, and how can these three contribute to further crackdown?
Certainly. Two things. One is there.
A quick check of all the other top stories that we are tracking across the country, ladies and gentlemen, this evening, Bharat in One.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Polling for the high-stakes by-poll in Jubilee Hills Assembly constituency in Telangana will be held on November 11th. Campaigning for the by-polls, which mirror a general election, came to an end on Sunday. The polling would be held from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. tomorrow. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin announced a statewide protest on the 11th of November, saying the MK would fight the issue legally and publicly. Escalated his attack against Election Commission's special intensive revision of the voter list, calling it flawed, confusing and dangerous. The Rouse Avenue Court on Monday deferred the order on framing a charge in the Land for Job corruption case. The court will pronounce an order on December 4th. In the Lalu family, CBI had filed charge sheet against former Railway Minister Lalu Prasad, wife Rabri, daughters Bisa Bharti, Tejaswi Yadav, Hima Yadav, Tej Pratap Yadav and others. US President Donald Trump has said he believed the ongoing government shutdown is getting close to coming to an end. About 1.25 million workers in America have not been paid. These are government workers mostly, since the shutdown began on the 1st of October. The lost wages would amount to roughly about $16 billion by mid-November.
Amid growing crisis in the United States due to the ongoing government shutdown that has now entered 40 days, US President Donald Trump said he believed in the ongoing government shutdown is getting close to an end.
It looks like we're getting very close on the shutdown. We'll never agree to give any substantial money or any money to really prisoners, illegals that come into our country. And I think the Democrats understand that. And it looks like we're getting close to the shutdown ending. You'll know very soon. Thank you.
US senators on Sunday reached an agreement to reopen the government after 40 days, signaling an end to the lengthy shutdown. Republican leaders are hoping to hold votes on bills that would reopen the government in January, while also approving a full year funding for several parts of the government.
On 6 Stories at 6 this evening, a 3-part breakdown of India's mega crackdown against Pakistan's terror ecosystem. A massive Jaish-e-Mohammed terror module bust in Faridabad has opened a Pandora's box across India. From Gujarat to Uttar Pradesh to Jammu and Kashmir, the forces go all out. We'll also get you the latest details of the VVIP jail in Bengaluru and how the Siddaramaiah government has now sprung into action after Republic Kannada's mega expose. All this and a lot more at 6 p.m. this evening with me, Ayana Mitra.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to 20.
Welcome back, friends. It's the biggest terror conspiracy cracked by our police forces in recent times, from Jammu and Kashmir to Uttar Pradesh, from Uttar Pradesh to Gujarat, and from Gujarat to right here in Delhi, where 3 tons of explosive material and other stuff that would have gone into improvised explosive devices, IEDs, recovered, even as a white-collar terror network is unraveling. That's our focus. Let's begin with the headlines. 7, including 2 doctors, arrested. Over 2,900 kilograms of IED-making material, weapons recovered. 7 Jammu and Kashmir locals who posed as doctors held for running interstate terror module. Four doctors arrested in 4 days with chemicals, rifles. This is the face of white-collar terror that Pakistan is trying to push in India now. Doctor arrested in Gujarat was preparing Ricin poison, had surveyed food markets. Exclusive details reveal how RSS office in Delhi was on Pakistan terror radar. Major shake-up in Karnataka prisons after Republic expose.
2 officers suspended for security breach at the Bengaluru jail. And Republic questions Ajit Pawar in Pune land deal scam surrounding his son. He says that an investigation is underway. All right, friends, let's begin with the breaking coming in the Pune land scam case, where Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar has faced a grueling confrontation with Republic TV, struggling to answer tough questions about the Pune land scam or the deal in which his son is embroiled. And despite attempting to respond, Pawar seemed to lack concrete answers. Watch the sequence there in Mumbai.
अजीत पवार सर, ये एमएडी एंटरप्राइज का जो एलएलपी है वो सरकारी ज़मीन कैसे, वो पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस को काम पे लगाया गया क्या, मिसयूज़ किया गया? सर, आपके बेटे का नाम आ रहा है, आपका बेटा इस एमएडी एंटरप्राइज से जुड़े हुए.
मी त्यामध्ये सोमवारी मी मुंबईला बोललो, मी पुण्याला बोललो, मी बारामतीला बोललो. आता ह्याबद्दलची चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यावर आम्ही उत्तर देऊ.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस का
चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यानंतर बोलीन. सारखा तो विषय मला बोलायचं कारण नाही. मी आपल्या राज्याच्या राजधानीत बोललोय. माझ्या पुण्यामध्ये पालकमंत्री आहे म्हणून तिथं बोललोय.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस काम पे नहीं आना क्या, मिसयूज नहीं किया गया पॉलिटिकल?
यामध्ये
आप उप मुख्यमंत्री है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर है. अजीत पवार सर, ये एमएडी एंटरप्राइज का जो एलएलपी है वो सरकारी ज़मीन कैसे, वो पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस को काम पे लगाया गया क्या, मिसयूज़ किया गया? सर, आपके बेटे का नाम आ रहा है, आपका बेटा इस एमएडी एंटरप्राइज से जुड़े हुए.
मी त्यामध्ये सोमवारी मी मुंबईला बोललो, मी पुण्याला बोललो, मी बारामतीला बोललो. आता ह्याबद्दलची चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यावर आम्ही उत्तर देऊ.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस का
चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यानंतर बोलीन. सारखा तो विषय मला बोलायचं कारण नाही. मी आपल्या राज्याच्या राजधानीत बोललोय. माझ्या पुण्यामध्ये पालकमंत्री आहे म्हणून तिथं बोललोय.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस काम पे नहीं आना क्या, मिसयूज नहीं किया गया पॉलिटिकल?
यामध्ये
आप उप मुख्यमंत्री है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर है.
All right, friends, the story under our lens and focus for the entire day, including prime time, the Faridabad terror plot. It's not just Faridabad terror plot. Faridabad is where all the action is, but this is like a national terror conspiracy unraveling. And at the center of it all is the Pakistani deep state's ploy to deploy white-collar, radical youth, including doctors, in Jammu and Kashmir, in Uttar Pradesh, in Haryana, and of course Delhi. And it's been foiled by the police forces of these states combined together in a joint operation, which was an intelligence-based operation. This is basically a terror plot of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Ansar Ghazwatul Hind unraveling 3 tons of bomb-making material caught from the car of this doctor, Dr. Muzammil. That's from Faridabad in Haryana, from where Shambhabi is reporting. Let's first look at a ground report filed by her, and then I'll go live to her.
Well, we'll show you the house from which the recovery has been made. Now, just a few minutes ago, Faridabad Crime Branch has left from the spot, and there has been constantly investigation going on here, and they're trying to recover what more can be recovered from here. And this is the place, this is the rented spot from where more than 360 kg of material, of explosive material was discovered. And we'll also show you the room. We'll show you how most of this material that was actually taken was they were trying to hide it with the hay here. You can see there's a very small room that Muzammil actually rented from the owner of this house to store all the explosive material. 3 months back, he came to this place and he said that he'll be using this room for storage of personal belongings. But then He was allegedly using this room to store more than 360 kgs of explosive rifles, AK-47 rifles. And we'll also show you the house completely, because there are several rooms in this house. This is like an independent builder house. And you can see that in some part, I think that you can see a stove here, a gas cylinder that which he could possibly use for making of the timer bombs. And then there were from another location, more than 2,600 kilogram of explosives and other material which usually goes in the making of a timer bombs has been discovered. So there are two prime locations. One is in Faridabad Dhauja and the other one is in Faridabad Taga. This is Faridabad Dhauja, and this is exactly the same room from where the Faridabad crime branch has been since morning conducting searches in teams, and this area till now, let me tell you, till more than 5 to 10 minutes ago was completely cordoned off. We were not allowed inside, and there were extensive searches going on. But now we are showing you the exact spot from where the material, explosive material has been seized. Let me also show you the rest of the house. Now this is where, actually, this is the place from where you enter, and this is the moment you enter the Dhauja village. This is the house, and this is the first room to the right. We'll also show you the other parts of the room, and there are other families who live here. So if there are 4 rooms, the 3 other rooms are occupied by 3 different families, and the one room that we showed, that was rented by Mujammil to store the explosive material that is now said to be more than 360 kgs. We'll also take you upstairs and show you the area that was also used, because we from the far corner of the village, we were constantly showing you the team that has collected here, and they were holding some kind of meeting. There were extensive searches going on in this. This is the terrace part of the house from where 360 kgs of explosive was discovered. This is, and we can also see that there's a lot of hay involved. So it is possible that to hide even the 5 liters of the liquid explosive that was recovered from here, and 360 kgs of the flammable powder that was recovered in 8 large bags and 4 small bags, and each bag weighed somewhere around 20 kgs to 40 kgs. And it is possible that hay was used to actually hide it, to make sure that nobody actually gets it. And we'll also take you downstairs now, and we'll try to see if we can contact the families who are there around. Because as I told you, there are 4 rooms in this house, one of which was rented by Mujammil to store more than 350 kgs of explosive powder. Now this is another room. This is another room which is rented by another family here. Does this family or these people have any connection with Mujammil or even this entire network, terror network? This is still being investigated. This is one of the 4 rooms, apart from the room that was actually used to. This is another of the room. Now, as you can see, there were families here, but they have shut the door because they don't want to be bothered with questions. And I'm sure because Faridabad Crime Branch and other agencies have been here since morning, they must have investigated, they must have inquired and interrogated the families here. And this is another one of those rooms. So we've showed you a total of 4 rooms, including, this is the entrance. Let me again show you. This is the entrance from where you can enter the house. And towards your right, the first room towards your right, is the room which was used to store the explosive material, which would have been again used to make timer bombs and plan blasts all over the nation, in several cities, because several states the investigation is being carried out, including the western UP, Haryana and NCR. We'll also show you the house from outside, because this is actually a little bit in the interior when you actually enter the village. It is on the latter, on the pretty interior part of the house, which would be usually not be susceptible in the usual course. So we see that this was the room, this was the exact house that Muhammad Muzammil used to rent and store and even possibly make the timer bombs or collect the ingredients that would actually come to use in the timer bombs. That they would again, the investigation goes on to where were they planning these blasts, what were the points, but we know that the terrorists have recorded videos and pictures and are sent to cross-border handlers.
All right, a major anti-terror swoop down happening across the country, specifically Jammu and Kashmir, but also Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Haryana, and Gujarat. Now major crackdown, major offensive against terror machine, terror factory operating from Pakistan in Jammu and Kashmir. The Ramban police has intensified the crackdown. In fact, there are multiple districts from South Kashmir to Central Kashmir to North Kashmir where this major swoop down against terror is happening. The Ramban police has intensified its actions against what is called the OGW network, overground workers, terror sympathizers of the terror factory. Let's listen to SSP Ramban Arun Gupta.
कुछ जगहों पे जो है वो क्रैकडाउन और सर्चेस चल रही हैं. उसका पर्पस है प्रिवेंटिव मेजर के तौर पर जो है कोई भी OGW नेटवर्क जो है वो रिसरफेस ना हो और अगर कोई अटेम्प्ट कर रहा है तो उसको वहीं पे डिटेक्ट करके जो उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करें. गूल और बनिहाल के एरिया में जो है मल्टीपल टीम्स जो हैं ये कार्रवाई को अंजाम दे रहे हैं. देखिए, एडवर्सरी की तो हमेशा कोशिश रहेगी कि आवाम में लोगों को बरगला के फुसला के जो किसी तरीके से जो है वो अपने तंत्र को एक्टिव करें. बट हम लोग पब्लिक के सपोर्ट के साथ और बाकी इंटेलिजेंसिया की मदद से हमारी कोशिश रहेगी ऐसे किसी भी अटैम्प्ट को जो है वो फाइल करें. ये एक इमर्जिंग चैलेंज है. मोडस ऑपरेंडी बदलती भी रहती है बट हमने भी जो है इसमें अपना अलर्ट रखा है, अपनी गार्ड्स को अलर्ट रखा है. तो विल ऑल्सो एक्ट इन दैट मैनर और जैसे कहीं कोई तब्दीली नज़र आएगी मोडस ऑपरेंडी की तो उसमें उस हिसाब से कार्रवाई की जाएगी. फिलहाल तो ये एक प्रिवेंटिव एक्शन है. तो प्रिवेंटिव एक्शन में तो अभी फ़िलहाल इस तरीके का कोई भी चीज़ सामने नहीं आई है.
All right, Gursimran joins us live from Jammu. We will also have Zeenat joining us live from Srinagar. Let's try to understand what's really happening on the ground. Gursimran, to you first. Please tell us what's this major swoop down about? This seems like a coordinated move by the national security apparatus to make sure that all the loopholes are plugged and that we are just seen to be going after the terror machine being operated out of Pakistan but essentially working in Jammu and Kashmir.
Yes, Abhishek, this was on the directions of the Ministry of Home Affairs that this coordinated crackdown on the terror sympathizers is going on in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Yes. Today was the third day where the crackdown has continued. In the last 3 days, there have been more than 200 locations that have been searched, and this has been done on the directions of MHA that has asked Jammu and Kashmir Police to go for a continuous crackdown. That is, it has to be all across the 20 districts of Jammu and Kashmir so that these overground workers do not get chance to escape from the one district to go to the other district. These are actually the links of the JKNOPs, the Jammu Kashmir Nationals, now terrorists operating from the Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. What they are trying to do, they are essentially trying to activate their contacts in Jammu and Kashmir, their old knowns, so that they can reactivate this cadre of the Pakistan-based terror groups. But now the crackdown has been intensified, and in the Ramban district, as SSP Arun Gupta was saying, that the crackdown has been intensified in the Ghoul and the Banihal area. These two areas has roughly 3-digit nationals from Jammu and Kashmir that have gone to Pakistan and now operating as the terror commanders for the various tanzeems operating from the land of Pakistan, including Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. So that was actually the main motive of this crackdown that has started, and we are told that this is just the half of the searches. In next 3 to 4 days, it is going to intensify further all across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, because 1 week is the deadline that has been given by the Ministry of Home Affairs for the J&K police to go completely all out and to wipe out these sympathizers and the overground networks of the JKNOPs that are trying to destabilize peace in Jammu and Kashmir. And the result of which we have seen that not only those who are here in Jammu and Kashmir, but likes of Ghulam Nabi Fai and Muzammil Ayub, those sitting in the United States of America and the United Kingdom, trying to radicalize, the nose is also being tightened on them as well, Abhishek.
Right, Gursimran, thank you so much for sharing with us and our viewers those details. In fact, action is happening right there in the Kashmir Valley also, mainly there, and we have Zeenat joining us live. But before that, breaking news development after Shopian, Anantnag police has sought bail cancellation of 9 terror accused for violating bail conditions and indulging in anti-national activities. I think India is sending a strong message that there would be no indulgence henceforth with terror sympathizers. Zeenat, in fact, joining us live for more on this. Zeenat, we have been hearing this word called JKNOP since morning. What's that? And 20 plus raids, 200 locations, or houses targeted, CASOs launched, which is essentially an operation to weed out or isolate and go after these overground workers and terrorists, etc. What's the message being sent? What's happening really? Can you piece together the pattern of what has happened since morning in Kashmir?
Jammu and Kashmir nationals operating from Pakistan, it stands for. The people who have crossed over and operating from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and they are plotting terror and are regrouping terrorists and providing funds to them. Today the action was taken against them. And today we also see that now the Shopian and Anantnag police has swung into an action and they have cancelled the bail applications. Those people who were on bail because they have violated the norms or the conditions that on which the bail was given. They have again regrouped themselves with the terror sympathizers, the OGW network. They have been providing the funds because social media again has been pointed out a bigger platform to channelize the terror on the ground. Although 90% of the things were scuttled because of the intelligence that were provided. But again, we have been seeing the kind of terror plot they were creating that has been dismantled. So in a way, the major tragedy has been averted, but it has again brought a lot of challenges to the Jammu and Kashmir police and the security wings, plus the intelligence agencies working in the Kashmir, because if the white collar people, the professionals, the educated lot is again falling to the prey of the Pakistan plot, so it is really a challenge for the J&K police to identify more people, because the sources within the department say it's not limited only to the 3 doctors. Rather, many more have been identified who have the weapons and arms and ammunition. But at present, they are on run, and the multiple teams have been created for which, and they are looking for those doctors. So Doctors Association seems rattled, but we don't see any statement coming from the J&K health minister when she should have been, she should have come out and made a statement. We tried to reach to her, but there was no response to the calls. Meanwhile, we also see the OGW network that has been always the backbone to the terror organizations in the Kashmir Valley. They're more like oxygen without OGW, who also known as the terrorists without weapons. It's very difficult at times to identify these terrorists because they're more like a normal people. They mingle in day-to-day life, but they are working for the Pakistan or the Pak-based terror outfits in the Kashmir Valley. Today we've seen the raids in the correctional home in Pulwama, the kind of a jail where again the deadly terrorists have been launched and they were questioned. In fact, the jails, most of the part was searched and scanned to see if there are any digital evidences or the phones through which they have made connections to the Pak-based handlers. Yesterday also there were raids in Srinagar Central Jail, which is one of the main jail in the Kashmir Valley. Then again Kupwara, where mostly the terrorists are dreaded ones and those who have the border affiliations are usually launched. So we see the crackdown not only at the local, national level, but we are seeing seeing the crackdown at international level. See, if we talk about the history of Dr. Fai, who is the resident of Central Kashmir's Budgam, but has been staying in US for the last many decades. We all know that he's a terror sympathizer, has been working on the behest of Pakistan, ISI, getting the funding, and in fact, he has been throughout supporting the thoughts of banned JKL up. So his connections were also today touched by the Budgam police.
You are in fact talking about Ghulam Nabi Fai, and he's someone who has been closely working with the ISI on their K2 project. He's someone who has been involved with the Khalistani movement from the United States. He's someone who was arrested by the US, but unfortunately is out and living free. But of course, in Kashmir, major crackdown happening on the terror machine being operated by the ISI, including that of Ghulam Nabi Fai. With that, we move on, staying with a terror story. And from Haryana to Jammu to Kashmir, and now back to Uttar Pradesh, where the anti-terror squad of the UP police revealed details of a subversive plan involving Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent, or AQIS as it is called, and its operative Bilal Khan, who was allegedly acting under the instructions of his Pakistani handlers to carry out violent jihad against India. Remember, even Afghanistan, to the west of Pakistan, has blamed Pakistan for letting Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State operate out of Pakistani soil. And now, more details emerging. In fact, we have a ground report filed by Gaurav, our correspondent in Kanpur. Let's take a look.
इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं सहारनपुर के अम्बाला रोड पर, जहां पर स्थित है फेमस मेडिकेयर हॉस्पिटल। ये वो हॉस्पिटल है जहां से 7 तारीख को डॉक्टर आदिल को जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस आई थी और अपने साथ हिरासत में ले गई थी। डॉक्टर आदिल पर आरोप था कि उन्होंने मोहम्मद के पोस्टर जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर चिपकाए थे, जिसके बाद एटीएस और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने इनको फेमस मेडिकोज हॉस्पिटल से गिरफ्तार कर लिया था। गिरफ्तार करने के बाद अपने साथ जम्मू कश्मीर ले गई थी, जिसके बाद अगर देखा जाए तो हमारी यहाँ के डॉक्टर से बात हुई। डॉक्टर का कहना है कि उनका आचरण अच्छा था, लेकिन अगर देखा जाए तो डॉक्टर आदिल बहुत काबिल डॉक्टर है, लेकिन उसके बाद उन्होंने ऐसी हरकतें करी है, इस चीज का यहाँ के किसी भी स्टाफ को मालूमात नहीं थी। इस बारे में कोई भी जानकारी यहाँ के पूरे स्टाफ में किसी को नहीं थी। जिसके बाद कुछ दिन बाद डॉक्टर आदिल की शादी थी और डॉक्टर आदिल जम्मू कश्मीर चले गए थे। शादी के बाद यहाँ के 3 स्टाफ भी वहां पर गए थे और कुछ दिन जम्मू कश्मीर में रहे थे, जिसके बाद एटीएस और खुफिया विभाग की टीमों ने उनसे जानकारी जुटाना चालू कर दिया है। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि यहाँ की जो डॉक्टर हैं, उन डॉक्टरों का यह कहना है कि डॉक्टर आदिल ऐसे हो सकते हैं, उनको भी इस बारे में जानकारी नहीं थी और उन्होंने डॉक्टरों के कहने पर एक रूम था जो डॉक्टर उनको दिलवाए थे, वो रूम उन्होंने नहीं लिया था। उसके बाद उन्होंने अपनी मर्जी से सहारनपुर के मानक में एक रूम लिया था जहाँ पर वे रह रहे थे, लेकिन इसके बारे में भी डॉक्टरों को कोई जानकारी नहीं थी।
All right, it's mind-blowing the kind of terror activity that's been unraveled in the last 24 hours alone by our police forces. You know, many times they get the flak if even one incident happens. But remember, for every one terror episode, there are at least 99 which the police forces succeed in busting, like in this case. It's a major one. A big victory there for our police forces. Moving on, let's look at some other stories from across the country in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Ahead of the massive protest of students in the university campus over their demand for Senate elections, police personnel have been deployed at all gates of the Punjab University in Chandigarh. The students have been demanding that the university administration announce the long-pending Senate elections to reconstitute the 91-member body. Tripura Chief Minister Manik Saha joined others in participating in Sardar at 50 Unity March in Agartala. As per the central government's plan, many programs are currently being held across the country on the occasion of the 150th birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. The BJP in Karnataka has raised objections to the offering of namaz by a group of individuals at the Bengaluru International Airport premises Flagging security concerns, Karnataka BJP asked whether Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and his Cabinet Minister Priyank Kharge approve of the same. All right, the curious case of the American shutdown. It's been 41 days now, and the US government is still struggling to get its basic jobs done, obviously, because they are not able to pay, and that's because of the gridlock that's there in the US Congress and the Senate about the principled position between the Democrats and the Republicans as to whether some cuts to Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill can be approved. But President Trump has now claimed that perhaps today is the day which is going to come, so far as US is concerned, it's evening here, morning there, that their solution to the deadlock might be in sight.
Amid growing crisis in the United States due to the ongoing government shutdown that has now entered 40 days, US President Donald Trump said he believed in the ongoing government shutdown is getting close to an end.
Well, it looks like we're getting very close on the shutdown. We'll never agree to give any substantial money or any money to really prisoners, illegals that come into our country. And I think the Democrats understand that. And it looks like we're getting close to the shutdown ending. You'll know very soon. Thank you.
US senators on Sunday reached an agreement to reopen the government after 40 days, signaling an end to the lengthy shutdown. Republican leaders are hoping to hold votes on bills that would reopen the government in January, while also approving a full year funding for several parts of the government.
On 6 Stories at 6 this evening, a 3-part breakdown of India's mega crackdown against Pakistan's terror ecosystem. A massive Jaish-e-Mohammed terror module bust in Faridabad has opened a Pandora's box across India. From Gujarat to Uttar Pradesh to Jammu and Kashmir, the forces go all out. We'll also get you the details, the latest details of the VVIP jail in Bengaluru and how the Siddaramaiah government has now sprung into action after Republic Kannada's mega expose. All this and a lot more at 6 p.m. this evening with me, Ayana Mitra.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate
Startup Park by IQ Ventures in Bengaluru stands as a beacon for India's rapidly evolving startup ecosystem. A shining highlight of the festival is the Women Entrepreneur Summit, where Saina Nehwal, India's celebrated badminton champion, takes center stage. Saina shares her compelling story of resilience, leadership, and pushing boundaries on and off the court. Her inspiring words resonate deeply with the crowd, especially with women founders, breaking barriers and redefining leadership in diverse industries.
And Saina Nehwal ji came, so she also gave a good speech, interacted with our women entrepreneurs, etc. So basically, in women entrepreneur, what the theme Startup Park, which is trying to do is like there is no women and men in entrepreneurship. So this is a message I want to give to the women who are entrepreneurs. There is no men and women in entrepreneurship. There are entrepreneurs because both have the same struggle they have to go, building their idea, coming out of comfort zone, risking everything in their life to build their ideas, make their ideas come true.
Startup Park is not just infrastructure. It's a thriving community nurturing thousands of startups, creating jobs and shaping Karnataka as the startup capital of India.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to 28,000 feet. This is unusual for a routine military drill and indicates the seriousness with which India is approaching this operation. The exercise will run from October 30 to November 10. Under the umbrella of Exercise Trishul, India's armed forces.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us. You are watching the latest edition of 6 Stories at 6 with me, Oyana Mitra. Over the next half an hour, we will be taking you through those 6 stories which have dominated the headlines today. So here we go. Up first, a complete breakdown of the anti-terror operation in Faridabad and how the last 12 days have led to a nefarious Jaish-e-Mohammed terror plot being busted. That's the first story. And continuing with that, our second story, we'll look at the multi-state crackdown. 2 recent case studies from Gujarat and Uttar Pradesh respectively. Third, we take you to Jammu and Kashmir, where the forces have launched searches across the valley to completely dismantle the Pakistan terror ecosystem. Our fourth story today, in Bengaluru, the government now has been compelled to take action in the VVIP jail case. More details will follow on the show tonight. And over in Bhopal, 2 Navy officers have been brutally killed in a hit-and-run case, but 24 hours later, no arrests have been made. There's massive uproar over that story. And finally, it's the same face-off at this time of the year in the national capital between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. And while Delhi battles dangerous levels of AQI, that is the Air Quality Index, politics is taking precedence. With that, let's start. And ladies and gentlemen, a major counter-terror operation has sent shockwaves across the nation. Police in Haryana and Kashmir have now recovered a large cache of explosives and weapons from a rented accommodation in Faridabad. What's even more alarming is that this breakthrough was made just 10 days. Just 10 days after arresting a Pulwama-based doctor who was suspected with links to Pakistan-based terror group Jaish-e-Mohammed. There were many various other startling revelations that were also made in this case. But in this next report, we'll bring you the complete details of this operation that has taken place in Faridabad.
In the biggest ever haul by the Haryana police, a major terror plot has been foiled where around 350 kgs of explosives were found from the accused's house. The accused were identified as Adil Ahmed and Muzammil Ganay. The recoveries were made after the police questioned Adil Ahmed and conducted raids in Faridabad. The explosives and arms were stored at a rented house of another doctor identified as Muzammil Ahmed. Adil Ahmed, a resident of Jammu and Kashmir's Kulgam and a teacher at Al-Falah School of Medical Sciences and Research Centre in Faridabad, was arrested in Uttar Pradesh's Saharanpur. Muzammil Ganai, a resident of Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwama, who also worked with Adil Ahmed at Al-Falah, has also been arrested. During the search, 3 tons of explosives were found from Ganai's rented house, which included 1 Karam cock rifle, 2 automatic pistols and 84 cartridges.
Well, we'll show you the house from which the recovery has been made. Now, just a few minutes ago, Faridabad Crime Branch has left from the spot, and there has been constantly investigation going on here, and we're trying to recover what more can be recovered from here. And this is the place, this is the rented spot from where more than 360 kg of material, of explosive material was discovered. And we'll also show you the room. We'll show you how most of this material that was actually taken was they were trying to hide it with the hay here. You can see this is a very small room that Muzammil actually rented from the owner of this house to store all the explosive material. 3 months back, he came to this place and he said that he'll be using this room for storage of personal belongings. But then he was allegedly using this room to store more than 360 kgs of explosive.
Faridabad Commissioner of Police also disclosed that the operation was going on for 12 days and the matter might involve national security agencies.
मैं यही बताना चाहूँगा आपको कि अभी कुछ ये चेन है, इस चेन के ऊपर जो है जॉइंटली हमारा ऑपरेशन चल रहा है. अभी ये खत्म नहीं हुआ है, अभी ये जारी है. तो जो इस लिंक के ऊपर जो इनके बाकी जो एसोसिएट्स हैं उनके ऊपर भी कार्रवाई जारी है.
और ये क्या ये मेन अक्यूज वहाँ रह रहा था और आखिरी बार वो कब आया हुआ था यहाँ पर?
जी, ये रह रहा था. अभी पिछले कुछ दिनों से ही उसने ये काम स्टार्ट किया था. ये टिप ऑफ हमें लगी थी जो एक जॉइंट ऑपरेशन के अंतर्गत हमारे साथ एंड जे&के पुलिस के साथ, तो उसके अंतर्गत हमने फिर आगे ये कार्रवाई की.
और ये भी कहना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि पुलिस आज बहुत बड़ा काम आप लोगों ने किया है. तो आपसे इतना ही जानना चाहूँगा कि आपको टिप ऑफ कब मिला और कितने दिन तक इस ऑपरेशन पर फरीदाबाद पुलिस काम कर रही थी?
लास्ट जो है ये लगभग लास्ट 11-12 डेज से हम इसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं, जॉइंटली काम करना और जारी है ये.
तो आप लोग देख रहे थे एक तरह से मूवमेंट हो रही थी?
जी, बिल्कुल.
According to police, the accused were found involved in identifying persons to radicalize, initiate and recruit them to terrorist ranks. Raids were also being carried out in multiple states of Srinagar, Anantnag, Gandarbal, Shopian, Faridabad and Saharanpur in joint operations with Haryana and UP police. Further details into the case is underway, which might reveal some serious revelations.
And moving on, in a sweeping multi-state offensive over the past 72 hours, India's security forces have dismantled a sprawling Pakistan-backed terror network. On Sunday, the Gujarat police arrested 3 terror suspects while they were exchanging illegal weapons after a year-long surveillance. This while the Uttar Pradesh ATS parallelly nabbed Saharanpur-based operative Bilal Khan. He was a digital jihadist wired to nearly 4,000 Pakistani handlers and radicalized to orchestrate nationwide strikes. This story, ladies and gentlemen, is not just about one bust in one state. It's about how our forces are collectively fighting in joint operations across states to bring down Pakistan's nefarious plots.
You could see just the crime branch of Faridabad just left from the location, and they were very extensively carrying out investigation through this entire area. In one of these houses, Muhammad rented one of these houses just 3 months ago, and he started collecting material, the material that has now been recovered, which is more than 300 kilograms of inflammable powder.
Acting on a tip-off for the last 12 days, a joint operation by the Jammu and Kashmir police and the Faridabad police has led to the discovery of a major Jaish terror plot. hundreds of kgs of explosives, seizure of ammunition, and one terror network. The tentacles of this nefarious plot extends beyond the reaches of Faridabad. And while investigation continues, the focus is on India's largest terror hall. In Ahmedabad, Gujarat's Anti-Terrorism Squad struck first this Sunday, arresting 3 suspects red-handed mid-supply of illegal weapons. These men, under surveillance for a full year, were plotting coordinated terror strikes across multiple states, from crowded markets to vital infrastructure.
In a huge success for Gujarat Anti-Terrorism Squad, 3 terrorists have been arrested from Gujarat itself. Now, if we talk about the entire sequence of this operation and arrest, let me tell you, these 3 belong to Uttar Pradesh and Hyderabad. 2 from Uttar Pradesh to be specific and 1 from Hyderabad, and they were conspiring to execute a huge terror attack. Now, Sayyid Moinuddin, to be precise, is 35-year-old individual who is highly educated and radical in nature. That's what has been informed by Gujarat ATS. He had an MBBS degree from China and was in contact with various foreigners, and to be very specific, the most important one was Abu Khadija, whose location in the preliminary investigation is traced in Afghanistan or Afghanistan-Pakistan border.
Search operations led to the discovery of 2 Glock pistols, 1 Beretta pistol, 30 live cartridges, and 4 liters of castor oil, 2 mobiles, and 2 laptops. The Gujarat ATS said it arrested 3 men with these terror links, including a doctor with a Chinese medical degree, who were allegedly trying to produce Ricin, a lethal toxin on international chemical and biological weapons lists.
It's called Ricin. So it is a poisonous compound which is highly potent. He had conducted the preliminary preparation process of it. Yet to ascertain where it is and how we could recover from it. How he is going to use it, how he is going to plan it is something which is part of the investigation going forward. But yeah, he accepted that he was in the process of making a compound of such sort.
The accused had allegedly conducted a recce of several sensitive locations in Lucknow, Delhi and Ahmedabad to carry out a terror attack in the country. The plot further thickened 600 kilometers north in Uttar Pradesh, where the ATS nabbed Bilal Khan from Saharanpur. Acting under orders, Bilal Khan built an online army, spreading anti-India venom on online platforms, glorifying violence and recruiting for a Sharia takeover. Investigators uncovered ties to nearly 4,000 Pakistani numbers, funding streams and sleeper cells. From Haryana to Gujarat to Uttar Pradesh. Investigation hints at Pakistan using educated professionals, especially doctors, to evade detection and execute high-impact attacks. And if the larger conspiracy is to test India's strength while we flex our military muscle, then this will be India's fiercest fight back against the terror ecosystem.
Now, viewers, you saw what's happening in Faridabad and you saw what's happening in Gujarat and Uttar Pradesh. But now we take you to Jammu and Kashmir. In a major counter-terror success, the Jammu and Kashmir police has cracked down on a multi-state terror network, as we showed you, linked to Pakistan-based outfits Jaish-e-Mohammed and Ansar Ghazwat-ul-Hind. From Srinagar to Haryana, the crackdown has exposed how deep-rooted the terror module really runs. This next report will bring you a set of all the visuals from the valley that Republic TV has access today.
Jammu and Kashmir Police has unearthed an interstate and transnational terror module in a major counter-terrorism success. Linked with proscribed terror organization Jaish-e-Mohammed and Ansar Ghazwat-ul-Hind, the roots of this anti-India ploy spread till Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and Gujarat. Jammu and Kashmir being the epicenter of multi-state raids, the team carried out similar operations in Srinagar, Anantnag, Ganderbal and Shopian, procuring a massive cache of arms, ammunition and explosive. The accused UK-based terror handler Muzammil Ayub, whose name appeared during the raids conducted in Faridabad, also has ancestral roots in Shopian. Meanwhile, Shopian police has also filed 13 applications for bail cancellation of terror accused. The action was taken after it was found that they were violating bail conditions and re-engaging in activities detrimental to public order and security. In Srinagar, the crackdown led to arrest of 8 people, including 3 doctors, 1 Maulvi and 4 on-ground workers. Whereas in Anantnag, in continuation of intensified efforts, police carried out cordon and search operations at various suspected locations. Similar CASOs were carried out by Avantipura police, including areas where a recent encounter took place and at the residences of killed terrorists and their associates. The security has been intensified along the line of control following the recent busting of Jaish-e-Mohammed. BSF troops have been deployed for a round-the-clock surveillance.
Right now, we're here at the control area in the Uri sector. We have seen recently how the infiltration attempt was followed by our alert forces, and then after you can see here in the visuals that the high alert is on across the line of control area in the Uri sector, and you can see here in the visuals that the border security forces troopers are on alert. These are the border security forces troopers who are conducting here foot patrolling, and you can see here in this side, if my VJ can pan camera to this side, and you can see this is the most difficult area where from we have seen recently the infiltration attempts were being made, and you can see there in the visuals that how the border security forces troopers are here.
On the other hand, Budgam police executed a large-scale crackdown on network linked to Ghulam Nabi Fair, alias Dr. Fair, a native of Wadwan, Budgam, presently residing in the US. Dr. Fair is allegedly backed by Pak's ISI and is a key accused of propagating anti-India narratives on Kashmir.
And our next story is from Karnataka, a story that has forced the Siddaramaiah government to wake up. Republic TV's exclusive sting inside Karnataka's so-called most secure jail has now turned into an even bigger scandal. The visuals of terror suspects, ISIS recruiters to be very specific, using mobile phones, TV sets and a rowdy sheeter accused of murder throwing a grand birthday party inside the prison premises stands exposed. Acting on these details, the Karnataka government under Siddaramaiah is under immense pressure. They have now suspended 2 officers over the security breach today, and this next report will bring you a closer look from our investigation to the action that has now been taken by the Congress government.
What looks like a night of fun and laughter, a birthday celebration, is in fact the inside of Bengaluru's high security Parapanna Agrahara jail. Shocking. This is how inmates are seen turning the jail into what looks like a party hall. The exclusive videos accessed by Republic Kannada reveal the rowdy sheeter arrested for murder celebrating his birthday in style inside the Bengaluru jail. The history sheeter seen surrounded by his gang members cuts a cake and enjoys a lavish party complete with an apple garland honoring him. In fact, several such videos have gone viral, raising fresh questions on the already battered image of the Agrahara jail. Another party video shows inmates turning the barracks into a party zone, dancing freely, singing and even using oil bottles as musical instruments. Meanwhile, in a major Republic Kannada impact, the NIA has stepped in. After writing a letter to State Prison Department seeking details, the NIA visited the Bengaluru Police Headquarters today to gather more information into the matter. On the other hand, in yet another Republic impact, the Karnataka government, under pressure, suspended 2 senior officers for the security breach in the prison. And for the first time, an IPS officer will take charge of managing the Agrahara Central Prison as the government aims to tighten supervision and restore discipline inside the high security prison. This is coming in just days after Republic Kannada exposed visuals of terror suspects using mobile phones inside the same facility, with Karnataka Home Minister accepting lapse from the side of the police. On the other hand, the BJP tore into the Congress government in Karnataka, questioning the security breach and the VVIP culture in Agrahara jail. As the government takes action, the question remains, how did a high security jail become a haven of luxury and entertainment?
And viewers, our next story comes to you from Madhya Pradesh. This is a tragic case of hit and run in Bhopal. 2 Indian Navy personnel have now lost their lives after a speeding, unidentified vehicle hit them in the early hours of Sunday morning. The accident took place while they were on their way for routine training. And this next report will bring you the full story and why no arrest has been made 24 hours after the incident.
A tragic case of hit and run in Bhopal has claimed the lives of 2 Indian Navy personnel. The 2 Navy officers were killed after their motorcycle was hit by unidentified speeding vehicle in Parvalia area of Bhopal. The accident reportedly occurred around 3 a.m. when the 2 were on their way to the boat club for a training session with their naval unit.
भोपाल के परवलिया इलाके में 2 नौसैनिक जिनकी संदिग्ध स्थिति में मौत हुई है, एक्सीडेंट में उनकी मौत हुई है। मैं इस समय घटनास्थल पर हूं। यहां से मैं आपको वो घटनास्थल दिखा रहा हूं। देखिए, ये जो सीन ऑफ क्राइम पुलिस ने बना रखा है, यहीं पर 2 जो सैनिक हैं उनकी एक्सीडेंट में मौत हुई है। और एक्सीडेंट कितना भयानक था इसका अंदाजा इस बात से लगा सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर देखिए, ये जो आप रोड, ये जो खुदी हुई रोड देख रहे हैं, हल्का सा स्केच, ये अंदाजा लगाया जा रहा है कि बाइक यहाँ से यूं गई है और उससे ये खुदी है। दूसरी तरफ ये जो साइन बोर्ड है, ये भी बाइक की टक्कर से गिर गया। इसके अलावा देखिए, यहाँ पर जो दोनों नौसैनिक हैं जो कि केरल के थे और यहाँ पर स्पोर्ट्स एक्टिविटी में आए थे, यहाँ पर आप देखिए ब्लड जो है, कितना ज़्यादा जो ब्लड है उनका यहाँ बह चुका था। दूसरी तरफ ये आप जो हेलमेट देख रहे हैं और ये जो जूता देख रहे हैं, ये उन्हीं जवानों का है। दोनों जवान जो है हेलमेट पहने हुए थे और ये हेलमेट है, हालांकि ये हाफ हेलमेट, इससे सिर्फ कान तक का कवर होता है। ऐसे में ये भी कयास लगाया जा रहा है कि शायद सिर प्रोटेक्ट नहीं हो पाया। हेलमेट, जूता, खून के स्पॉट और टक्कर इतनी तेज थी कि जो साइन बोर्ड है वो तक गिर गया।
The police have said that the motorcycle was struck on the main road near Raksha Bihar colony, throwing both the riders several meters away. The police claim that the teammates of the Navy personnel found both men critically injured and rushed them to a nearby hospital. They tragically lost their lives while undergoing treatment.
ये जो घटना है रात 9/11/2025 की रात्रि लगभग 2 और 3 बजे की घटना है। 2 अपने नौसेना के जो जवान थे वो खजूरी तरफ से आ रहे थे। आते आते कोई अज्ञात वाहन को टक्कर मारा, जिसके चक्कर में दोनों की मृत्यु हुई।
Meanwhile, 24 hours later, the hunt is on to trace the unidentified vehicle and the rash driver who was responsible behind the fatal hit-and-run case in Bhopal.
And finally, ladies and gentlemen, it's the same issue but a different year. The national capital is once again gasping for breath, and this time it's not just the smog but a full-blown political storm that is engulfing the national capital, that is New Delhi. Following a massive protest at India Gate last evening against the rising air pollution levels, tempers are now flaring across party lines. Political leaders from both the opposition, that is the Aam Aadmi Party, and the ruling BJP have jumped into the debate, each voicing strong opinions on the worsening air quality and the government's response to it. Take a look.
A huge crowd gathered at Delhi's India Gate on Sunday, demanding one thing: clean air. But what began as a peaceful protest soon turned tense. And now the protest has sparked a political storm, with leaders across parties trading barbs over who's really responsible for Delhi's toxic air.
Delhi NCR is currently grappling with thick smog as the air quality index has fallen to very poor category in several parts of the region. In fact, in some areas it has plunged to very severe category, with people suffering from respiratory problems. In fact, the Delhi residents have gathered in front of India Gate on Sunday, demanding the government to take strict actions due to the rising pollution. In fact, several were detained as they demand the government to take actions due to the persistent poor air quality in Delhi.
Delhi's Environment Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa hit back at the protesters, accusing the Aam Aadmi Party government of leaving the city with a decade of toxic air.
सबको अधिकार है प्रोटेस्ट करने का, किसी को मनाही नहीं है और करना भी चाहिए। और प्रोटेस्ट से सरकार जो है वो और काम के लिए सचेत होती है, इसमें कोई बुरी बात नहीं है। बस उनको ये कहा गया था कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट की गाइडलाइंस हैं कि आप जंतर मंतर पे कर लें, इतनी बात ही थी। और दूसरी बात मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, आम आदमी पार्टी ये प्रोटेस्ट कर रही है, 10 साल की वही तो गंदगी दे के गए हैं। ये तो कहते हैं ना, एक पंजाबी में कहावत है ना, उल्टा चोर कोतवाल को डांटे, ये तो वो काम हो गया।
Meanwhile, leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has criticized the Centre for the Toxic Air Condition in Delhi. Earlier on Sunday, Delhi police detained multiple citizens protesting at India Gate, demanding the government to formulate policies. Air pollution is touching grappling heights and has jumped to severe category of AQI, becoming 391. Amid this, all eyes are on the Delhi government to see how they act on the severe condition of Delhi air.
And that's all that we had for you in this edition of 6 at 6. But do stay on with us, because on the other side, more news and updates with my colleague Rakshita. Thanks for watching.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite navigation, data link connectivity to the carrier, and redundant onboard sensors during launch, recovery, and maritime patrol. In the South China Sea, China has systematically layered electronic warfare systems across its man-made islands and outposts to shape the electromagnetic environment and gain asymmetric advantages short of kinetic conflict. China's deployed network combines long-range surveillance radars, shore-based jamming arrays, vehicle-mounted and portable emitters, and frequency-agile signal management nodes. These systems are configured to detect, geolocate, and interfere with a wide band of signals, including GPS, tactical data links.
Startup Park by IQ Ventures in Bengaluru stands as a beacon for India's rapidly evolving startup ecosystem. A shining highlight of the festival is the Women Entrepreneur Summit, where Saina Nehwal, India's celebrated badminton champion, takes center stage. Saina shares her compelling story of resilience, leadership, and pushing boundaries on and off the court. Her inspiring words resonate deeply with the crowd, especially with women founders, breaking barriers and redefining leadership in diverse industries.
And Saina Nehwal ji came, so she also gave a good speech, interacted with our women entrepreneurs, etc. So basically, in women entrepreneur, what the theme Startup Park which is trying to do is like, there is no women and men in entrepreneurship. So this is a message I want to give to the women who are entrepreneurs. There is no men and women in entrepreneurship. There are entrepreneurs because both have the same struggle they have to go, building their idea, coming out of comfort zone, risking everything in their life to build their ideas, make their ideas come true.
Startup Park is not just infrastructure. It's a thriving community nurturing thousands of startups, creating jobs and shaping Karnataka as the startup capital of India.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakta Mishra with you. The biggest terror crackdown is underway from Kashmir to Delhi to Ahmedabad in UP. We are getting you all the latest updates that are coming in on this crackdown and much more. Breaking lined up for you at 6:30. Let's take a look at the headlines first. 7, including 2 doctors arrested, over 2,900 kilograms of IED material and weapons recovered. 7 Jammu Kashmir locals who posed as doctors held for running interstate terror module. 4 doctors arrested in 4 days with chemicals, rifles. This is the face of white-collar terror that Pakistan is trying to push. Doctors arrested in Gujarat for preparing ricin poison had surveyed markets in Delhi, Lucknow and Gujarat. Exclusive details reveal how the RSS office was on Pakistan's terror radar. Major shake-up in Karnataka prisons after Republic expose. 2 officers suspended for security breach at Bengaluru jail. Republic questions and corners Ajit Pawar in Pune land deal scam surrounding his son. He says that an investigation is underway. Now, Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, is facing a grueling confrontation from Republic TV, struggling to answer tough questions about the Pune land deal controversy involving his son Parth Pawar. Despite attempting to respond, Pawar seemed to lack concrete answers. Watch this sequence.
अजीत पवार सर, ये एमएडी एंटरप्राइज का जो एलएलपी है वो सरकारी ज़मीन कैसे, वो पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस को काम पे लगाया गया क्या, मिसयूज़ किया गया? सर, आपके बेटे का नाम आ रहा है, आपका बेटा इस एमएडी एंटरप्राइज से जुड़े हुए.
मी त्यामध्ये सोमवारी मी मुंबईला बोललो, मी पुण्याला बोललो, मी बारामतीला बोललो आता ह्याबद्दलची चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यावर आम्ही उत्तर देऊ.
ये पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस का
चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यानंतर बोलीन. सारखा तो विषय मला बोलायचं कारण नाही. मी आपल्या राज्याच्या राजधानीत बोललोय. माझ्या पुण्यामध्ये पालकमंत्री आहे म्हणून तिथं बोललोय.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस काम पे नहीं आना क्या? मिसयूज नहीं किया गया पॉलिटिकल?
यामध्ये
आप उप मुख्यमंत्री है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर है.
And viewers, we have video coming in on the tri-service exercise that showcases Indian Armed Forces prowess in synchronizing strength across land, air and sea. It's an impressive display of jointness and operational synergy, demonstrating the force's ability to move as a one cohesive unit, highlighting their interoperability and integration. Watch this video. So the Indian Army recently conducted exercise Brahmashira, a key component of the tri-services exercise Trishul that showcases the nation's military prowess and unified power. This exercise embodies Indian Army's decade of transformation, highlighting integrated capabilities across land, sea and air with state-of-the-art infrastructure and cutting-edge technology. Here's more.
Expanse of the Run and Creek sector, the Indian Army recently conducted exercise Brahmashira, a testament to the nation's unwavering resolve and unified power. This exercise embodies the Indian Army's decade of transformation, showcasing integrated capabilities across land, sea and air with state-of-the-art infrastructure and cutting-edge technology. This is exercise Brahmashira, a testament to India's strength and resolve.
at the stories making news from across the country. This is Bharat in a minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
As the stage is set for the second phase of assembly elections in Bihar, polling parties with poll material dispatched to their respective areas. Final phase of the voting in Bihar to take place tomorrow, whereas the results will be on the 14th of November. The 11th edition of Joint Military Exercise Mitra Shakti commenced today at Belagavi, Karnataka. That will continue till the 23rd of November. Indian contingent represented by Rajput Regiment participating in the drills with Sri Lankan side represented by the Gajaba Regiment. Protests erupted at Punjab University in Chandigarh over their demand for Senate elections. As tensions escalated, the police resorted to lathi charge. Holiday was declared by the university on the 10th and 11th of November. The Faridabad terror plot, or the major terror plot, that was a conspiracy foiled by the Jammu Kashmir police in coordination with Intelligence Bureau and Faridabad police. The operation led to the recovery of around 2,900 kilograms of explosives in total. If we talk about, we were suspected to be ammonium nitrate, an AK-47 rifle and a large cache of ammunition from a rented accommodation in Dhauj village of Faridabad. Explosives were stored in 14 bags weighing around 100 kilograms along with 84 live cartridges, timers, 5 liters of chemical solution, and a total of 48 items suspected to be used for assembling improvised explosive devices, IEDs, were seized. Probe reveals that the terror module was linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Ansar Ghazwatul Hind and had cross-border connections with Pakistan's ISI. Module was allegedly involved in identifying and radicalizing individuals, raising funds and procuring arms and ammunition. Police have arrested 7 people so far, including doctors and medical students, probing the involvement of other individuals and organizations as well.
Well, we'll show you the house from which the recovery has been made. Now, just a few minutes ago, Faridabad Crime Branch has left from the spot, and there has been constantly investigation going on here, and they're trying to recover what more can be recovered from here. And this is the place, this is the rented spot from where more than 360 kg of material, of explosive material was discovered. And we'll also show you the room. We'll show you how most of this material that was actually taken was they were trying to hide it with the hay here. You can see there's a very small room that Muzammil actually rented from the owner of this house to store all the explosive material. 3 months back, he came to this place and he said that he'll be using this room for storage of personal belongings. But then he was allegedly using this room to store more than 360 kgs of explosive rifles, AK-47 rifles. And we'll also show you the house completely, because there are several rooms in this house. This is like an independent builder house, and you can see that in some part, I think that you can see a stove here, a gas cylinder that which he could possibly use for making of the timer bombs. And then there were other from another location, more than 2,600 kilogram of explosives and other material which usually goes in the making of a timer bombs has been discovered. So there are 2 prime locations. One is in Faridabad Dhauja and the other one is in Faridabad Taga. This is Faridabad Dhauja, and this is exactly the same room from where the Faridabad crime branch has been since morning conducting searches in teams, and this area till now, let me tell you, till more than 5 to 10 minutes ago was completely cordoned off. We were not allowed inside, and there were extensive searches going on. But now we are showing you the exact spot from where the material, explosive material, has been seized. Let me also show you the rest of the house. Now this is where, actually this is the place from where you enter, and this is the moment you enter the Hauja village, this is the house, and this is the first room to the right. We'll also show you the other parts of the room and there are other families who live here. So if there are 4 rooms, the 3 other rooms are occupied by 3 different families, and the one room that we showed, that was rented by Mujammil to store the explosive material that is now said to be more than 360 kgs. We'll also take you upstairs and show you the area that was also used, because we from the far corner of the village we were constantly showing you the team that has collected here, and they were holding some kind of meeting. There were extensive searches going on in this. This is the terrace part of the house from where 360 kgs of explosive was discovered. This is, and we can also see that there's a lot of hay involved. So it is possible that to hide even the 5 liters of the liquid explosive that was recovered from here, and 360 kgs of the flammable powder that was recovered in 8 large bags and 4 small bags, and each bag weighed somewhere around 20 kgs to 40 kgs. And it is possible that hay was used to actually hide it, to make sure that nobody actually gets it. And we'll also take you downstairs now, and we'll try to see if we can contact the families who are there around, because as I told you, there are 4 rooms in this house, one of which was rented by Mujammil to store more than 350 kgs of explosive powder. Now this is another room. This is another room which is rented by another family here. Does this family or these people have any connection with Mujammil or even this entire network, terror network? This is still being investigated. This is one of the 4 rooms, apart from the room that was actually used to... This is another of the room now. As you can see, there were families here, but they have shut the door because they don't want to be bothered with questions. And I'm sure because Faridabad Crime Branch and other agencies have been here since morning, they must have investigated, they must have inquired and interrogated the families here. And this is another one of those rooms. So we've showed you a total of 4 rooms, including... This is the entrance. Let me again show you. This is the entrance from where you can enter the house. And towards your right, the first room towards your right, is the room which was used to store the explosive material, which would have been again used to make timer bombs and plan blasts all over the nation, in several cities, because in several states the investigation is being carried out, including the Western UP, Haryana and NCR. We'll also show you the house from outside, because this is actually a little bit in the interior when you actually enter the village. It is on the latter, on the pretty interior part of the house, which would be usually not be susceptible in the usual course. So we see that this was the room, this was the exact house that Muhammad Muzammil used to rent and store and even possibly make the timer bombs or collect the ingredients that would actually come to use in the timer bombs. That they would again, the investigation goes on to where were they planning these blasts, what were the points, but we know that the terrorists have recorded videos and pictures and have sent to cross-border handlers.
And Republic Kannada's exclusive sting inside Karnataka's so-called most secure jail has now turned into an even bigger scandal. Visuals of terror suspects using mobile phones, TV sets and a rowdy sheeter accused of murder, throwing grand birthday party in jail is exposed. Acting on the details, the Karnataka government now, under immense pressure after Republic Kannada's expose, suspended 2 officers over the security breach. Take a closer look at these details.
What looks like a night of fun and laughter, a birthday celebration, is in fact the inside of Bengaluru's high-security Parapanna Agrahara jail. Shocking. This is how inmates are seen turning the jail into what looks like a party hall. The exclusive videos accessed by Republic Kannada reveal the rowdy sheeter arrested for murder celebrating his birthday in style inside the Bengaluru jail. The history sheeter is seen surrounded by his gang members